January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Big
No
moment.
way.
That
Oh my
is a losing move.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Abdusattorov leads Wijk aan Zee. He is already a legend.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome back to Wijk aan Zee. This is the 11th round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 10 rounds in the books. We have a clear leader in Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, Robert, good morning to everybody. Thank God it's Friday. It is Friday, right? I always have to double check now. And we've got some amazing matchups today. I can't even begin to tell you what I'm looking forward to because I could fill up an entire volume. This is going to be an epic day.
It certainly will be. And a few days ago, Magnus Carlsen, he thought out of it. He couldn't catch the leaders. But things have changed with some victories in the last few rounds. So we have a video of Magnus's thoughts in an interview he gave just a few days ago.
No, I'm realizing that there's possibilities for that, of course, but most of all, I'm taking a further step to playing a decent tournament, and I've sort of turned it around in a good way. So I'm happy with that, and obviously it's far from in my hands still, but yeah, this was important, and I'll keep on trying.
You heard it from the world champion himself. He feels a renewed sense of possibilities, Danya, and we see because of Wednesday's results, there's good reason for it. He beat Paramaxulu with the black pieces.
That was an incredibly impressive game. And Magnus, very typically understated in that interview, he is in the midst of what might be, if he ends up winning this tournament, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, invitational elite tournament comeback of all time. But he knows that he's got a lot of trials and tribulations ahead of him, as do all of the other players. I was also very impressed with Gukesh, who was dejected a couple of rounds ago, but has come back with 2 very clutch wins. He has no chances to win the tournament, Robert, but it's always great to see the young players showing that resilience.
It looked like he was going to just be sailing through from the bottom, but he has to win 2 of his last 3 games. So good for Gukesh. As we look at our leaderboard, at the top of the standings remains Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we heard Magnus Carlsen say, it's out of my hands, Danya. And the reason why is because he already has lost to both Abdusattorov and Giri.
And he has lost to Nodirbek with the white pieces. In fact, Nodirbek has won 3 games with black, and he's lost 0. It's been a tour de force by the Uzbek junior. Magnus Giri, Nodirbek. There is a traffic jam at the top. And do not discount Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. If the cards fall a certain way and they pull off a strong finish, you could see yet another reshuffling of the top of the tournament cross table as we get into the last couple of rounds.
And Wesley So will play a part in this event. He's been under the radar. Somehow I feel like that's what happens with Wesley. As we look forward to today's matchups, he is going to play a big part in determining who might win the tournament. Because as you see at the top there, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, Wesley So with black.
And I don't know if people realize that Wesley So is not only +2 in this event, but has lost exactly 0 games. He has been solid as a rock. Now, perhaps a little bit too solid for his own taste, and his ultimate trial is going to be today. Black against a bloodthirsty Magnus Carlsen who understands the importance of this game. But, of course, that is far from the only important pairing. We also have Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, another marquee matchup. And let's not discount some of the matchups which may not determine first place, but nonetheless are going to produce some incredibly interesting chess. I'm looking at Keimer against Report, maybe an endgame that Keimer will finally be able to win. We'll see. Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. That is a classic American matchup as well.
And you mentioned Richard Report. He has had 2 decisive games in recent rounds. So he is proving that he's ready to fight. The last round before the rest day wasn't to be. He drew against Levon Aronian quickly, as did Abdusattorov and Ding Liren. So Ding Liren with the white pieces down there against Jordan van Foreest. That promises to be an exciting matchup, as will be the match of Indian teenagers. Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces, Gukesh with black. Arjun, he has been struggling. He has not won a game this tournament, so he would like to beat his compatriot in that game. But I think we should remind everybody that we're going to be here for the long haul. This tournament is classical chess, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 50 minutes as they make it to move 60. And then after move 60, they get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. 30-second bonus added from the game's very first move. So as we've seen in recent rounds, first you had the call in Vincent Keimer's long rook pawn ending against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I had his call against Jordan van Foreest in round 10. These games can last 7+ hours.
And what an intensely frustrating, punishing experience to be on the losing side or to be on the drawing side from a winning endgame. You play 6.5, 7 hours. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into the game. And your heart goes out for Vincent Keimer, for Gukesh, who sit there working their tails off for hours upon hours. And when this type of tournament doesn't go your way, well, it's incredibly painful. As we have a look at that beautiful, unmistakable playing hall filled to the brim, Robert, with spectators and, of course, players in the open section. Tata Steel, I always like to say, is a festival, not just a super tournament.
It is a festival indeed, and somebody who is probably feeling a bit festive is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but he has the black pieces against that man right there, Anish Giri.
That?
Anish has had
for letting me know.
Masterful preparation throughout the tournament. He did not win that game against Arjun Erigaisi, but even that game when he had white was one where you couldn't help but be very impressed by Anish Giri. He is playing with gusto. He is ready to take down this tournament. He has yet to win in Wijk. He has been the runner-up 5 times, but done it. If he is going to win this year, it happens right now. He has the white pieces against the only player who has more points than he does.
I cannot wait to see what Anish Giri will have in store for us in the opening. First of all, the very first move is unpredictable. E4, D4, Giri is armed to the teeth in virtually every opening. But Nodirbek, insofar as you can talk about, let's not say a weakness, but perhaps a weak spot in this tournament, he has had his share of dubious positions out of the opening with the black pieces as well. Against Arjun Erigaisi, he was quite a bit worse, even though he won that game. Obviously, against Magnus Carlsen, he was also slightly worse. So what is Anish Giri going to bring to the table in the first 10 moves?
The big question, and Nodirbek, he's thinking about just that at the moment. He is focused. He's leaning over the board, even though no moves have been played. And as you said, this is a festival. We see Wesley So just waving, getting ready for the round. But behind him, look at how many people there. They have their phones out, taking photos and videos. It's great to see so many people flock to the Dutch seaside town of Wijk. And these two players, very familiar with one another. Levon Aronian with white, Fabiano Caruana with black.
Indeed, they are. They faced off most recently at the previous U.S. Championship in St. Louis, where they made a rather uneventful draw. Aronian has been incredibly solid this tournament. It's been a bounce back performance of sorts after Levon struggled mightily in that very same U.S. Championship. And for Fabiano Caruana, an excellent tournament, Robert, until that shattering loss with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that sort of took a great tournament to one that's just decent, and the players clapping as announcements are being made. And we see this is the marquee matchup in the Masters tournament. Anish Giri, white, Nodirbek, black. The hands have been shaken, and D4. No surprise there from Anish, but the big question is, what will Abdusattorov do?
His repertoire is vast with the black pieces, Nimzo-Indian, Slav, Queen's Gambit. He's already taking a little bit of time to brace himself. He's not really thinking about what he's going to play. He knows what he's going to play. He pushes the d-pawn 2 squares forward, the queen's pawn game. He's just sort of bracing himself, reminding himself of how important it is to be composed and fully focused in this crucial moment. Queen's Gambit. Will we see a Slav? Queen's Gambit accepted. Yes, we will. Queen's Gambit accepted.
Well, you are the prophet. They call you that for a reason. And as you were saying, QGA, he said, okay, why not? And he's a little bit young to be playing the Queen's Gambit accepted. This has been an opening choice that many of the top players throughout history have chosen. It's seen as one where you don't get the same closed dynamic that you do with the Queen's Gambit declined or various openings, but instead he takes on C4, immediately opening up the queen. So when we do get an analysis board ready, we will note that the queen on D8 has an open line all the way towards that white pawn on D4. So just the QG8, it hands white the center. White has 2 pawns, the D4 pawn and the E2 pawn directly the center, and black only has the E7 pawn. So that's the trade-off.
It is and has for a while been considered sort of the inferior sibling between the Queen's Gambit declined, the Slav, and the QG8, the sort of trifecta of responses to the Queen's Gambit. Oftentimes, the Queen's Gambit accepted has a bit of a negative reputation, but I don't think it should have that reputation, especially given all of the new ideas that have been breathed into this line in the last couple of years. And there we have it. E4 by Anish Giri, the most ambitious response, immediately met with a counterstrike in the center, E7, E5, saying, take my pawn, because I am going to take your queen and force your king out into the open. D takes E5, Robert, is out of the question here for white.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, because if you take on E5, as you're saying, the queens get traded, and then black very quickly develops with tempo, because it will be even material, both sides with a doubled pawn, black on C4, white on E5, but it's just very simple for black. You trade queens, the white king gets stuck in the center, and then the knight comes out to C6 and so on. So I just think that for Anish Giri right now, he plays the principal move, knight f3. Once black plays e takes d4, oftentimes white doesn't even take back that pawn on d4. You play bishop takes c4 instead. And if I'm not mistaken, Danya, Garry Kasparov lost a game like this to Shakir Mamedyarov. He's tired from serious chess, but it was a blitz game, and he lost in like 10 moves.
Yeah, it was crazy. This was, I think, in a Zagreb Blitz tournament quite recently. This is a very dangerous line for black if he isn't aware of the cutting edge theory, as a check is delivered on b4 by Nodirbek. The players continuing to blitz out a well-known theoretical line. No major surprises here, Robert, but this is not necessarily the most common guest at the highest level. By the way, the world champion's still not here.
Wow. Okay. So we'll dive right back into this game, but we have to note that Magnus Carlsen yet to be seated, yet to make a first move. And oh, there he is. He just got to the board. He finally has made his opening moves. So for Wesley So, that can be a bit uncomfortable because you typically want to shake your opponent's hand, start the clock in a timely manner. But Wesley So is not a player who is fazed by anybody, including Magnus Carlsen. After all, he took down Magnus in the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship.
And, of course, he won a very minor tournament. I already forget what it's called. The Chess.com Global Championship. It was nothing major, kind of a provincial amateur tournament. Robert, he didn't really beat anyone impressive in that tournament either. Wesley So is just one of those guys who always seems to fly under the radar. Yes, he doesn't played, or he has played in a candidates tournament. He didn't play in the last one. So people kind of forget about him. And then he kind of hangs around and wins his fair share of tournaments. He sits on +2, and he has the power to really change the course of this tournament. We have a Nimzo-Indian. The bishop comes out to b4, and the ball tossed right back into White's court. Which line is the world champion going to unroll here?
Well, Wesley So reaching in his pocket, maybe for an opening novelty. And bishop b4, a common response here. There are several. Queen c2 is named very aptly, I might add, the Queen c2 Nimzo. But there's also...
You don't say.
Yeah,
stop making stuff up.
The Queen c2 Nimzo, the second most popular line. I think e3 is sort of the standard way to play, and Magnus goes with that. And now once black castles, the bishop can slide out to d3 very quickly. The knight on g1 doesn't necessarily have to go to f3, even though it often does. It can also slide into e2 in some variation. So it's a little bit more flexible from White's approach. But black at some point can take on c3 with the bishop. You don't want to do that unprovoked, but that will double White's pawns there. And that actually has been increasingly popular, I feel like, Danya, where even without the inclusion of White playing a2 to a3, black sometimes just takes on c3, doubles the pawns, and then goes after the double pawns along c-file.
And allowing the Nimzo-Indian itself has seen a surge in popularity in recent years. There was a point 5 or 6 years ago when knight c3 essentially became unthinkable at the highest level. Players were playing the Catalan, and the Rogozin was all the rage. For some reason, maybe it's because of the new engines, life has been breathed into some of these new Nimzo variations, particularly the Rubinstein variation, which is what e3 is called, a slightly more original name than the Queen c2 variation. And Wesley So immediately counterstrikes with the move c5. Not the most common response to e3. The most popular is simply to castle kingside and to reserve the right to push the d-pawn or push the c-pawn, but Wesley chooses to push the c-pawn straight away. Of course, this is also a very well-known continuation.
Wait, did you know that the Queen c2 Nimzo is called the classical variation?
It is?
Yeah, I really just thought it was... That's just the opening explorer is telling me. I always thought it was just called the Queen c2 Nimzo.
Queen c2 Nimzo is what I thought it was called. I learn new things every day.
So do I. It's a bit, classical variation. I don't want to hear that, but that's neither here nor there because we have in this opening today the Hubner variation. I didn't know that's what that was called either. I don't know the names of openings, but c5 does make perfect sense. You are striking at White's center, and White has several options at this point. You can develop your bishop to d3. You played e3 for a reason. You can also develop your knight first, either to f3 or to e2 directly. And playing knight e2 looks wrong because you're blocking in your own bishop. But what you are doing is protecting that knight on c3 so that if black has any ideas of capturing that knight, you take back with the other knight and keeping your pawn structure intact. So these early decisions, they may seem just like preparation, that the players have studied this and know it very deeply, and that may be true, but it's all about the direction that you want to take this game. So Magnus has a big choice as early as move 5 here.
And he is not shy about taking his time. It is possible that he did not expect the move c5, that he expected Wesley to follow the main course and castle kingside. And of course, Magnus is fully aware of the options on the table, but you're absolutely right. He's not just deciding on the next move. He's deciding on the type of position that you want to get, because knight f3, knight e2, they might seem interchangeable. They might seem similar, but Robert, the type of position you get after each of these moves actually could not be more different. In fact, when black takes on c3 and white recaptures with a b-pawn, that's one structure. If white plays knight e2, that's a completely different ballpark. So a big, big decision here coming up for Magnus.
It is. And Magnus Carlsen, he has a very good lifetime record against Wesley So. So if we look at their head-to-head, it is quite a sizable lead. 5 wins for Magnus, just 1 win for Wesley. 13 games have been drawn. I think the most surprising aspect of that, Danya, is that they haven't actually played each other that much. That's only 19 games in classical chess. We've seen Aronian and Magnus Carlsen play something like 70 times. So these two just haven't found themselves across from one another all that much. And in particular, in Wijk, Magnus does have a winning record. He's won 1 game and drawn 4. So Wesley would love to get his first win in this critical round 11.
And from a psychological standpoint, yes, Wesley has never won a game with black against the world champion, but he understands what's at stake for Magnus. Magnus is going to have to take a lot of risks. He didn't win that white game against Gukesh, which he really wanted to. Then he won with black against Maksudlu. But Magnus understands the gravity of this game. Wesley doesn't need to do anything special. He just needs to play his chess. And I think in Wesley's mind, Magnus is going to be the one taking risks. So if Wesley plays solid, he's going to get his chances.
That is the way, if you can call it one, to beat Magnus Carlsen. Is sometimes he does overpress, especially when he feels like he needs to win the game. He doesn't lose very often. It's a rare occurrence that just so has happened to occur twice in this tournament. But for Wesley So, he is not somebody who looks at his opponent and gets scared. You mentioned the Chess.com Global Championship. Who did Wesley So beat? He beat Hikaru Nakamura in the semifinals, then Nihal Sarin in the final. The guy has beaten the best of the best in all time controls in variants. He won the Fischer Random World Championship against the person that he's sitting across from right now. So Wesley So, even though his lifetime record not so stellar against Magnus, that same thing is true for pretty much every player on the planet. He is focused. You see him with his hands covering his eyes. That is his typical posture at the board. He just wants to focus on the pieces. He does not want to look at his opponent and be distracted.
I just love that view. So picturesque. The players focused and then the spectators crowded around behind them, behind the barrier, watching intently, watching the players' every move physically, literally and figuratively. Magnus continues to ponder this important moment. And I think we should take this opportunity to travel back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what opening innovations we see in the other games. We have a panoply of different opening lines. We've got a very interesting Berlin over on your lower right, Aragaisi against Gukesh. Giri Abdusattorov continuing along that sort of typical Queen's Gambit accepted route. We've got a Tarrasch in Aronian Caruana, a rare guest at the highest level. Robert, wherever you look, and this is honestly one of the great things about this event, is just the diversity of openings that we see in every round.
And if we look at the middle on the bottom row there, Vincent Keimer just played the move B4 against Richard Report. So if I saw that position, I already know that Richard Report is playing. I don't know what color, but it just seems like an obscure opening that is not typically played at the highest levels. But I think we should tune in to our matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, because those two players, if they win today, that might catapult them towards the possibility of playing for first place, whereas right now they're just at +1. I say just as if that's not a huge accomplishment. But for those two players who have such an illustrious history, they're such great players. They've won this tournament before. Levon Aronian has won it 4 times. Fabiano Caruana just this 1 time. But look at this. We have a Tarrasch, as you're pointing out. And for Caruana, he doesn't often play this variation. So he is catching Levon by surprise. And that is something that Fabiano has done well in this event. His opening preparation has been quite good. He also is playing new lines that his opponents can't just study beforehand. Levon's going to have to rely on previous experience and prep, but I really doubt he studied it this morning.
And the fact that he's thinking in this position is already a little bit surprising to me, because as far as I know, the move bishop to g2, simply fianchettoing the bishop, is pretty much automatic. Are you aware of any viable alternatives, Robert? Is there bishop g5, or is he just sort of thinking about, is he remembering his file and thinking about the future?
He's thinking about the future because, as you're saying, bishop g2, that seems very obvious. There are another move that could be considered is a move like bishop g5, but it doesn't really make sense. With the white king in the center, you don't want to allow the position to open up. So bishop g2 simply develops the bishop, gets yourself ready to castle, and you're not afraid of c takes d4 because your knight will just capture back. So I am curious what he's considering here. And something that I do want to point out, just if we can make a couple moves, that after bishop g2, the reason we don't take on c5 right away is we often wait for black to play bishop e7, because then when we play d takes c5, the bishop has to move a second time in a row. Whereas if we just go back a couple moves before bishop g2, if you take on c5 right away, bishop takes c5, it's the same position, except white's bishop isn't already on g2. So you often wait for that bishop to develop before capturing that pawn.
That's a great point, and it's a ubiquitous idea across many different openings. In the Queen's Gambit declined, you see the exact same idea from Black's side, where Black waits for White to develop the bishop and then releases the tension in the center. Since we have the analysis board up, I will point out that the Tarrasch is dubious is the wrong word, but it's a very committal opening from a positional standpoint, because if you kind of waltz yourself into normal middle game territory, you're going to end up with an isolated queen pawn on d5. And whenever there's an isolated queen pawn, you want to look primarily at who has control of the square in front of the pawn. So if Black plays passively with bishop e7, I think bishop c5 there is the main move. After both sides castle, White can immediately start applying pressure on the pawn. He can do it directly. He can also do it indirectly by attacking one of the pawn's defenders in the f6 knight. And it's very, very easy, Robert, if you don't know the exact theory, to get yourself into a nasty situation with Black.
Yes, you can find yourself in huge trouble. The d5 pawn is isolated, which means it doesn't have a best friend by its side. That means it's vulnerable. So you have to be very careful in these positions. And sometimes even when White takes that knight on c6 and you say, all right, my pawns are connected, I'm happy about that. The pawn that goes to c6 is kind of a backwards pawn, and it's easy to target. So Black has to be very, very careful. Fabiano Caruana, he didn't play this opening by accident. He must have some ideas up his sleeve. But it is interesting that he is starting to think right now, because he chose this variation. So he can't be surprised by what Levon has done. It is standard opening fare.
He's like, oh no, Levon fianchettoed his bishop. This throws me off completely. Yeah, c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop c5, and this theory has been around since the 70s and 80s. Garry Kasparov was one of the main proponents of the Tarrasch in the 80s, really at the apex of his chess career. And there we have Fabiano Caruana, I think, about to capture that pawn on d4. Yes, he has, and he's developed his bishop to c5. Fabiano aware of the importance of developing actively in order to counterbalance the weakness of the d5 pawn. But this is just theory, of course.
It's theory. You're putting pressure on White's center, and you are not going to blunder a knight if you're Levon. So the big question is, what do? Do you take on c6, fixing, you might call it, Black's pawn structure by giving the isolated pawn a friend, or do you play knight b3? The move knight to b3, it is viable. It attacks the bishop on c5 right away, but you're also moving the same piece for the third time. And that may give Black the necessary time after knight b3 to say, all right, your knight has hopped around quite a lot. Now my bishop is under attack. Go. That's the big question. You slide back to b6. And if White gets hungry and takes the pawn on d5 with the knight, that's where things get very interesting. If we can just show the variation, it looks like you're simply grabbing a pawn there, but I believe it was bishop e6. So after bishop e6, if you take the knight on f6, the queen takes back, and f2 is threatened, the rook coming d8. It's just way too much activity. If you take on b6, you take on d1, swap queens. Okay. After king d1, you have a takes b6. Now bishop takes b3 is a winning threat because the a2 pawn is pinned. The d file is open and the king is at the end of the line. Knight g4 ideas come into play. Knight b4 ideas also available. Wow. It's the type of opening that is full of life, and it's the white king that will be less safe than the black one.
This is such an instructive line because a lot of people just kind of assume that when the queens are swapped, when they're off the board, your king is out of the woods. And that could not be further from the truth. I don't even look at this position and think endgame. This is more of a queenless middle game, and Black's pieces have tremendous potential here. This is not an appetizing line, definitely not one you would go into without extensive preparation. As we speak, knight b3, bishop b6 is on the board. Let's get ourselves back to the live board. Now, knight takes d5 is obviously not forced, and as a much safer alternative, Black can simply castle kingside, which is exactly, Robert, what Levon does. Can't really blame him for refraining from knight takes d5.
No, I think it's a good choice, and it's less forcing. Black can't push the pawn to d4. That's often the continuation at this point. So you thrust the pawn forward and you get your king out of the center. But this matchup between these two, they have played each other a lot. They're very familiar with one another, and not just as opponents. As we see, the lifetime score is in Fabiano Caruana's favor. 11 wins, 7 losses, and 28 draws. Many games played between these two in classical chess. But Levon does well in Wijk. He is a 4-time champion of this event, and he has beaten Fabiano twice and drawn the other 2 games, 0 losses to Caruana in Tata Steel.
The concept of a player doing particularly well in a particular tournament is a really interesting one, and yet there's something to it, right? Players aren't generally superstitious, but sometimes when they arrive for the 10th or 15th time in a tournament where they always seem to do well, they get that additional air of confidence. And of course, vice versa. Every player, almost every top player, has a tournament where things just don't seem to click. And for Levon Aronian, things just kind of always seem to settle favorably in Tata Steel. He just has looked very confident this time, despite a string of pretty disappointing performances in recent months. In the meantime, knight a4, castles kingside, and we've got ourselves a fascinating middle game struggle here.
Yes, and the big question is the d4 pawn a strength for black? Because it limits where white's pieces can go. The knight was on c3, had to hop to a4. The bishop on c1, of course, can't go to e3. The pawn is just taking up space. And it also keeps that e2 pawn in check, because if that pawn ever pushes, then black will take. But it can also become a target. White already has the queen and knight lined up against the pawn on d4, and the bishop will be eliminated from b6 at some moment. So white can take that pawn right away. If you go knight takes b6, and then take on c6 with your bishop, then you could take the d4 pawn after that, but you don't want to part with your fianchetto bishop. That's a very dangerous proposition. In this particular line, if the queens come off, then you're saying that's not a big deal. But if the queens stay on, as you're showing with like queen c7, down the line, the white king will be more vulnerable than black's.
And the keywords there are down the line. You could look at this and say, well, I don't see where the checkmate is going to come from. Well, it's way too early to talk about checkmate, but it's all about the potential energy in black's pieces. The bishop coming out to h3, the rook swinging itself to d8, the pawn from c6 could delve into c4 and harass the knight on b3. It's just a pawn, and black gets just excellent practical compensation for it. White can play a move like bishop f4 here, but the queen can tuck itself away on b7. Bishop h3 is on tap. And this is not the kind of position that you want to have if you're playing for a win. And I'm sure Fabiano Caruana has analyzed this line exhaustively. I am not expecting Levon to grab the pawn on d4. So if we go back to the live board, he could do some sort of mixture, right? He could take on b6, but then refrain from bishop takes c6, snag the bishop pair, and perhaps get the other bishop out to g5. But we're discussing this from a general standpoint. The players should still be in familiar territory. This is, as far as I know, Robert, still pretty well-known theory with a lot of games in the database.
It is for sure. White can play with queen d3, just blockading the pawn, trying to bring a rook to the d file. So this is familiar territory. Seems to be more familiar for Fabiano than it is for Levon. And as Levon sits and thinks, ponders his next move, why don't we zoom out for a second? Because there's some explosive things happening. Second from the right on the bottom row, Ding Liren is just stealing Jordan van Foreest's queenside. But even more fascinating to me for the moment is the game second from the left in the bottom row, because Parham Maksudlu is sitting for a deep think. And it's early in the game, but if we could bring that board up for a second, we don't have to stay very long because Parham is going to continue thinking. The last move played was just go back.
No.
A half move. Yes. Go back a half move. The last move is knight f3 to h2 in a Najdorf. What in the world is this, you may ask? Why would you undevelop your piece? That knight is heading right to g4. And what it's trying to do, this is a key principle in the Najdorf. Look at the d5 square. That pawn e5 cannot move backwards. You cannot cover the d5 square with a pawn, which means it is vulnerable. So he is trying to swap off that knight on f6. And you often see, if you put the knight back on f3, I mean, you can just show it here as well. You often go like knight d2, knight c4, knight e3, something like that. He's saying, let me be a little bit more direct by playing knight h2 to g4. And instead of bringing a second knight to the d5 square, let's just remove the defender of that square. This is weird stuff. It also opens up the f2 pawn to go to f4 at some moment. But knight g4 is the main idea here. And Parham clearly has not seen this line before. It might be a novelty.
It definitely might be a novelty. And this is a kind of move that is congruent with the Najdorf's theoretical history. In the 90s and early 2000s, all of the rage was revolving around the sort of main moves, bishop g5, f4, the English attack with bishop e3 and f3. But in the last 7 or 8 years, grandmasters have been looking and looking for and producing some incredibly rare lines in the Najdorf. If we just go back to the position after a6, you've had queen f3, you've had even h4. I played that move. You've had crazy moves like rook b1, even I've seen. So, players have been extending themselves, trying to find fresh territory in the Najdorf. And I think this is part of that trend where maybe knight h2 isn't Stockfish's top recommendation. If it was, I'm sure Parham would be aware of it. It might be number 3 or 4. Maybe Prague ran another engine such as Lila to find that move. This is what grandmasters do nowadays. It's not just about finding the best objective move. It's about finding a move where you understand the resulting positions better than your opponent. But Robert, as outlandish as this move looks, I think it is fully positionally justified. He's fighting for the d5 square. And what's wrong with that?
That's a good decision. And Pragananda, he is a young player. It means that he is willing to take risks. But this isn't even that risky of a move. He hasn't thrown pawns forward and they can't move back. All he's done is use the principles that he has learned. Give me the d5 square. That is what I want. And, well, that now begs the question, what does black do? Does black have to respond with h5? If knight g4 is such a big threat, can't I play h5 to stop it? The problem with playing h5 is you give white the g5 square. You often want to kick a bishop out of g5 with a move like pawn h6 later in the game. You also may find your h5 pawn being targeted. It's harder to castle. If a bishop comes to e2, then the h5 pawn is in its direct line of fire. So this is a moment that you cannot take for granted if you're Parham. He understands the importance of this move, and whether he plays b5 as a standard in many positions like this, just to throw your queenside pawns forward, or he reacts and takes care of this knight g4. We're going to put threat in air quotes because it doesn't threat to win material. There's no checkmate, but it's just a positional threat. And it just means for Parham, he needs to figure out how big of a threat is it.
And the last thing I'll point out before perhaps we can swing back to the bird's eye view is that white is under no obligation to play knight g4, especially if black plays h5. The knight has another hidden pathway, another airport that it could fly to. Once the bishop comes out from f1, the knight could actually move back to f1 and then to e3, which is exactly the same pathway, the same destination as the knight would land on in the more conventional maneuver, knight d2 to c4 to e3. So in a certain sense, this move is actually quite flexible. Yes, you want knight g4, but you could come back to f3, or you could swing the knight around to e3. All of these ideas are part of the fight for this crucial d5 square. Well, time will tell if this novelty or semi-novelty is going to pay off. I think it will.
It's already paying off because he's up so much time. So we'll see how Parham reacts. He plays knight d7. But just as I was getting ready to leave this game, he says, let's play knight d7, reinforce the knight on f6. And oftentimes you want to play b5 and bishop b7. So the knight being in the bishop's path, not the biggest deal. But Pragananda playing instantly. That is scary for his opponent. You know that he's in his preparation. But what I wanted to do, Danya, if I'm being fully transparent, is to zoom out to the bird's eye view, because if my eyes are not deceiving me, and I have 4 eyes, I wear glasses, top left here, Anish Giri, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Nodirbek is playing instantly. He's playing really quickly. He has more time than he started with. But the white king is castled queenside. The black king is castled kingside. We could be in for attacking chess.
We definitely are in for attacking chess. I love opposite side castling, and who doesn't love opposite side castling right about now? That's Anish Giri. This is not the kind of position where you want your opponent playing instantly. That is a very disturbing sign. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov trying to turn the tables on the ultimate opening juggernaut. Is Anish Giri, for perhaps the first time this tournament, going to be the one actually struggling against his opponent's preparation?
It's a huge moment. I mean, these types of positions are very sharp. So we see Anish, he looks flustered, right? He knows that he's been caught and he's not hiding it. And for Nodirbek, we were saying before the game started, Danya, that Anish Giri, being the preparation wizard that he is, Nodirbek being young, it might be a struggle for him. but he is saying, I am taking it to my opponent. I'm not just going to sit here with the black pieces, be scared. No, he is playing a very sharp variation. And if we can go to the game here for a second, the big question that's being posed is bishop takes c4. Is that available to white? Or is black going to respond with knight takes e4? We should take stock of the material. At the moment, black is a pawn ahead. White has given up 2 pawns, black just 1. So bishop takes c4 restores material equality, but just for a second, because knight takes e4 might be on tap.
And this is one of those positions that you only go for if you have analyzed it very carefully with an engine. Because if you look just sort of from a superficial standpoint, if we continue the line, knight takes e4, queen takes e4, rook h1. Imagine showing this to Jose Raul Capablanca. He would say, well, obviously white is winning. All of the pieces are in the center. How could black possibly survive this? But this is the essence of modern chess. You have to look at everything concretely. Sometimes, your eyes might tell you one thing, but Stockfish might tell you another thing, and normally you want to trust Stockfish. After something like queen h4, I don't think that white has any concrete tactics. The sack on f7 is premature. It doesn't work because if rook takes f7, you could try to set something up along the e-file, but what? e7 is under black's control. If you keep tossing the queen around, it'll gladly park itself on f6. And guess what? On the very next move, black will already start bringing out his queenside pieces. And to your original point, black is up a pawn, and Anish Giri definitely cannot forget that.
He is not forgetting it. He is calculating right now. And I think some other important lines that we should show is after bishop takes c4, if that is to be played right now, knight takes e4, it looks like you're walking into a pin with queen e2, queen e3. But if you play queen e3, the queen goes to c5. It gets out of the pin, and that knight was under attack twice and attacks the bishop on c4. So you take my knight, I take your bishop. That sounds like a fair trade. Now, if you played queen e2 instead of queen e3, you actually protect the bishop. So queen c5 no longer works because the knight would capture on e4. Exactly. Every move has a distinction to it, and queen e3 covered the diagonal. Queen e2 doesn't. That allows you to escape the pin, and then black is winning, as you see on the evaluation bar. So the option to pin that knight, it doesn't really work for white. At least it doesn't gain material. But let's actually continue that queen e3 line for a second. And look at Erwin Lamy.
You read my mind.
That is Anish Giri's main second and trainer. And he's like, what is going on here? We haven't looked at this. But I was going to say after queen c5, bishop takes f7 check is an interesting intermezzo. And after rook takes f7, queen takes e4, we're left with a position where who knows what's going on. The answer is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I certainly don't. It's even material. Kings on opposite sides of the boards. Both kings look a bit vulnerable. It's a bishop for black compared to a knight for white. I don't know what Nodirbek does.
This is the kind of position you could just stare at for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and figure out exactly nothing, which is a pretty disturbing sign for Anish Giri. I mean, even rook takes f2 is on the table. That's a possibility, although, if I had to make a move here on my own, I would probably try to develop the queen side, maybe knight to a6, probably not knight c6, because that allows white to take and then deliver a very nasty check on d8. So after something like knight a6, we've got ourselves just a completely chaotic position. Now, with the center as open as it is, there's always the possibility that you get a bunch of trades. And listen, at this point, if Anish Giri takes another 20, 25 minutes here, he definitely might not mind some sort of liquidation and a bailout. But right now, the ball is squarely in his court. And with every ticking second, Nodirbek has to be feeling more and more confident about his opening preparation. This is excellent work by the Uzbek prodigy.
And Giri does not look very pleased. He's digging deep right now. So we'll leave him to it in the live position. He has yet to take on c4. We'll see if he does. But as we look at the bird's eye view, in the bottom left, Levon has captured that knight on c6 after capturing the bishop on b6, still within Fabiano Caruana's preparation, at least the realm of it. Magnus Carlsen in the top right. We have an isolated queen pawn. We'll look at that game in a bit. But for now, as Ding Liren, the second from the right in the bottom against Jordan van Foreest, that also is getting spicy. We will take a quick break. And before we do, we want to show you everyone there at this chess festival. The playing hall is full, and it's full of masters, the challengers, and all of the open tournaments that are in session. But Magnus Carlsen, he wants to continue his winning streak. That is what he's aiming for. And we'll see if he can do that when we return from this break.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No, mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Gonna win the tournament.
This is gonna be a turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh. 3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move. Wow.
The Champions Chess Tour officially kicks off with the Air Things Masters on February 6th. As usual, we'll bring you all the action right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command CCT in chat for all of the details. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, and many others will take part in this event with a huge prize fund. But right now, we are live in the playing hall in Wijk. It is the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023. And on screen, we have Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Anish Giri. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we're just about an hour into the round. The players, they are struggling, some of them, out of the gates with great opening preparation by the likes of Pragnananda and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Pretty fascinating start.
And you just knew we would get something like this. Yesterday was the rest day. The players have a full additional day to rest, to catch up on sleep, and most importantly, to do perhaps even more preparation than they normally do. And I think you see a lot of players who took that day very, very seriously. They did not procrastinate. They spent hours upon hours reviewing their files, and they are now reaping the rewards. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is one. Pragnananda is another, as he continues to blitz out moves instantly. Knight H2, by the way, our hardworking production team reporting that it is not a novelty. It has occurred a handful of times, but just look at the disparity on the clock. And yet another player who is showcasing some incredible preparation, the one and only Jordan van Foreest. Robert, that position should come with an Advil included.
I need at least 3 because I'm looking at that's second from the right. The king is on E7 for black, and Jordan completely unfazed, which means it's preparation. Let's go right to that game because we are 14 moves in. It is White's turn, and I don't even know the material, so I'm actually going to do some quick math. Black has 6 pawns. White has 7 pawns. The minor pieces are even, 3 minor pieces per side. Okay, so it looks terrible for black, but looks can be deceiving. The knight on C7, which gave a check to the king that was on E8, now is in big trouble. The threat, if black had a free turn, is rook to B7, but that's not the only threat in the position. Look at that pawn down on B2. That's also hanging. So white has quite a number of issues right now, and because rook B7 will win material, I would think that you might have to move your queen away, like queen A5, but I'm guessing Jordan will play a flurry of quick moves, Danya, and there are tactics waiting for us.
I'm itching to share what I found about this position. I spent the entire break analyzing with ChessBase. What's amazing, if we can rewind a little bit, and we definitely need an analysis, we need 5 analysis boards to deconstruct the complexities of this position. In this position after queen to B3, queen B6 or queen C7 has been automatic for years. Jordan coming up with a crazy novelty, DC giving up, as you said, his entire queen side, and then nonchalantly pushing the c-pawn, allowing the knight direct access to the c7 square. And then what else is new? The king just coming out onto e7 in the opening. Now here's what white has to find. After queen to a5, dropping the queen back, taking the sting out of rook b7, here's what's likely to happen. Black will most likely take on d4 and then play rook h8 to h5. How many times do you play this move, period, much less on move 16? This forces white to find an intermediate check on b4. Black snaps that bishop off. White recaptures. Black's king dodges the check, moves to d8. Notice that the knight defends the bishop. Now, Robert, the knight is going to be lost anyway, so white might as well give it up for a pawn. Knight takes c6, desperado. Then white snags another pawn on c4. And black shifts the queen up to b7. This position is evaluated by Stockfish. You guessed it, 0.00. And this is after Ding has to find all of these moves. And if I had to choose a side here, I usually like the 2 pieces in a middle game when you have 2 pieces for a rook.
And the problem will be, if we just look at the position on the big board there, is not even seeing the position, it's evaluating it once you get there. Because Jordan van Foreest is playing extremely quickly. So Ding Liren, who is preparing for a world championship match, we should add, he's looking at this like, uh-oh, what am I walking into? The fact that Jordan is responding instantly could be a good sign that Ding is finding all of the best choices. The downside is you may only have one good move for the next 5, and if you make one mistake, it not is just going to be a worse position, you might lose a full minor piece. with rook b7 on tap, for example. So this is just a wild position. Can we go back to that moment that you were showing with queen b3? And as you were saying, normally black plays the move queen b6 there. I just want to point out that the reason why Ding Liren, after d takes c4, didn't just play bishop takes c4, which we were talking about you want to take back in one turn, is black plays b5, the bishop retreats somewhere along the diagonal, and then black will play the move, I don't know where it goes, say e2, a6, and then strike with c5. So you protect the b5 pawn, you play c5, and you see the evaluation bar saying black is actually doing quite well because the open h file is good for the rook that's staring down at the pawn, and c5 just tries to blast open the position on favorable terms because the white king is likely to go queenside, and as soon as it does, the move c5 opens that side of the board. The king will not be very happy.
Yeah, the white king just has no safe haven. Either you get massaged down the h file, or after c5, black opens up the c file, puts a rook on c8, and quickly pushes the pawn down to b4. This was not appealing to Ding Liren, and you can't blame him. There was a very interesting bishop sacrifice on e6, but we will save that for another day because we have more than enough complexity on the board already. And Ding Liren, I was going to point this out. There's one other move that preserves objective equality, and that is the move currently on the board. D takes c5. Ding laughs in the face of the threat of rook b7. Has he blundered his knight? Well, spoiler alert, Ding Liren doesn't usually blunder knights, and this is no exception. After rook b7, let's keep the analysis board up. His idea is to drop the queen back to a3, X-raying the king. And after queen takes c7, there is a check on c6. Again, the king drops back to d8. And in this position, there is an incredible move, Robert. Queen a3 to a5. The point is just to defend the c6 pawn. The queen is unable to move because it is pinned. Black has to give away the knight. Rook takes b2. I also came across this line in my analysis. Pawn takes knight. Knight takes pawn. And you get total pandemonium in the endgame. The chaos just does not end.
That is an absolutely wild line. I mean, to find this over the board for Ding Liren is very impressive because it looks like you can lose the game instantly with any mistake. So he takes on c5, and if we get to the position that we have in the analysis board there, he is regaining his material, but the position still goes on. It's the king will never find safety for white. The black king would be in the center of the board as well, so that gives chances for both.
If I may, just what makes this impressive is that queen a5 isn't just an optional nicety. It is absolutely forced. If you play instead the move queen a4 and say, well, let me defend the pawn directly, that loses to the straightforward. Actually, not knight c5 probably because c takes b7 and bishop a5. But knight b6 is the more accurate move because it controls the a8 square. And black simply emerges up a piece after that. Black will take on c6. So Ding had to see the move queen a3 to a5 in calculating this line. That is what he just spent the last 25 minutes trying to find. And he might emerge out of the complications in one piece, Robert, but he is praying to all of the chess gods right now that he hasn't miscalculated.
Bear with me for a second. Go back before king d8, just one move.
Okay.
What if Jordan has some kind of king e8 in store for us? Because if you take on d7 with check, because there's no queen a5, no queen trade. So you take on d7 with check, the knight takes back, and the claim is that h2 is loose, b2 is threatened, black cannot castle, the king has moved a bunch of times already, and you look at the eval bar, it's saying it's level, but it's level if you know what you're doing and if you find the best moves. Jordan might have looked at this 10 moves further, and that is so scary for Ding Liren.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. You don't know how deeply Jordan looked at this because the line is so narrow. Jordan could very well have spent an hour or two on the position after knight takes d7. This is where his file could have started. And, you know, the bad thing is that if your opponent plays instantly, you know you're in the preparation. Bad. If your opponent starts to think, then you kind of know that you probably made a mistake. So you're darned if you do and darned if you don't.
Wow. Not a pleasant task ahead for Ding Liren. Just completely wild stuff on this board. I think we should leave Ding Liren and Jordan to figure this out. Jordan is finally thinking, which means that he may, in fact, be out of preparation or he's just trying to remember it. But in the top right, Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So. I want to take us to that game, not because the current position is the most fascinating. But I just want to make a little point as we pull up that one, because Magnus with the white pieces, the position is one where the pawns same files as each other. The bishops are about to get swapped on e6. And let's just show bishop takes e6, queen takes e6. I want that position just one move down from now. It looks, well, it's just even, right? We have 5 pawns each, a queen and a minor piece. It looks dead equal. But what Magnus might be trying for is his typical endgame magic, that he sees a future in this position where if he brings his queen to a4 and a rook to c1 and d1, maybe the a7 pawn is just a little bit more tender than the other pawns in the position. Now, Danya, if we were playing this game, I think we would look at each other and be like, Danya, I think
Smile.
we should...
Let's get some dinner.
Yeah, let's go get dinner. Let's talk about the other games. We have a draw here. But I actually don't think that Magnus looks at this and just says the game is over. He always seems to find the chances. But then I think about Magnus Carlsen, who he is, and then I look at what we have in front of us, the facts. The clock for Wesley So has more time than it started with. He is playing instantly each and every move. This was preparation, and he must have caught Magnus in a line he didn't fully know. And for Wesley, he's saying, I'm going to hold this game. I use my preparation to perfection, and it is an even position.
Yeah, no, the clock situation is really the most disturbing element of the position for Magnus Carlsen. It's not really the symmetrical nature of the position. If you had reversed the clock situation, I think Magnus would be extremely confident right now. But as it stands, if Wesley can make 2 or 3 more accurate moves, I think Magnus might be staring down the barrel of essentially a dead draw. I think he has to try queen a4, put immediate pressure on the knight, quickly get a rook to e1. Magnus Carlsen is a virtuoso in these types of positions. But unfortunately for him, if Wesley analyzed the heck out of this position with an engine, Robert, I just don't see Magnus winning this game against a Wesley who is prepared to find another 3 or 4 accurate moves.
I'm with you. Can we go back to move 12 for a second, or move 11 after b6 for black?
If you behave.
I will behave, I promise.
Okay, great.
This was the critical moment because Magnus played the move d5 here, which saw the liquidation that is happening in the game. So he chose to make this move, which simplifies the position. And the reason he did this is because he had an isolated queen pawn. So before playing d5, he's looking at the long-term prospects of if that pawn gets blockaded with bishop to b7, maybe knight a5 or knight e7, as you're showing, taking control of the d5 square, white is the side who's going to be worse. So he says, I don't want to have any risk in the position. Let me just play d5. And even though the advantage that you hope for does not exist, you're saying, I cannot lose this position. Let me try to go from here.
Yeah, Magnus is not going to lose this game. And normally when d5 happens and you've got the bishop pair, then white is able to claim a sizable advantage. But this move, bishop to e6, it's so annoying. It takes the sting out of white's initiative. It forces mass liquidation in the center. Now both sides with only one minor piece on the board. And I just feel like Wesley is uniquely equipped. Out of all of the top GMs, there's just something about Wesley's ability to hold slightly worse positions that gives me full confidence in the fact that this game is likely to have a peaceful conclusion. With that being said, queens are still on the board. Rooks are still on the board. Let's not pretend that Magnus is going to offer a draw here. He is going to try to squeeze everything he can out of this position before admitting that Wesley's opening preparation has yielded him a draw.
He plays rook c1 going to the open file. He can bring his queen out to a4 later, but the look on Magnus's face is one that's like, if I can win this game, it's going to take all the effort in the world. And for Wesley, great preparation. Wesley So is an unbelievable chess player. He really flies under the radar, I think, in a way that isn't entirely fair to how good he is. And I think the reason why is because he is playing the most precise chess very often. If you look through his games, he is up there with Magnus and a few others as the most accurate player in the world. The problem is he doesn't often take risks. So if he needs to win some games to win the tournament, he's not going to go all out like some other players will. He's not going to make a speculative opening decision because he is a very pragmatic player. And Danya, you and I know Wesley well. You've played him in U.S. championships. I've had a number of instructive conversations with him just to hear his thoughts on the game. And he's just really always trying to improve. And he doesn't like to make decisions out of force. He wants to really calculate, wants to play the best moves. And Wesley's doing just that in this game.
Wesley is a scientist. He strives for the truth in every position, whether, regardless most of the time of the tournament situation. And I really respect that. I think that makes his game so fun to watch. That every time you look at a Wesley So game, he is going to be hunkered down looking for the objective truth in the position. He is just a juggernaut. And he's so good in the opening. He's so good with both colors. And he's just so unbelievably consistent. Name the last bad tournament Wesley So had. I'll wait for a couple of minutes. It's really hard. He's great. And I think he's going to hold this position together as he takes his first think of the game. And he's got the time to invest in this position, figure out where he wants to put his rooks.
Okay, so while he does that, why don't we zoom out and take a look at his Olympiad teammates, his frequent opposition at the U.S. Championships, Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. That game is in the bottom left. And as we see, there are not many pieces left in that one. And I'm getting a flashback. And it's Flashback Friday here, Danya. This position reminds me of the game between Caruana and Abdusattorov. I think that was the second round of this event where Fabiano was black. He had these doubled F pawns and an H pawn. The end result of that game was a draw. And what happened was, if you take this position and remove B6, C6, the pawn on B2, and the knight and the bishop, so just all the pieces that we have now in red, if all and now blue as well, if all those pieces are gone, you tricked me. That's a theoretical draw. So rook and 4 versus rook and 3 on the same side of the board is a theoretical draw, and that's how Fabiano held the game against Abdusattorov earlier in this event. This is looking very similar to that. Levon doesn't really have much of an edge. He has a knight versus a bishop. That's a good thing because the bishop is inherently limited to its own color complex, but there aren't really great dark squares to hop to. So I believe that Fabiano has taken care of business in this game. And for Levon, do not play knight d2 because then you get back rank check.
Yeah, knight d2 would not be a wise choice. I just wanted to piggyback and extend the excellent point you just made about that endgame. What's fascinating about it, and I'm just going to make a series of moves in order to get that position. Ignore the actual moves. The moves are going to be totally nonsensical. So let's eliminate all of these pieces, and let's say that the bishop is traded for the knight, a very objective line, right? All of these moves are totally going to happen. What's amazing about this particular type of 4-on-3 is that Black's pawn structure is, and my coach taught me this many years ago, is actually the ideal structure you want to have if you're defending a 3-on-4. And you might hear that and say, you're crazy. We need a new commentator. Pawns on F7, F6, and H6, ideal. In the middle game, this is as bad as it gets. But the analogy I like to make is kind of like the pawns are a bumper. They soak up any activity by White's pawns. It's like when they would bury vampires in the old days and they would put spikes over the grave. So when the vampire rose up, he would be impaled. F6 and F7, these are like the spikes, so that anytime White pushes the E-pawn up to E5, boom, trade. Anytime White pushes the pawn to G5, boom, trade. White simply cannot make any progress, and Black's king is going to comfortably sit on G7, defending all 3 pawns at the same time. This is a pretty straightforward draw. And in the meantime, as we rewind back to the live board, knight to C1, rook B2, rook C6. I think, Robert, the question isn't whether this game is going to end in a draw. It's how long this game is going to last.
So I have 2 thoughts. First of all, you said in the old days, and then mentioned vampires as if they're real. So I love your active imagination. But I want to make a comment about these 2 players. They are very good friends, and they have worked together. And that can be very uncomfortable when you are playing against somebody that you've shared opening ideas with, that you have collaborated with for huge tournaments. So Levon and Fabiano have had training sessions before the most recent candidates at the Olympiad. Yes. The 3 of us would go on long walks talking about all sorts of things. I mean, they really respect each other and are good friends. And we see their lifetime head-to-head. They really go at it. They have 18 decisive games in Fabiano's favor, 11 wins to 7. But now that they've worked together, Levon has moved to the United States, plays under the American flag. Now they're competing against one another, but they have that camaraderie, and it just becomes uncomfortable to play somebody that you work with.
Yeah, I've had similar situations with Sam Shankland, for example, with whom I'm good friends, and I've known him for many, many years. He, of course, is from the San Francisco Bay Area, and we grew up together. And it is hard sometimes to push those thoughts away and play your full strength. But these players, they're used to it. Obviously, they have to do it on a tournament by tournament basis. So they switch pretty seamlessly from training mode to playing mode. I remember I played the U.S. Championship in 2015, I think it was, and immediately 4 of the competitors, including myself, flew to Armenia for the World Team Championship, and it was a really interesting experience. We were just at each other's throats. The tension was unimaginable, and all of a sudden now we're teammates, and we're part of the same operation. And I think it was really nice how we managed to push away those feelings of competitiveness. We had a couple days together to train in Yerevan, and we just had a great time. But your point is well taken. It's hard to code switch between friend mode and competitor mode.
That's why everyone should just be your frenemy. That way you can have both at the same time. But these two long-time friends, they have played many games. This one looking like it's heading towards a half point for both players. So let's zoom out to our bird's eye view. We have in the top left, Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That looks a lot different from where left. In fact, it doesn't even look like the same game.
Is that the same position?
How
did we go with this again?
Yeah, please don't copy me. Please don't do it. How did this happen?
I think we need to debrief. I can't even understand how the pawns are where they are. Let's zoom back into our marquee matchup between the tournament leader and the current runner-up. Let's rewind a couple moves back. So we last updated in this position after earlier than
before
that.
F3
it was in this
played.
position. So Giri going conservative mode and defending the e4 pawn. Nodirbek striking at the knight, forcing it back, getting his knight out, and Giri reestablishes material equality. Bishop e6. We have ourselves a trade. Anish Giri says, I want those queens off the board. And now they are off the board.
They're gone. And I have to say, I like White's position. I don't think it's a huge advantage, but it is an advantage that's going to last. And the reason why, Black has this isolated pawn on e6. We really should cut the board in half to have this discussion because e6 is isolated, which means it can be targeted potentially. Black has an extra pawn on the queen side, while White has an extra pawn from the e through the h file. So the players are going to be playing essentially on different flanks. White would love eventually to push those pawns, create a passer, but that's far away given how much material is left on the board. So the big question is, do rook trades, if all the rooks come off, does that favor White or does that help Black's defensive task? If we trade the knights off the board, is that good for White, who then can move the king up and have more space? Or is it good for Black because that means your vulnerable pawn is not going to be attacked? These questions are essential. And I am actually asking you, Danya, what do you think? What trades are good for White, who is objectively better here?
So intuitively, it seems to me that Anish should seriously explore the option of trading all of the rooks. And let's keep our analysis board up. The reason why is that I feel that after the trade of rooks, the knight on c2 has a direct pathway to a very nice square on c4. And somehow Black's queenside pawns start feeling rather uncomfortable. If you think about it, after something like king f7, knight e3, it's very easy for Black to waltz into a type of position where White's already threatening knight d6. And sort of knight a4 is in the mix, and maybe knight b5, knight d6. With that being said, I think the likeliest result of this game is still a draw. Black could drag his king toward the center, king e7, would stop knight d6. So this is one idea if Anish really wants to eliminate all risk. But Robert, I would really push back as I'm looking at this on the idea that White is better. I think visually it looks like White's got the edge because of the e6 pawn, but that pawn is essentially unattackable. And on the opposite side, Black has a pawn structure asset too, namely the c5 pawn, which allows Black in some cases to establish an outpost on d4. So I really don't think Anish has much here.
I'm with you. And I think your probably the biggest proponent of saying this, that pawn structure is often overrated in chess. That we look at pawn structure, we're worried about an isolated pawn, but here it's not the biggest deal because it's hard to get to it. And the knight coming to d4, that's not what white wants to see. White would love to quickly plant a knight on d6, but that also doesn't threaten all that much. Let's say you play knight b5 here for white.
Okay.
Black will respond with knight c6. And once you get your knight into d6, it's not firmly entrenched. The pawn can go up to b6, or black play rook d7, and then bring the second rook on over to d8, and you're protecting the pawn. The knight on d6 doesn't have a pawn defending it. And so I just feel like you're right, that my first take was the aesthetics of the position. That pawn on e6 doesn't look pleasant, it doesn't look pretty, but it's actually covering the d5 square. So the d4 square is accessible for a black knight, while d5 is off limits to the white knights.
Yeah, the pawn is functional. It's not pretty, but it's functional. It's doing a job. I was also kind of taken by this nice looking pawn chain, but pawn chains don't win games. Congrats. You've got less pawn islands. Big deal. Material is equal. You've got material balance. I actually think Anish has to be kind of careful. If he allows this knight to get into d4, we could be looking at Nodirbek being the one to push this position. So I'm really curious what amount of risk Anish is going to be willing to take in this endgame. Is he just going to trade rooks and say, you know what, good job, I'm going to acquiesce to the draw? Or is Anish going to try to stir things up in this endgame? I think he's thinking about just that.
Yeah, I do think that he should try. I mean, not that this is a must-win. There still will be 2 rounds after this game concludes. But I don't really think there is that much risk, because unless those black pawns start storming up the queen side, the knight on c2 will work its way to c4. I think that plan looks very nice. And black doesn't have anything to attack for himself, right? The pawn structure is well defended for white. A pawn chain is as strong as his base pawn. The g2 pawn is not moving anytime soon. And so I think that you can play moves like knight e3, get your knight to c4, and then try to figure out what to do from there. But Abdusattorov has been really impressive, and almost as impressive as his play is his stare. I just saw him look up at Anish Giri. He did it to Magnus Carlsen early in the event. He is afraid of no one.
Yeah, I mean, that stare at Magnus Carlsen, like, boy, when are you going to resign? I know you're the world champion, but I'm bored, and you need to resign so I make it to the pizzeria before it closes at 9. That's what that stare was indicating. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is always game. He's always confident. Even when he was on the cusp of losing that endgame to Vincent Keimer, just the way that he was moving and the way that he was acquitting himself at the board, it felt like he just knew that the draw was in the bag. And that confidence was not something that we've always seen historically among chess juniors who are playing in their very first super tournaments. Of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he won the World Rapid Championship. He feels right at home among the world's elite and will for many, many years to come. I want to take a quick look at Anish Giri's final 2 rounds, because I think a key part of his decision-making in this position has to do with who he plays in the last 2 rounds. And listen, there's no weak opponents in Tata Steel Master Section, but insofar as you could get favorable pairings in the last 2 rounds, I would argue, Robert, and perhaps you'll push back on this, I actually think Anish Giri has pretty good pairings in the last 2 rounds. 2 games that are winnable, 2 opponents who have been up and down in this tournament.
And 2 players who also take risk. Jordan von Foreest and Richard Port. Those are the type of opponents you want when you need to win games, because they don't often make boring draws. I was going to say they never do, but Report against Aronian right before the rest day, that was a forced draw from the beginning. So I agree with you, but from Abdusattorov's perspective, he is the black pieces in this game. And let's look at his final 2 opponents, because he'll be happy with a draw today regardless. But as you're indicating, the road never is easy in Wijk. He gets black again against Wesley So. That is
brutal.
That's not at all what you want, because Wesley, with the black piece against Magnus, if Wesley is able to hold that game and make a draw comfortably, he'll be feeling very strong about his chances. And let's look at the standings for a second, because Abdusattorov gets black against Wesley So. If we can bring up the leaderboard heading into this 11th round, Wesley So was 1 point behind Abdusattorov, which means he really wants to beat him.
No, this is a very, very trying part of the tournament for Nodirbek. Double black against two players in excellent form. And boy, would he give himself a push if he made this draw from a position of strength. Well, as Anish Giri ponders his next move, he drops now to below an hour on the clock. There are only 15 moves in. I don't think time pressure is going to be an issue. This endgame is pretty easy to play. Anish could make a couple of moves quickly if he really needed to. We look once again at our bird's eye view. A lot of the games, well, some of the games are in the endgame. Some of the games have barely exited the opening stage. Pragnananda has only just castled kingside, Robert, and Aronian and Caruana barely have any pieces left.
Such different games across the board here. Some games looking like they're petering out. Others are just getting going. The middle and the bottom, we haven't actually looked at it in any detail. Vincent Keimer against Richard Report. There's a black queen on A8. Now, nobody puts baby in the corner, but Richard Report says, I'm going to do it voluntarily because he has lined up his queen and bishop on the board's longest diagonal on the light squares. So I think that that game is just getting underway. It's very early stages in that one.
Yeah, and we don't have to spend to dwell on it for too long. I feel emotional about this game because I play this line extensively with the white pieces. I have played it. I've actually played it from both sides, and I think this structure is just incredibly interesting. The way I like to think of this is almost like a standoff where both sides are just kind of locked in this stalemate of sorts where neither side really has any appealing pawn breakthroughs. Robert, you like to say that the side that controls the pawn breakthroughs is in charge from a strategic standpoint. Well, the only real pawn breakthrough that's available to either side is d6, d5, and you do see black playing this move under the right circumstances. But apart from that, white can't really go c5. White can try to prepare an e-pawn push, but that's also hard to do, especially in light of what Richard Report just did. He's trained 3 of his pieces onto that e4 square. And from the white perspective, I have always found it very difficult, despite the visually appealing nature of the position. You've got a space advantage. You've got, a nice little queenside pawn structure going. I always struggle to find a plan here.
Can't push those pawns, as you're saying. And the pawn c4, ultra well defended. It's not like black can play rook c7, rook c8. You're not attacking anything. But black can, at some point, break. I like to say it, so of course I was going to say it, that at some point, d5 can be a strike for black. And white needs to be looking out for that at all times. However, if you play d5 too early, like say you play d5 position, I don't actually think it gets black what he wants. White can simply take on d5 with the pawn, and after bishop takes d5, I think slide the queen up to a4, and look at these holes on the queen side. The a6 square, the c6 square, b5, all of them are under white's control, and the bishop on f1 was staring into its own pawn. As soon as you have g2 taken care of, the bishop can slide all the way out to a6, and before you know it, white controls that open file. That can be very dangerous for black.
And the bishop, the unsung hero of white's entire construction here, taking the sting out of black's battery, making that queen on a8 look pretty foolish. Black is kind of stuck in molasses here. Can't move this knight because the other one hangs. If you move the other knight, well, then the queen pressures the rook. You're absolutely right. You don't want to go d5 prematurely. You'll lose essentially all of your winning chances in a position like this. So Richard Report with a important decision to make as we go back to the live board. I'm expecting a neutral move such as a6. Maybe he will want to double rooks on the c file. Maybe the knight can jump out to e5. But I think, Robert, it's safe to say we are in for a long, grinded out, maneuvering battle in this game between Keimer and Richard Report.
Vincent Keimer has been going the distance. In the last 2 rounds, I think he's played a total of 14 hours. That's many hours more than the person who has played the next longest. So he is battle tested. He hasn't been winning the games even with advantages, but I like his position and I like his time. Look at that. He is up nearly 20 minutes on the clock, and I don't think Report's decisions are easy here. I think you are correct. A6, rook c7, rook c8, all those moves are pretty logical. My question is, then what? Because d5 still isn't scary. I just don't think that black has a particularly imposing plan to speak of.
Yeah, I think neither side has a plan, but White just has more comfortable digs in this position. It's easier for White to tread water than it is for Black. And White's got a lot of very small things that he could try to do to set himself up for success when the position does open up. You could consider trying to play e4, not because you want to go e5, because you want to further blunt Black's battery. You could slide the queen back to a2. You could even push the a pawn. So a lot of options on the menu here for both sides, and it's a question of when the position opens up and which side will be better prepared when it does. We'll keep an eye on that for you.
Yes, we will. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because I want to take stock of a couple positions and make note about one in particular. If you look at the game that's second from the right and the bottom, Jordan van Foreest has not moved after c6 check. We're analyzing that. His king can slide to the back rank, either to e8 or d8. He's figuring that out. He has left his preparation. So that's good news for Ding Liren. But the game in the bottom right, we haven't looked at it yet. And I do think that it's quite interesting because we don't have the same material for the two sides. So why don't we go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Gukesh, because we haven't looked at it. Meanwhile, Anish Giri, by the way, of rooks has been swapped from that board. All the rooks, excuse me. So that is a knight endgame. But here, look at this, Tanya. White has an F pawn, Black has a D pawn. White has a knight, Black has a light square bishop. So when I look at this, and we're talking about contours, the dark squares are under White's control. If that knight was on E5, I think we could start talking about an advantage for White. But it's kind of far away, and going to F3 hangs the F4 pawn. So Black cannot take this moment for granted, cannot just dilly-dally. You need to come up with a plan here and actually create concrete ideas, because if that knight does jump forward, if it leaps into those dark squares, that's how you start getting in trouble, especially because White is up a pawn from the F through H file, and the D5 pawn is isolated and not going anywhere.
I definitely think White's position is easier to play regardless of the objective evaluation. If I'm Gukesh, first and foremost, I'm looking for a way to trade queens. I think if you can trade queens, you really take the sting out of a knight maneuver to e5. So one move that comes to mind is queen e7 to f6. And as a positive byproduct, if White indeed swaps queens on f6, it's just harder to get the knight around to e5. White has to spend another tempo protecting f4, but g3 does not go unpunished. The move g3 creates major light square weaknesses on the king side, and Black could drop the bishop out to g4 and simply trade on f3 with what seems to be a very drawish endgame, but I don't think Black really has any problems in a position like this. So that's one way that Gukesh should handle the situation. Another is just to bring his bishop out, let's say to f5, but that potentially does allow the scenario that you outlined with knight f3 being a distinct possibility here. But you could say, listen, I'm going to let you get your knight to e5, but you're going to have to let me get my bishop to the equivalent square on e4. And I think it's very hard to say which piece is better, because the bishop is nothing to sneeze at. It's pressuring g2. You could try to get a rook to c2. And the move f4, Robert, I always try to point this out. Whenever a pawn moves away from f2 and you're castled kingside, you always need to pay attention to the a7 g1 diagonal. A check on c5 could come at a very inconvenient time for White, and it could push the king directly into the line of fire of the bishop. So bishop f5, queen f6, I think Gukesh has a wealth of candidate moves here that are viable, but you're absolutely right in that he needs to be very careful, and he needs to play with a lot of energy here to not allow the sort of good knight versus bad bishop scenario.
And I actually want to show a variation. Let's say queen f6, your first move, because I just want to go rook a to c1, queen takes c3, rook takes c3, and the a4 pawn is so misplaced because bishop d7 comes with a shot against that pawn. Otherwise, rook c7 would be powerful. The white knight would enter the game. But let's just go to the endgame you were talking about. A b3, a rook c8, rook c1, and we'll swap off all the rooks, because I just want to show everybody what's bad about an isolated pawn. If we get to this endgame, you see the evaluation bar is creeping up because the white king just sprints to d4, and that pawn on d5 is stuck in place. The light square bishop has nothing to attack, and the knight can hop around and cause Black some problems. So this is not an endgame you desire if you are Gukesh, because the d5 pawn is the easiest target. White has an extra pawn from f through h files, which means you can maybe create a pass pawn of your own, whereas black's pass pawn is stuck in its track. So just something to look for down the line. This is not going to happen because Gukesh knows to avoid this kind of scenario.
Very well explained, and a good illustration that pass pawns aren't necessarily good even in the endgame. They very well might be a liability. This is like the definition of a 2-result game. White could get the knight over to d4. Black has nothing to attack, as you said. But I think Gukesh is doing a very good job of taking his time. He senses that this is a critical moment and that he needs to make a couple of accurate moves, I think, in order to fully equalize. Likeliest result here, Robert, I think, is a draw. But I could definitely see this game getting spicy in the near future.
Yeah, I think that it is a level position, but now it's going to be determined by what the next series of moves. The next stage is all about coming up with a plan, figuring out how to deal with the isolated pawn. For White, the f4 pawn does stick out. The king can be a bit unsafe. So if that bishop lands on e4, like you were showing in that previous variation, that could be good news for Gukesh. So let's get away from here for now. It is an interesting position, Gukesh will think. And as we look at our 7 boards, that Pragnananda game, second from the left in the bottom row, still full of life. All of the pieces on the board except for one pawn gone for each side. The end game between Giri and Abdusattorov that can last quite a while longer because it's double knights and 6 pawns per side. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So. In the top right, you see Magnus on screen there. Wesley is playing a great game. He is no worse. And Jordan van Foreest, second from the right in the bottom, he's finally moved. So while the players, they're going to do their thinking, we are going to head to a break. But before we do, we just want to give a shout out to Landover. Jay Severson, one of the co-founders of this app you might know called Chess.com, is at it again. Jay has officially launched his new app, Landover, inspired by Settlers of Catan and resource gathering games, but with some transformative innovations tailored to player experience. Landover is available for iOS, Android, and web browsers, but if you're still not convinced, check out this trailer and see what the game's all about. And as we look to the playing hall, we will be right back for more from the 11th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023.
Welcome to Landover, a Catan-inspired hexagon resource game for up to 4 players. Use the feature-rich map builder to create unique and creative maps. Host or join custom games where you can play live or daily games with friends, other Landover community members, or even solo games against the Landover bots. Choose your initial settlements wisely, and then outwit your opponents to expand your empire. More villages and cities means more resources for you to build outward and upward. Use Landover's unique Trade to Build UI to quickly and easily build whatever you can afford. Race up the culture tech tree to gain additional abilities, collect death cards, and grab the all-powerful Metropolis. Don't forget to upgrade your military to defend against the impending barbarian attacks and launch raids against other players. Prove yourself in rated games to earn promotions and climb to the top of the ladder. Download Landover for free at landover.io. Available on Android, iPhone, and browsers.
The playing hall is full of life in Wijk, as you see on the screen in front of you. So many participants in this chess festival, and it is a true chess festival. It's called the Wimbledon of Chess in its 85th edition. And through 10 rounds, we do have a sole leader. It is the youngster from Uzbekistan, the Olympiad gold medalist for his team, the former world rapid champion, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But Anish Giri, Danya, he is right behind Abdusattorov. He has the chance to leapfrog him if he can win the game today.
This is Anish Giri 2.0. I mean, we've seen this Anish Giri now for several years. He displays incredible opening preparation. Gone are the tournaments where he draws every game. That Anish Giri is in the past. This is an incredibly unpleasant opponent for absolutely everybody in the field. And let's not forget, Anish Giri, he defeated both world number 1 and world number 2 in the same tournament. This is a stat that I will research after the broadcast, but I can bet you silver dollar it has only been done at most a handful of times in chess history.
Wow. In these standings, it just is impressive to see two teenagers there towards the top. And for Abdusattorov, this would be just another stellar result for him. And the second half of the field, right? We still have players who are going to leave their mark on this tournament. We have Richard Rapport. He now plays for Romania, originally from Hungary, and Ding Liren, the World Championship challenger. He'll be playing a match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but this has not been his tournament, Danya. He has struggled mightily. He is a minus score.
Yeah, -1 for the world champion challenger is really very, very disappointing. No matter how you look at it, it's really hard to sugarcoat Ding's performance. And that real backbreaker was that game against Anish Giri, where Ding just had an overwhelming initiative, messed it up, and ended up losing that game. Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi, some of the young players really struggling as well. But one of the sub-narratives, Robert, will they be able to recover in the last 3 rounds? Will Vincent Keimer finally be able to score a victory? Same goes for Arjun Erigaisi.
Big question. And these players, they're out of contention for first place because there's a magic number at Tata Steel. We've seen 9 of the last 11 champions have 9 points or more. Now, 8.5 was the winning score when Jordan van Foreest went to tiebreak against Anish Giri, but 9 points is the magic number. And right now, we may not see a player reach 9 points, but the front runner to that figure is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Anish Giri would love to be the person as the favorite after this round, though.
That's such an interesting stat. I always like these types of statistics, which show you what score you need to get most of the time in order to win the tournament. It's 9.5 for Title Tuesday. There's usually a magic number. And obviously, you pointed out 8.5 did win the tournament once, but let's not miss the Van Foreest for the trees. You need 9 points.
We've been having such a good morning thus far, and you had to do it. You had to throw in an unnecessary pun.
I always have to do it.
You really do. But
I have to sour the vibe.
It's okay. I've already forgiven you. And I was going to say what we have to do now is go back to the action because the games, all 7, still in session. And you're the prophet for a reason. The bottom right, that move Queen F6 that you talked about between Gukesh and Erigaisi has been played. But where do you want to take us, Don?
Where do I want to take us? Well, I think, first of all, just quickly point out the D65 has indeed been played in the Keimer Report game. So we're going to get some fireworks there in the center. Top left, we're getting exchanges. I think we're going to get a peaceful result, but that endgame could continue for a while. What I want to go to is the Pragnananda game. I think we need to pay our respects to Prague for that incredible knight h2 innovation. Probably the wrong word. It is not a novelty, but just the guts to play a move like this in a tournament of this caliber. Not only has it paid off on the clock, I think it is paying off on the board. Pragnananda stands quite a bit better. Let's deconstruct why that is the case. So as you can see, the knight has finally made its way by way of g4 to the sort of destination square on e3. And from Parham's side, he has positioned his pieces in such a way as to take the sting out of the move knight d5. And I think the important thing to point out here, Robert, is that when you occupy a weak square, You want to occupy it with a piece. You do not want a pawn to land on that square. Aaron Nimzovich, in my system, famously compared that to sort of going to the dentist and getting your cavity filled. You don't want to fill your opponent's cavities with a pawn. You always want to do it with a piece. And so Pragg needs to find a better time to put a knight on d5.
So I like the analogy there. And the pawn on d6 is also a backwards pawn. So if a pawn for white moves to d5, like let's just make move castle and then knight d5, just to show what that looks like. And we start taking on d5 for black. I'm not even sure which way. Let's take twice. You're left with this pawn here. So the d6 pawn, which could have been the target, is now safe and sound. The d5 pawn is overextended and far away from the remaining white pieces. So that means d5 can become a liability. d6 no longer is one. And as you're indicating, f5 becomes an option for black. The c file is open. This is the type of position that is only a dream for Najdorf players.
Extremely unpleasant, untenable for white. So Pragg, he's not even thinking about playing knight d5. Now, one way he could prepare that move is by shifting the rook over to d1 and then dropping the bishop back to its initial square, bishop d2 to c1. I actually think that is his main plan. And then everything will be set for the move knight c to d5. And I actually think the more I look at this, that this plan is not easy for black to parry. Robert, rook d1, bishop c1, and knight d5. And I would be very skeptical here about the prospect of black playing f5. That is an incredibly weakening move.
So committal. And with the king still in the center, you may never find your king castle. So f5 is stopped, it's prevented. And if black does decide to castle here, what is white's follow-up? Is white going to play b4 and just start throwing pawns forward on the queen side? After castle, I want to put my bishop on h6 at some point, but my knight on e3 is in the way. So what is the response that Pragnanda has in store for us?
Well, two questions. First of all, what if I try to carry out my plan with rook a to d1 and bishop c1? Are you seriously contemplating f5 here? Do you think that is black's main source of counterplay?
I would love to play f5, but I'm not sure I'm ready for it. That's the big question. Do I have to?
I'm not sure I'm ready to compensate with you. That I still took the plunge, man.
I was going to ask if you could play queen b7 first. That way f5 might come with a queen trade at some point. It's a complicated position. I really am struggling to assess it. And I have the eval bar off to the side. It doesn't tell me what moves to make. And so it's, you should know that I'm doing fine, but what is the actual plan? That's what the players are trying to realize.
Well, our irreplaceable producer, who moonlights as an analyst, Vic, is proposing the move knight f5 here, which black also has to reckon with. And I think knight f5 actually makes a good deal of sense, Robert. The idea, of course, is that after gf-ef, the pawn on f5 isn't dangerous, but it's going to move up to f6. It's going to set up a lobster pincer mate idea, forcing black to give back the minor piece. That is actually a really, really spicy idea.
So after knight f5, should black instead take with the bishop on f5? Is that what's being called for here? Because after e takes f5, I think black tactically has the move d5 here, and that's huge. Because if you can expand the center, then you're just claimed space, and the bishop on d2, LPDO, you love to say, loose pieces drop off, we swap knights, and rook d8 at the end will win that bishop on d2.
And I should point out, rook f to d8 looks like it doesn't matter. It does. Here the queen drops back to f3 and makes contact with the rook. You have to put this particular rook on d8 in order to win the bishop. Since knight takes d5 is impossible, you essentially have to allow black to continue his central expansion. So definitely something that Parham has to reckon with and calculate. And at this point, Robert, it's not a given that he's got time to calculate all of this. He's down to 42 minutes. We're only on move 16. And we saw this in Parham's game against Carlsen when they got into the endgame. It was equal to start, but Parham already started feeling the pressure on the clock. And I think he's reliving a similar narrative here.
It's an unpleasant situation, right? For Parham, he doesn't know if he can castle. And if his king has to remain in the center, that's not going to be pleasant. Other ideas that come to mind, Danya, even though I don't want to hand my opponent the bishop pair, the move bishop g5 right now, because we keep talking about the d5 square, knight hops to f5. So if bishop g5 is played, I don't, castles as soon as I'm
Just
talking about an
castles,
alternative, I say I don't especially want to take that knight on e3, but at least that kind of clears my head from some of the threats that white had. So bishop g5 is not out of the question going forward in this one.
And bishop e7 to g5 is a very typical move in these kind of Sveshnikov structures. So there's definitely a precedent for that kind of move. I'm going to predict that Pragg does play rook a to d1, and I'm actually going to predict that he plays it pretty quickly, trying to combine pressure in the center with pressure on Parham Maghsoodlu's clock. And if black takes the plunge and plays f5, Robert, we are going to get another ridiculously explosive middle game.
Fireworks will be on this board. And for Praggnanandhaa, he has 5 points out of 10 games. He had a plus score, but he has lost some games lately. He lost to Gukesh, his compatriot. That was an unpleasant game for him. It was a wild affair. But this one feels more measured from Praggnanandhaa. Yeah. With the white pieces, everything is under control for now. There is no tension between any of the pieces. So it's about coming up with a plan. One idea I have done it is the move I mentioned earlier, b4 for white, because I want to kick this knight from c5. I think it's a very good piece. And if your knight retreats to d7, then I play the thematic a4. And what I'm trying to do is chisel at the black queen side and go after the a6 pawn in the long run. The knight on e3 is perfectly placed because when you swap on a4 here, the knight protects that pawn on c2 and also helps white play c2 to c4 in the near future. So I think that it's a good time for white to strike. So after b4, instead of retreating with the knight can go to a4. But I'm wondering if you can take on a4 and then try to quickly get the move c4 in. I'm not sure I can play it now or if to play rook c1 first, but I am trying to break on the queen side.
I think that's a great idea. And once you do play c4, ultimately you can try to smoke this bishop out of e6, and then our old friend knight d5 could be a rather unwelcome guest for Parham. I think b4 is actually an excellent move, probably even better than rook a to d1. And you made a very insightful point there about the knight on e3 defending the c2 pawn. And I think this speaks to the importance of putting your pieces on good squares. When you do that, you find that those pieces actually play roles that you don't even expect. Like in a different line, suddenly that piece is doing something very, very useful. That really is the magic of strong positional play. When you look at Karpov games or Capablanca games, you see that exact thing happen. He puts a piece on a square for one reason, but then that piece ends up serving 3 or 4 different purposes.
Yes, and I think in this particular position, the knight would be able to hop back to b6 and control a4 and c4. You see the advantage in white's favor, but at least this position here, it seems like white's plans are not easy to make work. So we'll see how this one goes here. I think that it's a big moment for Praggnanandhaa. He has plenty of time. But if we zoom out for a second, we do have endgames that I just want to quickly touch upon. In the top right, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, the rooks have come off. It means we will be in a queen and minor piece ending. And Magnus, he doesn't look like he's ready for a long fight. He looks like he's ready to shake hands in the near future. In the top left, we have the endgame between Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's a double knight ending where each side has an extra pawn on opposite flanks. White has an extra pawn on f3 compared to black on the king side. Black has an extra pawn on b7 on the queen side. So it's a tale of two sides of the boards. And then finally, the endgame in the bottom left. I think Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana
that might be a result.
Like a result that is going to happen soon. We've been talking about endgames just like this, and it looks like Fabiano has equalized without any issue in the bottom left.
And currently, Fabiano is down a pawn, but if I'm looking at the position right, he is going to win that pawn by force. Shall we take a quick look at that game? We might very well see a result in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's do it.
As we look at that position, currently, you would be forgiven for thinking that white is playing for 2 results. White is up a pawn, but you have to look at it concretely. Black is threatening to take the knight and then to recapture the pawn on f2. And you could say, no problem, I'm just going to play f3. That's exactly what Levon Aronian did. I think Fabi is still going to take that knight on d3. and then shift the rook over to G1, winning the pawn on G3. And if white tries to counterattack the F5 pawn, black can always defend it by bringing the king up to F6. I think we're going to get either a repetition, Robert, or a draw offer very, very shortly.
Yeah, white's pawns are vulnerable, and even if it's a simple swap of bishop for knight, we talked about how those endgames are often drawn despite the fact that black is down a pawn. So Fabiano has been quite steady with the black pieces in this tournament. Against Abdusattorov, he drew an endgame like this. Now against Levon, we see the trade. And the look on these two players' faces, Danya, right? It's we're going to make a draw soon, aren't we?
Yeah, that tournament I've been referencing in this commentary in Corsica, where draw offers were forbidden. I had a moment like this against Etienne Bacro, where we went into an opposite colored bishop endgame with 4 pawns each, and we can't offer a draw. So what would happen is we would look up at each other, we'd kind of smile, and that smile can mean only one thing. Both of us know that the time has come for us to repeat moves. So I started playing bishop b7 to a8, and he started playing bishop b2 to a1. We were laughing at the end of that game.
Well, here, neither player laughing at the moment, but it looks like we did see a trade on d3. So the king is out on d3 for Levon, and that means that now black can go pawn hunting. You can go after the g-pawn, as we saw him do, and Levon is like, all right, maybe I'll go rook b5, but king f6 can just defend that pawn. And I think that's the draw we're going to see. You said bishop b7, bishop a8, bishop b2, bishop a1 in your game. I think we'll see rook b5, king f6, rook b6 check, king g7, and that's the repetition that's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I could also go king g5 there, which might force the draw as well. I'd also point out, there is, I think, an important line. Rook b5 has been played. After king f6, white could try king e3, rook takes g3, and king f4. But fortunately, Fabi could drop the rook back to g5, simultaneously attacking h5 and defending f5. You're absolutely right. Rook b6 check on the board. And let's stay on this game because we are about to get a 3-time repetition and a draw.
Yes, Levon's like, is there that king e3 move that Daniel was just mentioning? Nope. Black defends with that rook coming to g5. So he knows that the draw is about to happen. And with the white pieces, it's to some extent a spoiled opportunity. Not that it's easy to beat any of these top players, and there the draw is agreed. So Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana split the point. These two friends, they have had decisive games between them in the past, but today it was friendly. And they're going to talk about it. Levon saying, did I have some chances here? But Fabiano, with the good preparation, knowing what endgames he could reach with safety. And so they both moved to 6 points out of 11 games done.
I have to say, the preparation today across the board of the black pieces has been nothing short of superb. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Wesley So, and of course, Fabiano Caruana, all neutralizing their dangerous opponents, seemingly with very little effort. And Fabiano essaying the Tarrasch. I always like it when relatively rare lines make an appearance in top-level chess, and we've seen this more and more. Lines that have a dubious reputation, when you analyze them very carefully with an engine, you often find that there is new life to be breathed into them. And that's precisely what Fabiano Caruana did, as the players amicably exchanging some dialogue. I think the arbiter told them to take it outside.
Well, that's not very amicable, is it? Right? You should take this outside, you two. They're not going to go fight, outside. They're just going to continue their conversation. Maybe they'll get dinner together. As I mentioned, these two are very, very good friends. And in the top left between Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, we're in that end game. It's 2 knights for each side. We have 5 pawns for each side, but the pawns just aren't on the same file. So maybe we should tune in to the game between Abdusattorov with the black pieces, Anish Giri with white, just to see if there is life left in this position. Does Anish Giri retain winning chances? Because he would love to overtake the leader of the tournament.
He most definitely would. Let's go to that game. It is currently black to move, Nodirbek, with just a oodles of time here. So I don't think that the clock is in any way going to act on the result of the game. Currently, Black's knight on c5 is hanging, so it's a major dilemma for Black because you can defend the knight in several different ways. You could play king to d6. You could play the move b6, although I would seriously hesitate to create light square holes on the queen side. Or the knight from c5 could jump forward. It could jump back. Robert, I never liked it when I had a situation with 4 or 5 candidate moves, and it's really not easy to choose. It's not easy to figure out what distinguishes one move from another, or king d6 from knight d7. What do you think Nodirbek is going to choose here?
Okay, I think I can distinguish one line. If king d6, knight b4 to d5, there's a tactical trick. If you take on d5,
oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I will. Knight f5 check.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Because if your king goes to c6, I take e takes d5 with check, and then I win your g7 pawn, and I have a passed d pawn, going to win this game. And if your king stepped in the other direction to e6, knight takes g7 is check. And I take on, I guess I could take on d5 as well, but I thought you just take on g7. I think even simpler.
But here I think you just promote because you don't go d6 on the next move because the king drops back. You actually go king d6 and then king c7, and the red carpet has been unrolled for the d pawn.
Wow. Knight endgames are Radnitsky's worst nightmare. You spelled nightmare wrong. There's a K missing from the start. But that pawn endgame, king and pawn game would be winning. But Danya, I was just saying, I guess you're right, because if you go to that position one more time, knight d5, knight takes, knight f5 check, king e6, knight takes g7 check looks incredibly tempting. You're just stealing a pawn. The king has to go somewhere. Both the black knights are hanging, so white wins this way. But your line is more forcing. It gives black no hope, and it ends the game on the spot. So I like that you did not take that pawn on g7 like I did. Instead, taking on d5 with the pawn and making sure that you get a new queen.
Well, knight endgames, part of the reason they're so complex and they're such a nightmare is because it's essentially 2 endgames rolled into one. There's obviously a high probability of the knights getting swapped, so you're constantly having to evaluate the resulting pawn endgames, which are no easy matter to calculate. And on top of that, you're also looking at the knight endgame itself in the event that the knights are not traded. Right now we have 4 knights on the board, but there's a high probability that at least one of them is going to get traded. You're right. King d6 is a grave error. I think we've basically narrowed it down to knight d7 and knight a4. And between those 2 moves, Robert, I don't see a reason. I don't see a reason for black to seek adventures, but Nodirbek, he does indeed drop the knight onto a4.
And we see Erwin Lamy there. That is the Dutch grandmaster who has worked with Anish Giri for many, many years. He keeps coming over and looking. He's playing the challenger section, but he's looking at Anish's game. And I think the reason why he's like, is because the knight from b4 can drop back to d3, and that already creates a huge threat. That moving the knight out of the way allows the king to slide over, because the white knight would love to jump into the c5 square with check, winning material. It's also putting pressure on the e5 pawn. So black's position is not easy at all, Danya. I actually think that after knight d3, if the black knight decides to take a step back with knight b6 check, the white king will end up on b5. Super active there. And I'm liking Anish's chances in the endgame. I just think it's not easy for Nodirbek to play. And yet I look at his clock. He spent very little time this game. He seems to feel that everything is under control.
But I'll tell you what, I think knight a4 might have been an inaccuracy, because if you compare that to knight to d7, after knight d3, black would have had time to play the move king d6, covering the c5 square. And in that position, knight f5 is entirely innocuous. In fact, only black can be better in that resulting knight endgame. So the chief difference is that after knight d3, black can still play king d6, but then you're going to have to reckon with king to b4 and knight to c4 check. That knight on a4 is just a loose cannon. It can be attacked several different ways. I think if Anish plays knight d3, he'll probably have the most chances he's had all game. And Robert, he has to be thrilled to be playing for 2 results, given how this game started.
For sure. And this is a really nice position for Giri. He has nothing to worry about. He has exited the stage where he's looking at his opponent like, what do you have prepared for me? Preparation's gone. That's a thing of the past. That's to worry about for a future game. But the near future in this one is about the black queenside pawns. Will they be safe and sound? That king on c4 is very active here. You don't want to rush with bringing your king up the board because you'll face some knight checks, but white's pawn structure is healthier. The e5 pawn, that can be a long-term target to exploit, and the knight on a4 is just a bit out of the way. I'm not sure why it's there. It will likely retreat to b6 next. It's almost pre-movable, but it could have gone to d7 and kept everything compact to begin with. So I just think that Anish has some chances left. Not that he has an advantage. I mean, it's ever so slight, but I just think that the eval bar is deceiving at this stage. I think that white's winning chances are there, and Anish will try to make the most of those chances.
And before we travel back to the bird's eye view, I think there's a very insightful question from Bob MC Joe in the chat, who asks if we could provide our opinion on whether it is worth for white to push his kingside pawns. And what I would say to that is probably not. I mean, you would only push your pawns. In general, you want to avoid unnecessary pawn moves in the endgame, because every time you push a pawn up, you necessarily create a weakness. If you play g3, then f3 is undefended. If you push the h-pawn, then that h-pawn could be the target of a bloodthirsty knight. So the only reason you would push your kingside pawns would be to make a passed pawn, or maybe to play g3 and f4. But I think for the time being, the center of action, the battlefield, is on the queen side. That is where I don't think it's an exaggeration to say the game is likely to be decided.
So
one way or the other.
I always like to say a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. The pawn on g2 is very far away from black's pieces. As soon as you push that pawn, f3 becomes the base of the pawn chain, and that's more approachable to the black knights. Now, pushing the h-pawn, it may make sense in some positions. We keep talking about how white is essentially up a pawn from the e through the h file, so you would love to create a passed pawn. The issue is that black's king is perfectly placed. If you're trying to create a passed pawn, you're not going to get it, or you're going to create a pawn that can be attacked. So I think that it's a little bit too early to think about pressing forward on the king side. And I think the move knight d3 already has a legitimate threat. The knight going back to d3 hopes to hop to c5, and white's next move is bringing the king over to b4 to kick that knight out of a4. So I think knights on d3 and e3 look as solid as it gets, and then you can decide, is the moment right to push those pawns?
Indeed. Anish sensing the importance of this moment, investing quite a deal of time. And I just ran a search in my games. I have never had an end game like this with two knights against two knights. I think it's such a treat that we get to see so many different unique, not only types of openings, but also types of end games and types of positions. This is expanding my own knowledge of the end game. Awesome stuff in Giri Abdusattorov. And I'm pleasantly surprised, because when they entered this end game, I somehow thought things would fizzle out. But now my opinion has changed, and I think the leader of the tournament has his work cut out for him if Anish plays knight d3.
Yeah,
and he does. Wow.
You said if, he was like when. He did it immediately after you said it. He was
What'd
waiting
you say, Mr.
for your
Commentator?
I said hit the road. I said hit the road, Jack. You ain't coming back no more. But that knight did just come back. It's my gallop forward to c5 in the near future. And Nodirbek needs to figure out what to do. And while he does that, maybe we can back out of this game. It's going to be an interesting moment, but there still are 5 other games going on. What catches your eye?
Look at that bottom left is a draw, but to the right of that, we're following a line that we examined. White made the huge mistake of trusting our producer Bick, and we know where that leads, right, Robert? Knight f5 was played, and Parham immediately grabbing the knight on f5 and thrusting the pawn up to d5, a move that I think Prague very likely missed, and I think the landscape of that position might be changing.
Okay, that is a definite change and good news for Maksudlu. I'm looking at the second from the right, the game between Ding Liren and Jordan van Foreest. That one has reached an endgame. So there were tactics galore in the earlier stages, but now we are in a position where both sides have a pair of rooks. It's a knight versus a bishop, and once again, pawns on different sides of the board. So Jordan seems to have obtained a very nice position.
Yeah, and I guess the White's chances really depend on whether he could make something of that A pawn. As long as there are all 4 rooks on the board, I really don't see that A pawn moving past A3. But if Ding can get 1 pair of rooks off, I think at that point he will essentially be playing for 2 results. So Jordan has to try to keep all of the pieces on the board and generate counterplay, perhaps by swinging the H rook over to the B file and then involving the knight one way or the other, either through C5 or maybe in some cases through F6 and D5. But I agree completely. I think Jordan has more than solved all of his problems, and he should not lose this game, barring some sort of major mistake.
Mistakes do happen. It's been a grueling event, 13 rounds in total. We are around 11 right now. Why don't we check in to see how Magnus is doing against Wesley? Because in the top right of our screens here, it looks like just an equal endgame. And you don't want to make that mistake against Magnus. You don't want to assume it's going to be a draw just because it is level. But Donna, if I'm being honest, and I always try to be honest with you, partner, this looks like it is extremely equal. How do you see a future where Magnus can even push for a win?
Well, I think to envision that scenario, it's impossible to calculate this because both sides have so many candidate moves. You just have to kind of forecast general scenarios. I think the absolute best case scenario for White, worst case scenario for Black, is a situation in which White drives the pawn up to b5 in order to fix Black's 2 pawns on dark squares, and then somehow manages to trade queens. And you see what I'm saying, I think, ultimately like gets the bishop to b8 and wins the base pawn on a7. But there's so many ifs involved in that equation. And, you know, you'd stop on the very first step. Like, how are you actually going to get the pawn up to b5? Well, I think Magnus should seriously contemplate the move b4. But Wesley's not just going to sit around. He's going to play b5 himself, then support that pawn with a6. The queen on c8, it may look passive, but it's actually very, very well placed because it's guarding the back rank, it's protecting a6, and it's supporting the knight. And the knight, of course, is depriving the white bishop of its access to the long diagonal. So for the most part, Robert, I'm on the same page with you.
And I think if we just pause on the position you have on screen there, let's say White just puts the queen on e4. I just want to get a particular looking position. Queen e4, a6. So we get the pawns on the light squares. That means the end games, the bishop can't possibly attack those pawns. That's really good news for Black. So if White hopes to win, you'll have to push your kingside pawns. Maybe play g4, h4, h5. Just hope that you can create a dent in Black's solid kingside position. That seems unlikely. No. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but I just don't see where you crack Black's defensive setup. And if that's the case, then Wesley So is well on his way to securing a half point in this game.
As long as Black manages to get his pawns on light squares, I think it's a dead draw. For instance, if White plays a move like h4, Black can always drive the queen up to e6. And the pawn on e6 is isolated. Congratulations. But White has 0 ways to make inroads. That knight on c6 is so nicely covering the potential infiltration square on d4. This is a dead draw. Magnus might try b4. He might also, in the live position, try a move like queen d6. But, Robert, that move looks very menacing, but it carries absolutely no threats. I feel like it's a paper tiger.
Yeah, it does not actually have any threats, as you're saying. And for Magnus Carlsen, you can't expect him to win every single game. He's done a whole lot of winning in the last bunch of rounds. If we look at his results, he has won 3 of his past 4 games. There was the draw against Gukesh, but he beat Richard Rapport, Fabiano Caruana, and Parham Maksulu. 2 of those wins with the black pieces. Wesley So is a veteran. He is super experienced. He's won the Grand Chess Tour. He's won the Chess.com Global Championship. He's won the Fischer Random World Championship. He has many tournament victories to his name. Now, the last 2 opponents for Magnus, Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi, they have yet to win those big events because they're teenagers. So I think that Magnus, if he draws this game, he's not going to be happy about the result, but he still has 2 games against very talented players, but players that Praggnanandhaa, I know he beat him in Vaikunze's past. That's with the white pieces. And then Arjun Erigaisi not having a great tournament. Those are what you would see as potentially winnable games for Magnus to end the tournament on the right note.
I mean, regardless of how the world champion finishes the tournament, the fact that we are even talking about a scenario in which Magnus might win the tournament speaks to just the incredible nature of his comeback. Magnus was dead in the water. He was -1. He had lost 2 games in a row for the first time since 2015, and now he looks like a completely different player. And this is the hallmark of a virtuoso. You know, this is the hallmark of an all-time great, somebody who is able to adjust on the fly, take a tournament in which they're in nightmarish form, and transform it into, at the very least, a very decent performance, and at the very most, an absolutely stunning comeback victory if Magnus can deliver in the clutch.
Well, he clutches the chess pieces, starts playing with them, as is, typical chess player.
I knew you would do that. I knew you would use that word somehow. I just knew it.
I'm just letting you know that I listen to you, and I show you that not by telling you it, but using the words that you say. And Magnus's 3 wins of the black pieces to boot, super impressive when he could have just tilted. That is true, Puddin' Snack. You're making me hungry with your username, but you're also telling the truth. The 3 wins with the black pieces in this tournament. It has been some good results when having the second move, but Wesley, so in this game, looking like a formidable foe. So I do think we should zoom out of here after this moment and go to the bird's eye view, because a game that you actually mentioned, one that has changed quite a lot, is the game between Praggnanandhaa and Magsudlu. That is second from the left on the bottom row there. We see a different pawn structure than we left off. So why don't we, just like the players, dive into the position, because I actually really like how it's transformed for Parham.
Yeah, we examined this variation, if we bring up the analysis board, after Parham castled kingside. I really liked your recommendation B4, but Prague going directly for black's throat on the kingside with knight f5. We discussed g takes f5, but Parham on alert, taking correctly with the bishop, and then driving the pawn up to d5. LPDO, exploiting the undefended nature of the bishop. But Prague doesn't panic, and instead he tightens the screws on the king side. The last move is bishop h6, posing black with a dilemma. Where is Parham going to put his rook? Well, Robert, I don't think it's much of a dilemma. If you're moving the rook, you move it to d8. I think the dilemma consists of the question, do you want to first play the move e4, or is that counterproductive because it weakens dark squares and or allows the queen to move on to a better square? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the dark square problem is real. So if you play e4, you may be handing important squares in the center of the board. Look at those pawns on e5 and d5. Draw the arrows of the squares they're keeping under their control. d4, e4, f4, and c4, right? Look at those pawns are limiting, they're restricting white's pieces. So when you move them, you have to be fully certain that it's the right thing to do, because otherwise you're giving your opponent some options and you can't take the move back. I don't think e4 is bad. I think it's a perfectly good move. I just think if I were playing the game, I would play rook f to d8 and save that pawn push for a later time.
Agree completely, especially given the time situation. You just don't want to commit this quickly when there's no necessity of doing so. I don't think e4 is a terrible move, but after rook f d8, I'm just wondering how exactly Prague wants to keep the flames of the initiative going on the king side. Well, the obvious move here to me is rook a to d1 in order to put more pressure on the d5 pawn. Now, you definitely, I thought, want to refrain from the move d4, but from a positional standpoint, because you give away control of this crucial e4 square. The eval bar, though, believes that black can concretely make this work with some dark magic. Apparently, knight takes e4, queen takes e4, and now an old friend, knight to a4, enables black to put significant pressure on white's queenside pawns, potentially swing the knight back to c5, knocking the queen out of its formidable post on e4. But all of this is so hard to see with only 36 minutes on the clock. I think Parham, in this situation, would be much more likely to simply defend the pawn on d5 with a move like queen c6.
That knight a4 idea is such a pain for white to deal with, because those pawns on the queen side, they're not defended. All of white's pieces, the whole army is starting to get focused towards the king side. There's a bishop on h6. If your queen could join the party, there could be a checkmating attack, but that seems very far away. So it's a situation after bishop h6, where I would slide the rook over for black because I just don't think that you want to make your choice. Is it going to be d4? Is it going to be e4? You don't know just yet, and that's why I like rook d8. And as you were showing in that variation, d4 is accessible for black to get a knight to a4. You can play queen c6. As you're highlighting, just continue to keep that status quo. And what is white doing? Queen g3 going after the e5 pawn. Can black not simply defend it? Maybe even with the bishop going to f6 at some moment?
Yeah, bishop f6 is totally possible here. The eval bar shoots up just a little bit, but I would take any movement of the eval bar with a grain of salt. This position would be hard to evaluate even for the computer. And you know what I would consider here for Pragg, especially if Parham takes quite a bit more time on these moves? I would consider just going all out. Play f takes g6, and now just play f4 and try to tear open that f file. I don't think this is just sort of a foolish, fake Mikhail Tal idea. You're not actually sacrificing anything, as brazen as it looks. You're trying to drive the pawn up to f5. And if black takes it, then suddenly black is experiencing major difficulties down the f file because the f7 pawn is loose. So this is what I'd be worried about if I'm Parham.
Wow, that position. Can you just go back a half move there before e takes f4? I was wondering, can black play d4? Because, of course, I want to bring my knight to e4. But after d4, there's f takes e5 and d takes c3. And I see the evaluation bar react. Okay, I guess f takes e5. It's not even certain. This is how crazy the position is. The eval bar is going up and down like a seesaw. And then it's still in a position that is very difficult to assess accurately. Go ahead. Oh, you get
after queen. Rook takes f6. And this is just a case in point, right? Imagine having this position 5 moves into a line. You're looking at this position. Who in their right mind would go for it with black? Well, apparently there's the move queen takes f6, cool as a cucumber. And after ef6, Robert, you called it. That queen side is totally neglected, and white pays the price for that in several of the variations we've examined. Just look at this beautiful position, and I'll tell you something even crazier. White can try queen h4, and after b1 bishop g7, it looks like mate on h8 is inevitable, but just look at this. Takes, and I can't even do a whoop sound because I've been talking quite a bit in the last few days. But after queen h5, black brings the queen back just in time. How can you calculate all of this with 30 minutes on the clock?
I don't have an answer to that, and the players will need to let their moves do the talking because it's such a complicated battle. The eval bar, we have that at our disposal. The players do not. So knowing if the push is okay, knowing if that attack on the king side will work out for white or black is first to the queen side. It is kind of an attack on the queen side. So you need to be very careful if you're Prognono. The good news is he's up on the clock. So we'll leave him to it for now. We'll go back to our view of all 6 games. They're still are in session. I just saw Anish Giri's king on the top left. The king has ventured up to the b5 square. So on the flip side of this break, we'll find out, does Anish Giri have what it takes to win his first Tata Steel event? He needs a decisive result in this game. Or will Nodirbek Abdusattorov maintain his lead over the field? That is the big question of the round. We'll find out more later in this round. But for now, we'll take a break. More to come in just a few minutes.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Big
No way.
moment.
Oh
That
my
is a losing move.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, I mean, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Abdusattorov leads Wijk aan Zee. He is already a legend.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mijn vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
We see the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. It is bustling with energy and tons of thought and calculation. Many people from the Masters tournament all the way down to the open boards, they are trying to figure out the best move. And well, while they do that, let's just set the record straight. Let's remind everybody what we're doing here. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. This is the 11th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. This is known as the Wimbledon of Chess. It's the 85th edition. Danya, it's so rich with history. The who's who of chess have played in Wijk aan Zee, and this year brings the highest rated average field in history.
Indeed, it does. You don't earn a name, a moniker like the Wimbledon of chess by accident. And I don't think a single person in the entire world, a single chess fan, disputes that name. Tata Steel has such a storied tradition. Everybody has played in it, from Max Erva, the only Dutch world champion, to Botvinnik, to Spassky. Name a grandmaster. They have played and cherished their time in the tiny Dutch seaside town. The tournament actually used to be in the nearby city of Wijk, but the tournament, Robert, is one and the same. 85 years!
85 years, and some of the players in the field, not even in their 20s. And one player in particular has stood out, that is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He may be a teenager, but he is super strong. And right now he leads this field 7 points from 10 games. He is playing Anish Giri, the person in second place, while Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, who are tied in third, they are playing each other. Aronian, Fabiano Caruana in fifth and sixth, respectively. They drew their game against each other. So all of the top players are competing against one another. That's super exciting. And the second half of the tournament, the players who have been struggling a bit, they still are going to leave their mark on this field. Richard Report has won a few games down in recent ones. Gukesh, he has won 2 out of his last 3 games with a draw in between.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they're in the second half of the standings, they are still playing some very good games.
And this just tells you how evenly matched everybody is. Let's not forget that Jordan van Foreest won Tata Steel 2 years ago, defeating Anish Giri in a rapid tiebreaker. In this particular edition, he sits on 12th place. He's had a rather mediocre performance, but the magic of a tournament like Tata Steel is, first of all, that somebody in the bottom half of the tournament cross table has the potential to impact the top half with a well-timed win or even a draw. And of course, the second element is that someone like Richard Rapport or Gukesh can still continue to play exciting chess and can still continue to entertain chess fans, even if he doesn't have the potential to win the tournament. That's not the only thing that matters in a tournament as prestigious and storied as this.
It's true. Every player that is invited to this event, they are known for their fighting spirit, for their love of the game, and they are going to put on a show for the many spectators in the hall. And as we see the 6 boards still in session, in the top left, Anish Giri against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, a pair of knights have been traded. And so we see an endgame of knight and 5 pawns per side. Anish Giri trying to win this game because of his active king. Danya, I think that Nodirbek, he's playing this super well. He has proven himself every single round in this event. And when he needs to hold with the black pieces, I think he is on the right track.
Nodirbek's endgames, I think this is an underrated narrative, Robert. Nodirbek's endgames this tournament have been astounding. Magnus Carlsen is not an easy player to just outplay from a slightly better endgame, yet that's exactly what Nodirbek did in that queen endgame. Vincent Keimer, people were shoveling dirt on Nodirbek in that pawn down rook endgame. Bang, he holds a draw. And now, again, confidently, with over an hour on the clock, it seems like Nodirbek isn't even giving Anish Giri the tiniest iota of counterplay in this endgame. I don't think Anish can make anything of his king on c5. He's sort of looking up at the skies there. Yeah, that king is active, but Nodirbek is not going to push either of his pawns. He's got the impregnable fortress on the queen side. And on the king side, with his last move, g7, g5, he makes sure that Anish will never be able to orchestrate any shenanigans with f4. I think we are rapidly moving toward a peaceful result.
There's only one thing that I can think of how White makes progress. Let's say in this position, we can bring up an analysis board. White tries to bring the knight towards the black queenside pawns, which don't have defenders nearby. So let's say White makes the move knight to c4, bringing the knight forward and trying to attack the b7 pawn. If Black plays h6, for example, I just want to show that knight d6 is not possible because b6 check forces the king away from the knight and wins that piece on the spot. The knight on e7 is
bugging, Robert.
Square.
Wait, won't let me.
I wonder why the knight on
I
e7.
need to restart my computer. Darn it, missed it. I'm getting old. Eyes are not what they used to be.
The same reply is after knight a5, b6 is check, forking the king and the knight. So I just want to point that out because if instead of h6, Black plays the move knight c6, now knight d6 is actually available because b6 check drops your own knight on c6. So there are little tricks and traps that Nodirbek has to be careful to avoid, because if your knight is forced back in that variation after knight c6, knight d6, just to go one move deeper, Black is in the back rank. You're getting very passive there, and that's not the defensive posture you want, where the white knight is hopping left and right and just trying to create wiggle room for that king that is active on c5.
You're exactly right. And at this point, White can continue poking and prodding at the queenside with knight b5. And the moment you can get Black to push one of his queenside pawns, you can see the eval bar shooting up like Apollo 12 right there, like a rocket, because White gets now access to this very important b6 square, and Black is going to be completely tied up. Black is going to have to bring his king back, and that means, well, who is going to defend these incredibly weak pawns on the king side? So Black's defensive construction hinges on his ability to keep his pawns where they are, so that White's knight and White's king, neither piece is able to infiltrate the queenside. Anish Giri could continue making attempts. He could maybe push his pawn up to a5. But at the end of the day, Robert, I think that's water under the bridge. I simply do not see a single way for White to break through on the queen side if, of course, as you pointed out, Nodirbek does not self-destruct.
Well, you're mentioning Apollo 12. Anish Giri might have to be like Apollo Creed. He might have to give it his all and leave it in the ring because, you know, he has a knight endgame with an active king. He needs to find a way forward. It just doesn't look possible. And these two have not played each other much over the board in classical chess. They have only played 3 times before this game. They have drawn all 3 of their games. So their history is quite short. That's what happens when you're playing a teenager, right? Nodirbek has only become on the scene in recent years. And the second bullet point is the most important one. The winner of this match will have the tournament lead. If it's a draw, that means Abdusattorov maintains his lead, but that is what they are playing for. The stakes are very high.
They are indeed. And I was mesmerized during the break by Nodirbek's rating progress. He was rated 2633 in December of 2021. Exactly 1 year ago, on the January supplement, he was 2641. Not only has he crossed 2713, but the guy now leads the strongest tournament, one of the strongest tournaments ever held. We sometimes take the progress of these young players for granted, Robert. We should not, because this is absolutely unprecedented. Abdusattorov is 3 wins and 2 draws with the black pieces. These young guys, what they're pulling off is just absolutely unreal.
He's showing that it's not just youthful energy that is leading him to victory. I mean, he has great technique, as you mentioned, in his game. Vincent Keimer, he was almost lost. In fact, Vincent should have won the game, but it was that tenacity to stay in it. And winning 3 games with the black pieces in this field, Abdusattorov has proven game after game that he is the real deal. There's a reason why Uzbekistan won the Olympiad gold, and it's because of this. I was going to say man, but he's a man. He's a teenager, but it's this chess player who is staring his opponent down. He fears no one.
He fears no one indeed. And the talent coming out of Uzbekistan, Abdusattorov, of course, is the headline talent, but not the only one. You have Sendarov, who is playing in the challenger section and acquitting himself quite well. You have Vakhirov. And you've got a couple of 12 and 13-year-olds who are now over 2,400. And just an exciting new crop of talent that keeps growing and growing. Uzbekistan won the Olympiad, and they will be a force to be reckoned with for many, many years to come. So cool. It's such a great time to be a chess fan.
It is. The Olympiad, that team, everyone wanted photos with them. I actually took the same flight out of Chennai with the Uzbekistan team, and they had their trophy. They were wearing their suits even to the airport, and everyone there wanted a photo with them. I did not ask for a photo, Danya. All I did was take Nodirbek to the side, talk to him about his success, congratulate him, and saying that I hope this is just the start of a really illustrious career. And I do want to add that he is so grateful for all the opportunities that he has to play chess. Part of our conversation was him telling me that he feels like the online tournaments really have helped him, because he was a familiar name to those who are in the chess circles, deep in the weeds of the chess scene. Mm-hmm. But he became a household name based on his successes in pretty much every online tournament. And then he skyrocketed over 2,700, and he's not slowing down. Because of his success to this point in the Tata Steel, he's around 2735. He could go all the way up to 2740 plus. He's in the top 20 players in the world, and he's showing that it's not just Alireza Firouzja. He is not the only teenager that you should keep an eye on. It's Abdusattorov. It is Arjun Erigaisi, Gukesh, Vincent Keimer, Pragnananda, all the players you see in this field. And Abdusattorov, in many ways, has led the charge over the last year, while Firouzja has been quite quiet, not really playing all that much outside the candidates, where he didn't have a very good event. Nodirbek led his country to gold, and he is not stopping there.
No, he is not. And is it really a surprise that the playing hall there at Wijk is teeming with spectators who want to catch a glimpse of this generational talent? As you can see, that big crowd gathered behind the barrier, watching the masters and the challengers at play, as the world champion walks back and forth. He doesn't want to look at his position. His position's too boring. And what a scene, what an atmosphere in the Dutch town of Wijk. How great that Wijk, you say that word, and most people associate it immediately with the tournament. Not a coincidence, and a very well-deserved reputation.
For sure. I mean, the tournament is among the best in history. Only a handful of tournaments can compete with it in terms of its stature and its average rating and just the champions who have walked through those halls. And Anish Giri, you saw that look on his face. I think he's might be thinking that his championship run for this year is going to be another year where he might have to settle for second. He is in second place right now. There still are 2 games after this round concludes, but he needed this game, Danya. I feel like with the white pieces against the person in front of you, you need to take care of business when you sit across the board from the player in first.
Well, 2 players had that task in front of them. Magnus Carlsen was the other, and neither Anish nor Magnus really able to do anything against their opponent's superb opening preparation. Well, we will keep an eye on Anish Giri's attempts to squeeze something out of this endgame, but hey, he's got to be careful. He's down to 17 minutes. You definitely do not want to overpress here as we go back to our bird's eye view. 1 game has already concluded. That's bottom left, Aronian Caruana, with a relatively uneventful draw. Carlsen and Wesley So are very likely to follow, as are, I would add, Aragaisi and Gukesh. That's bottom right-hand side of your screen. They've got what seems to me to be a dead equal endgame, Robert. Despite the minor piece imbalance, I really don't think that either side has any realistic winning chances.
Yeah, the only boards with many pieces remaining is second from the left between Pragnanda and Magsudlu. Parham, he has the upper hand in that one now as he is first to the action over there on the queen side. And the one in the middle, in the bottom row, Vincent Keimer with white, Richard Rapport with black. Only 2 pawns have been traded for each side, and white is just a bit more active. You see that knight on c4 is staring into enemy territory. So I like Vincent Keimer's position. I think he's just a bit better, and it's comfortable to play. And same goes for Parham Magsudlu. That is more tactical in nature, the Magsudlu game. But I think that Vincent Keimer and Parham both can be happy about their current positions.
Yeah, and Magsudlu has landed a knight on a4. We discussed several lines where that move is incredibly troublesome for white, given the paucity of pieces on the queen side. The b2 pawn is hanging, and the c2 pawn is going to hang if the knight from c3 is smoked out, and it is very likely to be because black simply threatens to take the knight on c3. So a trade is likely, and Pragnananda might have overextended himself on the king side. He is going to have to press on the gas pedal if he doesn't want to end up losing his entire queen side and having nothing to show for it. Another game, Robert, that we haven't looked at in a while is, of course, Ding Liren against Jordan van Foreest. I feel like they've been on the same position for like ages. Like every time I look, it's that same endgame position. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so why don't we look at that game? It's second from the right, Ding Liren against Jordan van Foreest. And things have changed, but only a little bit. The players are in an endgame. Jordan van Foreest with the great opening preparation. And now that we're here, Danya, it is 5 pawns, 2 rooks, and a minor piece per side. But it's a knight against a bishop. The pawns on different sides of the board. If we trade off all the rooks, we'll see that a3 pawn become a healthy pass pawn, and that's very dangerous for black to deal with. So that is why Jordan has put his rook on a4, and it's there to stay. It protects the c4 pawn. It blockades the a3 passer. The knight on b6, also keeping everything together. The rook on h8, keeping the white rook on h1 honest. If you move the rook from h1, you just drop that pawn over there. So it seems like it's going to take time for white. I think he needs to play the move h3 at this point. And for black, the move h3 is almost a welcome sight because look at those dark squares. They're juicy. That black king on e7 at some point can think about putting on its Nikes and running right into those dark squares on the king side. So h3, for now, it keeps everything defended, but in the long term, it could create weaknesses that are going to be difficult to fend off.
That's a great point. King e7 airlines cleared for takeoff. You know, it's easy to say, well, black doesn't have a dark squared bishop, but the king can kind of act in the same exact capacity. Another benefit of the move rook h4 is that black lands another pair of eyes on the c4 pawn, which of course black cannot afford to lose. And I feel like the reason the eval bar is at a completely level is just because neither side can really make any progress as long as all of the pieces remain on the board. Black could try to get the king into the center with both of White's rooks still alive, but that, of course, is associated with no small amount of danger. I feel like after h3, Jordan could consider a move like rook h4 to d4, just centralizing the rook, making sure it's on a better square, and maybe even supporting the rook with e5. If I had to choose a side, I would probably choose black just because his pieces are more active. But on the other hand, is it fair to say that if White doesn't do anything drastic, Jordan's winning chances are very, very limited? He can really never take his eyes off of the c4 pawn. And as long as White keeps his pieces trained onto that pawn, I feel like we're in a bit of a stalemate here.
Well, one thing that you pointed out that I wasn't initially considering is that rook on h4 defends c4 a second time. So I'm wondering, if White plays h3 to free up the h1 rook, can Black play knight d5 and maybe hop into e3 or f4? And if we could just put the moves h3 and knight d5 on the board, I just want to show one more thing. That not only are those dark squares vulnerable, and that knight would love to hop in, c4 to c3 is kind of a threat, because the b2 a3 configuration there, that pawn chain, it can be dislodged with the move c3, and then we've created weaknesses in White's camp. Black's rooks are very active, and I'm starting to like Jordan's position more and more. I believe that Ding Liren can hold, but he needs to be very accurate. And for Ding in general, Danya, this has not been a good event for him. Something just seems off. It could be that world championship preparation, that his full attention is on that. He doesn't want to use prep that he's storing for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but it just doesn't feel like the Ding Liren we're accustomed to, because that Ding Liren is the one that defeated Hikaru Nakamura in the final round of the candidates. He played with exquisite precision, an endgame masterclass to win a game that looked almost unwinnable at first glance. But he found the holes in Hikaru's position, and he was able to maximize the pluses in his position. And just in this event, it feels like he's been constantly on his back foot.
It has, and the epitome to me of the Ding Liren that we are accustomed to is that win over Richard Rapport, after which Ding made his way into the studio and just rattled off these insane lines. He was cool as a cucumber in a ridiculously chaotic position, navigating his way through the labyrinthine complications with such grace. And the Ding that we see in this tournament just isn't able to do that. Of course, his game that I mentioned previously against Anish Giri is really a case in point. So it could be a lot of different things. You're absolutely right. It could be the added weight of the tournament that's coming up for him, maybe dedicating a little bit too much of his brain power to thinking about Astana, because that's coming right up in less than 3 months. But whatever it is, the world number 2 just hasn't had a memorable event, to say the least. But I also just wanted to compliment you on this idea of C3, because as the Dalai Lama once said, pawn chains are only as strong as their base pawn. Sorry, that was Robert Hess.
Well, I don't pretend to be as kind and considerate, but I am considering all the options in the position. And C3, that dark squares on the king side, they look vulnerable. And Jordan van Foreest has not had a good tournament. It's been memorable, but not good in terms of results. He has blundered a pawn in, I think, 4 different games. So he needs to avoid that in this one, because if he blunders something, he might be immediately lost. That outside pass pawn, the A3 pawn, it's really dangerous. Not for now, because it's completely blockaded, but if you overlook something that allows White to free up his pieces, suddenly it's from passive staring into this pawn on C4 to activity, and that is what Black cannot afford to allow, is White getting very active and some freedom for the pieces.
And if things get desperate, you could also consider the idea here of playing h3 and then playing rook c1 and then squeezing the king up to a2 and maybe trying to play the move b3 and simply eradicate the pawn on c4. That really changes the tenor of the position. But if the pawns get traded, maybe the bishop gets into b5, and ultimately maybe White can try to set his pawn in motion. But that's very far into the future, and there's a lot of logistical difficulties en route. Not least of which is the fact that if the knight sits on d5, king a2 is never possible because of the knight fork on b4. So I really like the way Jordan has been handling this game. Fantastic preparation. D takes c4 is definitely a move that's going to be repeated across the top level, and handling this endgame with tremendous precision so far, but can he continue in the same spirit?
I really like his position. Just more activity. White is passive. So I think Jordan is doing a very good job. First, good preparation, but suddenly he's the one down on time. They're not in time trouble because they're pretty close to move 40 and there are not too many pieces on the board. But it is interesting that suddenly Jordan is the one who is down the clock.
Yeah, I mean, a good expression is work expands and contracts to fill the time available to it, which refers, of course, to the fact that you'll take 3 months if that's what you have to work on an essay. And if you have 12 hours, then you'll be able to rattle it off. And I think something similar happens when you rattle off a bunch of fantastic opening preparation. You just find yourself with all this time, and well, you're going to use it for one purpose or another, right? Eventually, you're going to find something to think about. And I think in this case, Jordan invested a lot of time deciding where to drop his king back right before they traded queens. And obviously, he's playing one of the greatest endgame players of all time. So you're probably going to take a little bit longer than usual, just double and triple checking every move, especially in the context of the fact that Jordan has been blunder prone in this event.
He needs to calculate, he needs to think, and he will do just that, as will Ding Liren, who has a position where his rook on h1 tied down. If he pushes that h-pawn so his rook can be free, then the dark squares are free for black to infiltrate. So it's not an easy decision for Ding Liren. You could see him pondering his next move because it will change the trajectory of the game. So while he does that, Johnny, I think we should zoom out to our view of all the games. The top left, Anish Giri against Abdusattorov. He made the move g3, just a single move played, a small little pawn push. But I don't know exactly what he's aiming for, but he hopes that he can somehow make progress there.
Yeah, I think Anish sort of treading water for the time being, try to get Nodirbek to put his cards on the table. And Nodirbek has a pretty vast choice here. He can move his knight really anywhere. But as we already discussed, knight c8, or knight c6 rather, is associated with some problems on account of White's knight jumping into d5. So black definitely has to be careful. You don't want to push a queenside pawn, and Nodirbek has left himself with plenty of time. And I mean plenty. He's got right about an hour to figure out how to maintain his seemingly impregnable defensive construction. Bottom left, to the right of Aronian Caruana, which is our first result of the game. Pragnananda has still, Robert, not made a move once that knight landed on a4. His b2 pawn is hanging, his c2 pawn is hanging, and I'm not sure what he has to show for it on the other side of the board.
Honestly, things are looking great for Maksudlu and Vincent Keimer, whose game is in the center and the bottom row. Vincent Keimer, you see the eval bar going up in his game against Richard Laporte. I mean, that game looks really, really nice for the German teenager. And I think we can just bring that one up because the move for White seems very thematic. And I believe it's going to net him a sizable plus here. If he, you didn't even let me say it because you're reading my mind. You are the prophet after all. A5. The point of A5 is going right after the B6 tender point. And if you take on A5, the knight will capture back and look at the bishop on F1. Done it. We actually pointed this out earlier. The bishop was doing good work defending the pawn on G2, but now it's also staring at the A6 pawn, which will be cemented in place. So if you play B5, the knight hops into B6. If you take on A5, the knight takes back and the A6 pawn is weak. You have two choices. Neither looks pleasant. It's just going to be a clear advantage for Vincent with zero risk.
And I think we kind of called it. That pawn breakthrough, D65, which Report played just a couple of moves prior, has brought him nothing but problems. The pawn structure is symmetrical, but the piece placement is not. It's like every single piece is placed on a perfect square, while black, his pieces are all clustered on the king side. The knight on F8 is sort of stuck in transit, and that knight on C3, it's most definitely not stuck in transit. It can transit itself over to C5 and put even more pressure on the A6 pawn. Combine that with a clock situation, 22 minutes for the Romanian Grandmaster. This is not looking good. The one thing I will say, Robert, is from a psychological perspective, if you're Vincent, you have to avoid getting into what I call here we go again mode, because he knows He's had 2 golden opportunities to score a full point last 2 games. He failed on both counts. Of course, those were complicated endgames, but you've got to avoid psyching yourself out and kind of convincing yourself that no matter how good it looks, you're going to find a way to mess it up. Something tells me Vincent is going to stay composed, though.
I think Vincent will be composed, and we will come back to this game very shortly. But I do want to take us to the game between Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusattorov because they have been moving very slowly, and I feel like that means that they're considering their options. But I'm also looking at Anish here. He's kind of got that one hand on his head. Seems like he knows what the result of this game is going to be, and I feel like the draw could happen sooner than we expect.
Do you think it's possible that G3 was accompanied by a draw offer? Because we know that kind of body language after a draw offer, you kind of look at your opponent, move your head from side to side. Something about the demeanor of the players tells me, as you're kind of implying, that the result might be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, and if you accompany it with a draw offer, you know how I feel about draw offers generally. I guess I do understand that this position is completely even, and there isn't much room to work with. There's no weak points that White will suddenly infiltrate and cause problems for Black. So if it was accompanied by a draw offer, then I think Nodirbek would accept that, I mean, very happily. Maybe he's just looking to make sure. And they haven't reached move 30 yet. So I do believe that in the tournament, they should have reached move 30, but we're actually being told that G3 was a draw for. You're correct. So my initial thought was that might be the case. And our producer is telling us that Anish did offer a draw, and now he's likely just waiting for Nodirbek to accept.
Well, the sort of draw rules in this tournament are pretty unique. It's not that you're forbidden from offering a draw before move 30. You're discouraged, but there's exceptions to the rule. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov accepts Anish Giri's draw offer with 50 minutes on his clock from a position of strength.
And Danya, we can hear them talk. So they have a mic. We'll listen to them speak.
I can hear. One sec.
We hear the players communicating in Russian. Both are fluent Russian speakers. And Danya, you are a Russian speaker yourself. What were they talking about? What was their analysis?
Unfortunately, I mean, obviously I could not make out every word. I heard the move knight d5 when the bet mentioned many times. I think they're discussing whether or not White had any chances in that endgame. They were talking about a couple of concrete lines. I heard the move h5 mentioned. I'm not sure in what context exactly, but these post-game discussions, it's always hard to capture exactly what lines they're talking about. They know, but it could be anywhere from the opening to the end game.
And I love seeing this, though, because for Anish, this was a disappointing result. He wanted to win with the white pieces. It's not the end of the world. He's drawing a very strong player who's having a fantastic tournament, but they're just calculating. They're saying, in this end game, did I have chances? And they're look at them finger pointing. This is clearly an end game, right? When you see them doing the finger pointing, they're like, okay, I go here, you go there. I go here, you go there. Does my pawn queen first or yours?
Let's see if we can bring the audio back one more time. I'm going to take another stab at trying to puzzle out which position they're talking about. Draw, yes? King c6, king a6. But I don't know where.
Here comes the arbiter.
Party's over.
We don't need a translator to know what that means. Just please get out of the playing hall.
They're like, no, we need to finish analyzing this.
Anish, tournament ambassador over there, is saying, "I'm gonna sit in my chair here," but they're very quiet players who are still competing. Focus.
He's saying he wanted knight c7, knight c5, but again, I guess it's somewhere in that knight endgame. We just don't know where. This is cool. I like how the arbiter is just standing there.
So that finger point with emphasis.
I think they've moved to the middle game. The finger pointing.
Yeah, they're pointing towards the center. You know, the sort of the D and E files, D5, E5 squares. Odd.
Wait. Anish was talking about like that he didn't have too much time to prepare. But in any case.
Wow, that's something to note because they're coming off a rest day. So, yeah, you know, Anish does have a family and kids, and maybe that was part of the reason he didn't get to prepare as much as he would have liked. But he did draw this game with the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and you saw that smile on Abdusattorov's face, and it's because they were having a very friendly post-mortem discussing the variations of the game, but the result will also be relieving for him because Abdusattorov gets black a second game in a row tomorrow against Wesley So, and Wesley might have himself a very long day because Magnus Carlsen may make him work for the draw. But that's in the top right, but the bottom left, look at the eval bar, Dinah. Suddenly,
whoa,
Parham Maksudlu has an overwhelming advantage.
I was looking for that eval bar. I couldn't even find it. That's how far it's dropped for white. Oh, and Pragnananda has really lost the thread of the game. We could feel it slipping away from him really ever since he went knight f5. But things have gone from dubious to bad and now to worse. Let's check into that game to see how bad it has gotten. This is the live position. A4 is Pragnananda's last move as he tries to chip away at Black's very impressive pawn phalanx in the center and on the queen side. Let me make one thing perfectly clear, Robert. As good as this might be objectively, Black is far from out of the woods from a practical standpoint.
Yeah, the king on g8, it's a bit lonely over there. The g6 pawn is tender. So let's actually make a careless move, like rook a to b8. I'm defending my b5 pawn, right? But after a takes b5, a takes b5, there's rook takes b5. I am distracting your queen away from the g6 square. And if your queen takes the rook, down goes g6, queen g7 next is checkmate. So Black does need to be very careful. There's already a big threat in this position of capturing twice on b5, which means that Black very likely should make a move like rook d6, sliding that rook up to give that pawn another defender.
And by the way, there's another vicious trap set by Prague. Oh, I blundered the fork on d2. No, I didn't. Queen c3, and there's another mating square on g7. The tables turn here instantly as Black simply loses the knight on d2. But this is child's play. These are tactics that Parham Maksudlu would see in a bullet game. He still has right about 24 minutes on the clock. Rook d6, it's not an easy move to play, but I really think it makes Black's job so much easier because it takes the weight off of Black's queen, enabling Black's queen to supervise the queen side and potentially even, in some cases, jump into e3.
Wow. Yeah, the e3 square could be juicy, could be one that Black's pieces go to, but that g6 pawn, that's really where the attention is for now. So the question is what to do about the b5 pawn. Do you push b4 yourself? You're mentioning queen e3 ideas at some point. Of course, we need to take care of g6, but do we push b4? That way our pawn is safe and sound. Do we play rook d6, defending the pawn with the rook? So that way the queen is free to move and maybe queen e3 to follow. So I think Parham, I want to say almost spoiled for choice in the sense that there are a bunch of options that look very promising for him, but he does need to be very careful. Make one slip and suddenly your king side falls apart.
What really hurts Prague's attacking chances here, assuming Parham does not stumble in this position, is the fact that there's no place for the rook. The rook it can't move up to f4. There's a pawn there. It can never go up to f3. So all that white really has are his queen and his dark squared bishop, and perhaps indirectly the rook on b1, which could contribute with the deflection. But if black plays b4, rook d6, then that rook is canceled out. Maybe you could try an eventual rook b3, but white's position is also on the verge of falling apart. I mean, d4 is coming, knight d2 is in the mix, assuming black guards the g7 square. So no question, Robert, I think that black is objectively winning, but can Parham keep his composure? Something that he has struggled to do in a couple of critical moments in this tournament. His game against Gukesh is a case in point. He had that winning idea after Gukesh overpressed, and instead he made a horrible blunder that instantly turned the tables.
It's a shame for Pragananda because he started this tournament off with a bang. He had some decisive victories. He beat Jordan van Foreest, but lately it seems like things have gotten out of hand for him. And so the tournament is long. I think Pragananda wishes it had ended earlier, but he still has chances in this game. If he digs deep, if he uses the clock situation against his opponent, Parham has 21 minutes and change to make it to move 40. We're only on move 28. So there's still many moves to come. The position is still complicated. So it's not going to be the simplest of tasks for Parham. So why don't we leave Parham to it? He has several good options here. We'll take a peek at our bird's eye view just to see the other games still in session. Well, first we have the playing hall with so many spectators. And I like that they have the boards up on display. Like I haven't really noticed that in previous rounds of commentary, but you see that they have their own bird's eye view on the monitors.
Wow. And our producer letting us know that they build a ramp so that the spectators can stand higher and catch all of the action from above. There's free parking for the spectators, Robert. These are minor things, but when taken together, this is what makes a tournament like this top of the line. This is why Tata Steel has the reputation it does.
Yeah, no, it's true. They do everything they can to make this a festival that everyone will enjoy. And somebody who hasn't enjoyed their tournament has been Ding Liren, and we saw the eval bar suggest he is in some trouble here. So we are going to head to break, but when we return, we will jump right into his game against Jordan van Foreest. You see Ding Liren, he does not look like a happy camper, and we'll see just how bad it is on the flip side of this break.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
playing hall is still buzzing with energy. We are several hours into the round. It is the 11th round of action in the Tata Steel Chess Masters tournament, and we know that the players are giving it their all in this home stretch. Well, we are enjoying ourselves a fun day of chess. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And Danya, it's been fun thus far. We've had a result in the books, and we're not seeing so many decisive games. And one game that I think will end relatively soon is this one between Ding Liren and Jordan van Foreest. And I think I misread the body language from Ding Liren that it might be a game where he was upset with the result, but I think it's because he's upset with the draw. He had the white pieces. He's playing a low-rated player, but we do see them repeating moves.
And there's absolutely no reason and no justification for Ding to refrain from this repetition where he goes bishop d1, setting up a discovered attack against the rook. The rook moves back to a5, and then the bishop moves back to e2, hitting the c4 pawn. On and on they go, ring around the rosy. Same with Jordan van Foreest. Neither side has any justification to try any shenanigans, and a great result for Jordan van Foreest. One of the bright spots of his tournament has been his draw against Magnus Carlsen, and now, unless something crazy happens, a very solid draw against Ding Liren with the black pieces.
The good thing about being one of the lowest rated players in the fields is draws are good for your rating. So Jordan van Foreest on the scoreboard, he's not having the best event where he only has 4 points from 10 games. He is a former champion of this tournament, so he has high expectations for himself. But with the draw, he'll gain a couple of rating points, and he actually may be at net positive even. It's going to be a good result for him, and he is showing more stability. He lost 3 games with the black pieces. He then beat Arjun Erigaisi with white, and now he has several draws in a row, including the hold against Vincent Keimer in that very long game in round 10. So I think it's only a matter of time, Danya, before they shake hands. And Ding Liren, you see it, is the body language. He looks like he is going to make this draw. He just isn't happy about it.
Yeah, he's looking intently, seeing if there's anything to be done here, but his king side's too weak. The pawn on c4 is too strong. The pawn on a3 is too immobile. His pieces are too uncoordinated. There's nothing left to be done except acquiesce to the repetition. There he goes, bishop e2, in a dejected clock press. Jordan van Foreest exchanges contact, and there they go, the handshake and the draw.
And we don't have audio for the players, but they are about to analyze their game here. The draw is a fair result. I guess Ding Liren's wondering about the opening, and Jordan has all the answers because Jordan prepared some deep lines, some very interesting dynamics from the get-go, where he sacrificed a pawn and then a piece, and then it's just getting crazy in that one. But for Jordan, a very, very good result. A hold with the black pieces.
Indeed, and just fearless. I mean, to go for a line like that against the world number 2, where your king sits on e7, where you lose your entire queen side, that's not easy. Even if you have Stockfish on your side, even if you know that objectively the position is equal, one could even say that, had Ding made one more misstep in that incredibly complicated middle game, he might not have been able to pull out a draw. So an impressive job by Ding there to find that move, queen a3, liquidate the game into an endgame. But all things held equal, obviously still not a positive result for Ding. And he still sits on a rather unfortunate... Is he on -1?
Yes, 5 and 11. But
yes,
he's
on -1.
We do see him smiling here, so at least he's enjoying the analysis. And if we're being honest, and we should always be honest, Ding Liren has something he's looking forward to probably a little bit more than this event. He wanted to win this event. He is a competitor. He loves chess. But if he's going to win only one event this year, or even in his lifetime, I think the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi is the one. So we see the players still going over the game. It's friendly conversation, and there's the eye of the tiger behind them because Richard Rapport is wearing a shirt with a tiger on it.
Fortunately, Richard Rapport's position does not really match his shirt, if I may be honest. His position is not worthy of a tiger let out of the cage. He is struggling against Vincent Keimer, and he doesn't want even to look at his own position.
right? And we see empty board. There's Richard again. We caught up. We caught up to him, but he's pacing around as chess players do when their opponent is on the clock. But we do have this draw. It is done with. The players' repeated moves: rook a4 to a5, and the bishop going back and forth between d1 and e2. So the c4 pawn needed defense. I think just to go with the rook on a4 for a second, and the bishop to d1. You just have to be careful if you're Jordan. And the reason why he moved his rook back to a5 is now the bishop is in line with the rook on a4. So if you make some kind of other move, you may fall victim to some kind of discovery, and that's not so fun to deal with. Not to mention the rook on h1 is now free because the rook on c2 defends all the way across the second rank to the h2 pawn. So that's why Jordan decided to go back and forth with rook a5 and a4.
Yeah, and for Ding, I mean, the bishop has absolutely no other prospects. And as we've already discussed, rook h to c1 here, blindly piling up on c4 would be very inadvisable on account of rook takes h2. And the tactics simply do not work out for white. Bishop takes c4, rook takes rook, and white drops the bishop on c4. So just because you're having a rough tournament, just because you're outrating your opponent by over 100 points, does not mean that you should do something foolish. Every single player in this tournament is more than capable of punishing play that lacks objectivity. So definitely the right decision for both sides. And our third peaceful result of the day, Aronian Caruana. Then we had Giri against Abdusattorov. And now, of course, Ding against Van Foreest. 4 games remaining.
And I think I should correct myself because the more I've thought about it, I was listening, you don't worry, but that might have been a leopard on the Richard Port shirt rather than a tiger. So I'll need to see that later on. But right now, all I can see is the bar in the game between Praggnanandhaa and Maqsood. That's the
Where is that bar?
It is all the way down, which means that white is objectively lost. And I think it's actually quite easy to explain at this point. Before, there were some chances for an attack for Praggnanandhaa. But right now, oh my goodness, Danya, look at the wall of pawns for black. All of them are on the light squares. This is not checkers, but that d5 pawn can quickly become a d4 pawn, and white has nothing to target. The king on h6 is perfectly safe. The bishop on e7 covers all the checks. The g6 pawn has all the defense it needs, and now it's time for black to start throwing those pawns forward. And oh gosh, Danya, this is just a miserable position for Praggnanandhaa.
Be still, my beating heart. Look at that pawn phalanx. And do not be deceived by the presence of opposite-colored bishops with queens on the board. Opposite-colored bishops most certainly do not signify drawish potential, even if the queens are off the board for that matter. With the pawns rumbling forward to d4 and to e3, white wouldn't really have any solace either, barring some sort of massive blunder. And I don't even see how Parham blunders, because he's got the dark squares under lock and key. White simply has no way to reignite the flame on the king side, Robert. I think it's as simple as playing d4 and then slamming a rook onto c3, and eventually you're going to go either d3 or e3. The position, I don't like this phrase, but I think this position warrants it. The position plays itself.
It does. It's just pass pawns for black. Nothing that white can look at. Bishop f7. Yes, my bishop is free. That queen on b6 will slide all the way over to f6 to deal with that bishop, flush it out of there, and then the c2 pawn is loose and the c file is open. So look at this. Queen f2. Black can even play
rook c3 common.
Rook c3, b4. You can just make sure your pawns are all safe and sound and protected. And then the f4 pawn can even be targeted later. It's on a dark square. This is as miserable of a position as it gets. And I feel for Praggnanandhaa because he did have a good start to this tournament. Early in the event, he beat Ding Liren, the world number 2, with the black pieces. That was in round 4. In round 7, he beat Jordan van Foreest with white. But since then, in round 8, he lost against Richard Report. In round 10, he lost to Gukesh. Here in round 11, it looks like he's going down against Parham Maqsood. So Parham stops his downward trajectory. And for Praggnanandhaa, it's spiraling out of control, unfortunately for him.
It is indeed, and a real shame because he showcased some incredibly creative opening preparation, that knight f3 to h2 move, which I think in the narrow context of the opening resulted in a very successful position. I think Pragg was objectively better, and I think your suggestion of b2, b4, I just think Pragg chose the wrong side of the board to play on. He went with knight f5. it was a little bit over optimistic. He might have missed Parham's response if bishop takes knight and then d5. And once those two pawns appeared in the center, Parham simply never looked back. Those pawns are now on d4 and e4, and those pawns are going to signal the end of this game very shortly.
There's nothing holding them back, and Pragnanda, he's looking at this position, and I'm sure he thinks it's quite hopeless, but he will give it his all. So why don't we take a step back for a moment here, because this game, it's clear. Pragnanda is in trouble. Parham is likely to win this game. But one game that is not so clear to me, well, two games, in fact. In the bottom right, the endgame, two rooks and minor piece endgame for Gukesh and Arjun. It looks like with an outside pass pawn, Gukesh is making some progress, and maybe he has some winning chances. And then in the middle over there, Vincent Keimer, the bottom row against Richard Rapport, we see that there is a material imbalance. So, Danya, I'll let you choose, but that game is knight and bishop versus rook and pawn with many other pieces on the board.
I definitely want to check into the Vincent Keimer game, because as encouraging as the signs may appear for him, given the material imbalance, it seems to me that Richard Rapport is the one who's made serious defensive progress over the course of the last couple of moves. I mentioned here we go again mode, and Vincent might be slipping into that mode. So as we go to the live board, White has a bishop and a knight for Black's rook, and Black also has a pawn on a6, which may appear insignificant. But if the queens are traded, that pawn could potentially turn into a rather annoying force. So with his last move, Robert, rook e1 to a1, Vincent supports the knight on a5, make sure that rook c5 isn't as dangerous as it otherwise would be. I think he's got queen a2 in response. And if Vincent can win the pawn on a6 and then consolidate his minor pieces and get his rook into the center, his knight onto c6, eventually he's going to be winning. But that is a lot of ifs. That is a lot of moves. And it seems to me that Black has several ways in which he can really attack and try to exploit the lack of coordination among White's pieces at the present moment.
Well, Danya, I want to do a side-by-side. So can you go back to move 20 after Black's 24th move?
Yeah.
So we see in the live board, in the smaller one underneath the players, that it's knight, bishop for White and a rook for Black. If White had played knight takes b6 on our analysis board, knight takes b6, White can follow it up with bishop takes a6, and it would have been White who has the rook for the minor pieces. So the knight on b6 still under attack. The rook was under attack, so rook takes c3. That's logical.
Desperado.
Bishop takes c3, and the knight moves away, say to d5. We have a situation where White has a rook and two pawns, two outside pass pawns for the two knights. So in the game, Black is the one with the rook for the minor pieces. In this analysis board, we have White with the rook for the minor pieces. And I think that was a critical moment that was overlooked by Vincent, or maybe he assessed it as complicated a position he didn't think that would give him the most chances, or was a little bit risky. But that was a shot for him that would have led to a material imbalance in his favor.
It would indeed. Instead, he played a takes b6 and situated his knight on a5. But Richard Rapport fearlessly centralizing his own knight and hitting the b4 pawn. And this essentially forces White's hand. Vincent takes on d5, and then he takes again. He takes on g7, and here we have mass liquidation. Queen takes b4, rook a1, and now a very annoying move. Queen b4 to c3. I think a very accurate defensive move by Richard Rapport. Not only does he hit the rook, but he paves the way for potentially disturbing rook c5, forking the queen and the knight. I don't think it's the end of the world for White, because the queen could come up to d7 and counterattack the e8 rook. But I think you see what I'm saying, Robert. The queen could also come into e1 if the rook vacates the first rank. There's just a sense in which Vincent isn't able to effectively coordinate his pieces in time to stop the infiltration of Black's rooks. And we could be talking about a 3-result game if White's not careful.
Yeah, I think that Vincent will have to take a defensive stance for now. Slide that queen back to a2. You do not want to see Black's queen land on e1. So if you go queen a2, everything is nice and defended, and the a6 pawn is still loose. And if Vincent is going to win this game, it's going to take a long time. Dare I say it, he has played 2 extremely long games in rounds 9 and 10. And if he's going to go on and win this game, he needs to keep the pieces on the board, not to trade off the queens, not to get into some endgame where it's hard to pile up on pieces. He needs to keep the pressure on Richard Rapport. And I actually want to go back, if you don't mind, again, Danya. I had the engine on and saw it when I went back just now to look at the position, because I was wondering if we scroll back a few when Black went knight d5 and White took on d5. Because I was sitting there back here, the a6 pawn was hanging and it attacks the rook on c8, but it turns out the computer laughed in my face and said bishop takes a6 is met.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah, met by knight takes c3, which means the rook on d1 is under attack. So if you take on c8, you lose the rook on d1. But if you take on c3, there's rook takes c3.
Oh my gosh.
Nasty. And knight g4 at the end, threatening queen h2 with a mating attack and hitting the queen on c3 with the bishop on g7. The long-range sniper will do the damage in both directions. The queen is loose on c3. So if you take the knight on g4, you lose your queen. And if you don't take the knight, well, you're going to get checkmated on h2 and g2.
Gosh, it seems like the moment the bishop leaves the f1 square where it was protecting the all-important g2 pawn, all hell breaks loose. Vincent correctly avoided this line. This is very instructive, though. So knight takes d5 at this point was White's best chance. And in the live position, he has indeed played, I think, the only move to keep his advantage. Queen d5 back to a2, kind of curling up into a ball on the a file. But that's exactly what he has to do as an intermediate step toward consolidation. On the next move, he can bring his knight back to b3 and open up a direct line of communication to the a6 pawn. Probably this is a 2-result game, but I think if Richard Rapport maintains his composure, if he keeps his rooks active, maybe rook e8 to d8 in this position merits attention, trying to get the rook to d2, I think his activity should give him enough to secure half a point.
He needs to be active. He can't just sit and wait for what's coming. And I think Richard, he understands these positions quite well. We'll see if he can handle this and hold the half point. But I want to zoom out again because the game between Pragananda and Maksuda, Danya, it's gone from bad to worse to one of the worst positions you could even look at in the bottom left of our screens here.
No.
Oh, gosh. Like Black is active everywhere. The queen trade is being offered. And if the queens go off the board, then it's likely that Black is going to scoop up the f4 pawn and promote the e pawn at the same time.
The game is over.
It's done for.
It's just the lack of counterplay, right? Not all -5 positions are, the same. Some, there's a concrete win, and if you don't see it, then the position is unclear. Others, like the one we have in front of us on the bottom left, Parham has 6 different possible moves, at least on every turn. And you could win this position essentially playing on increment. So maybe Prague won't resign in this position, but I think resignation is only a few moves away. And we thought that a peaceful result was only a few moves away in Magnus Carlsen's game against Wesley So. But turns out the world champion is still trying to tighten some screws. I think we should check back into Magnus's game to see if he's managed to create any realistic chances to make Wesley's path to a draw any more difficult.
Well, if we go into that one, it is an endgame, bishop and pawns against knight and pawns. And you mentioned this a long time ago. The a7, b6 pawns are in dark squares, which means that they can be attacked by the dark square bishop. Now, the e6 pawn is safe and sound. You can't actually attack that pawn with your king because look at the control that Black has. e5 under control by the knight, f5 and d5 under control by that pawn. So what is White's plan? What is he aiming for? He needs, and what he really wants, is to create a passed pawn in this position. So let's actually just force it. Let's play the move. I'm just trying to think how to make this work. Let's just go king e7.
Back and forth, maybe.
Let's go king e4 just for, we'll just king f7, h4. Yeah, just go for it. King e7, g4. King f7, f4. Or whatever. You just move the king back for h5, and after king f7, We go g5, and this is the ideal scenario for white, and it's winning because either you take on g5, and after f takes back, I have a pass pawn, and that will distract your pieces, and then I will actually be able to push my b pawn at some point to kick your knight out of there, and then my king will be able to infiltrate. So it's a long story, but that would be a winning position for white. And if you don't take on g5, white will take on h6. That pawn is on a dark square, so after f5, the bishop will simply win it. So that is a dream. It's not going to come true because in the starting position, Wesley So made the move e5 check. We were just talking about how that pawn was doing an important task covering the d5 and f5 squares. He says, my king can do the same job. After king e4, the black king slides up to e6, and that whole endgame with the pawns pushing up the board, it started with the pawn going to f4. The pawn can't go to f4 now because the e5 pawn will capture it.
I think that move annoyed the heck out of Magnus. He was definitely hoping to carry out that plan. And one of the most difficult, most coveted endgame skills is knowing when to push pawns, when to sit around and shuffle your king back and forth. There's a time and a place for that, but there's also a time and a place for pushing your pawns and changing the structure of the position. What is the purpose of e5? As you're indicating, you're creating a very nice square for your king, making it virtually impossible for white, not even virtually, simply impossible for white to create a pass pawn on the king side, because f4 was an integral part of that. Now, of course, that square is under black's firm control. And crucially, if white brings the king up to f5, I think Wesley has in mind, wait a second, if you go g6, then white goes king e4. So what is black's intention on the king f5?
I think, so if king f5, you have to start with the move h5. Put your pawn on the light square. Then you'll play g6 check, and when the king drops back to e4, you keep the opposition with king to e6. So Wesley playing a great game. He was playing very quickly out of the opening, good preparation, and now that he's in the end game, he is not slipping up. And for Magnus Carlsen, he entered this round just like Wesley So with 6 out of 10. You see on the right-hand side of your screen underneath the cameras that these players are tied for third place. A win would put either player at 7 points tied for second place, but a draw leaves them a full point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And if history is to tell us anything, and we should always be informed by history, the winning score has been 9 points at minimum in 9 of the last 11 events. So 8.5 points was the winning score when Jordan van Foreest beat Anish Giri in tiebreaks. But other than that one exception, the rule has been 9 points or more. So Magnus, if he draws this game, his maximum score will be 8.5. He'll need help from the rest of the field.
You will need the cards to fall a very particular way. Now, we've seen all sorts of crazy things happen at the end of tournaments, but this is going to be a tough pill for the world champion to swallow. He was really hoping to put the heat on Wesley So, but the American Grandmaster's opening preparation just shut Magnus out. He really never had any chances in this game. The pieces came off the board, and then Wesley made a couple more accurate moves in the endgame. And now e5 check, a very important resource to shut down perhaps white's last remaining plan of action, creating a kingside pass pawn. And by the way, Robert, I just want to point out once again that after king f5, h5 is an only move. Wesley has to see that move, because if you throw in g6 check first, you allow the white king to infiltrate on the other side, because the h6 pawn is going to hang. So as always, Wesley with surgical calculation, surgical precision. He is a scientist, and he is not giving the world champion any leeway in this endgame.
And if Wesley draws this game, he will move to 6.5 points out of 11. That will be a full point, just like he entered the round behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And there is something important that Wesley So has going for him, is that if you look at his 12th round pairing, he gets white against Abdusattorov. So he needs to do what Anish Giri couldn't. He needs to do what Magnus Carlsen couldn't, is beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov with the white pieces. So if Wesley draws this game, and I should say almost a win at this point, he is holding this one, he can tie Abdusattorov in the standings by beating him tomorrow, and then I'll have black against Pragnana in the final round. So Wesley So continues to fly under the radar. We've talked about this from the start of the round. somehow he doesn't get the recognition. It's because he had these 2 wins in the middle of the tournament. Otherwise, he's had draws. His games have been quite docile. But now that we're at the last few rounds, he has a chance to score tournament victory if he is able to beat Abdusattorov in round 12. He gets the white pieces there. He gets black against a struggling Prognomonda in the final round. Wesley So could end this tournament as the winner.
He absolutely could. And we're not just forecasting impossible scenarios. This could all happen if one particular result goes a certain way. If Wesley deals Nodirbek Abdusattorov his first loss of the tournament, with fatigue now playing a major role, with Wesley's incredible ability to stir things up with the white pieces, anything can happen. And there you see the world champion. He's down to 4 minutes on his clock. He's going to have to make a decision about where to put his king, but I think a draw might be forthcoming pretty soon.
Magnus Carlsen, a draw keeps the status quo. That's not what he wanted. That is something that Nodirbek and Anish are going to be happy about. And actually, after his draw earlier today, the media caught up with Anish to ask him about how he feels with Magnus so close to him in the standings. And he also gave his thoughts on the state of the game.
To this round, his
I
game
don't think
is still...
so.
Huh?
I don't think so. Was he half point behind me? Really? Oh, Jesus, that's very bad.
Nobody's backing me up,
Wait,
yeah? Yes.
He's half point behind me, yeah? I don't check the standings. It's not relevant. Another question.
You made me
Another question.
insecure, but I
Another
think he
question.
was half a point behind you. Have you
Okay.
seen his position right now?
Yeah, I was very surprised right now. I saw that he's putting pressure because I maybe misevaluated sort of, because I know that you can sometimes put pressure bishop against knight, but black looked so active at some point and it looked like black should be very comfortable. But I guess Wesley decided to go into the defensive mode. I don't think that's necessary, because actually if you do that, then the pawn on b6 turns out to be a weakness. And yeah, I think if black goes into a very passive approach, it's possible to lose that position. So yeah, maybe that's possible. But to be honest, I don't see how it impacts me very much. We've already played, and I have 2 more rounds to go, play other people. So I think it's all good.
You heard it from Anish Giri there. He's saying what Magnus does, it doesn't impact him because he's already played Magnus. He needs to focus on his upcoming opponents. And in general, when you are chasing the leaders, you want to face them. So for Magnus, he has already lost his games to both Nodirbek Abdusattorov and to Anish Giri. But Anish said, Danya, that he didn't understand if Wesley had to get so passive, because now that we're deep in this endgame, well, the king on f5 looks very powerful. It could cause some players to scratch their head and get nervous. Wesley is not just some player. He's not just anybody. He's the Chess.com global champion, the former Fischer Random world champion. He's won the Grand Chess Tour. He's won all of these big events. I think he sees his position and says, I'm good.
And I think we see that just by the speed with which he played h5. You don't play a move like that within 15 seconds unless you're absolutely sure that white is out of winning chances. And Wesley is sure that white is out of winning chances, and he's got very good reason to be sure of that, because g6 is coming next. You can't really pre-move it because white could drop the king back to e4 preemptively. That, of course, should be met with king to e6. And the moment white's bishop leaves the e3, the g1, a7 diagonal, black can reposition his pawns on a light square. So I'm looking at this. It's not even one of those things where Magnus could shuffle his pieces back and forth for many moves and hope for a mistake. I don't even think a mistake is possible. There's just no testing option for white. I think Magnus should just offer a draw here.
And Magnus's clock, I mean, he doesn't have all that much time. He needs to make 10 moves, and he has 2 minutes to do so. So with move 40, 10 moves away, he needs to rush a little bit here. He'll get 50 minutes after reaching that move, but he might just let the game peter out before then, because you don't want to blunder with 30 seconds on your clock and having to make a few more moves to get to the time control. So for Magnus, he can make the move f4 right now, just trade off pawns. And as long as he doesn't blunder a knight fork or let the black king into the game, because g6 check is coming. And if you keep walking the white king back to e4 and then to d3, the black king is going to run to d5. And once it gets there, it is a very happy piece, and white is the one losing control of the position.
No, you're exactly right. You can find a way to lose any position. And if you go back to e4 and then you allow Black's knight to circle around, let's say to f6 or to d6, well, then Wesley might be the one who declines the draw. But bishop to d2 by Mr. Carlsen, a concrete attempt to provoke the move knight d4, which I don't think Wesley is going to play. I think he's going to avoid that move with a 10-foot pull, because that knight on b3 could get dominated by a bishop from b4. I don't see a reason for Wesley to refrain from the move g6, followed by king e6. White will plant the bishop on c3, Robert, but Wesley could take that opportunity to reposition his pawns on a light square, and I think that might be the straw that gets Magnus to offer the draw. Wow, that even rhymes. That.
well played there. And you're right. The g6 check is automatic. Knight d4 check is something that people will play in bullet chess. They see a check, they give a check, and there's also a fork. You win the b3 pawn. But because knights are short range pieces and bishops, they see the length of the board. Knight d4 check is asking for trouble, because you win b3, but you give e5, and the white king will run over to d5 and into the black position and go after the queenside pawn. So just to show that, knight d4 check, wins the b3 pawn. Good for you. Once you take there, the bishop moves, I think, to e3. And the reason it goes to e3 is knight c5 was the retreat square you wanted to go to. But now if you go to c5, I take it and win the ensuing king and pawn endgame, because king d5 mops up the queenside. So this was not at all what Wesley so wants. He is just going to play g6 check. He's going to raise king to e6. And he can play a6 and b5 as you have been calling for.
Yeah, king e6, and white essentially has a choice. Either bring the bishop back to e3, and then black could start repositioning the knight. When the knight reaches d6, we talked about this. Don't let black's king get to d5, because then Wesley might be the one declining the draw for. So I'm with you. If I'm Magnus, I'm playing f4, and I'm getting out of that tournament hall with half a point, because you've got a minute 35. You don't want to have to deal with a new set of challenges, and 5 moves to make before move 40. Wesley, though, taking his time, very methodical, and g6 check is on the board. You can't fool someone like Wesley with a trap this prosaic.
And Magnus Carlsen, he's not going to bring his king to g5. No, he retreats it to e4. That's the right decision. You need to keep your king close to the action. And king e6, I do think we will see f4. And once black is able to play a6 and b5, there's no longer a question of will it be a draw? It's when is it going to be a draw? Because the only thing that Magnus had going for him is those pawns on the dark squares, which his bishop could attack. Once it goes a6, b5, then the white king can't enter from anywhere. And as long as black doesn't blunder the e5 pawn, then there's nothing to worry about.
That's exactly right. And of course, the reason Magnus put his pawn on a4 is to prevent black from pushing b5. For the longest time, Wesley simply did not have the time to play the move a6. But finally, with the knight on c6 guarding e5, he's got the tempo he needs. a6 is already on the board. And just in the way that Magnus put his pen down, you know that a draw is forthcoming, either on this move or on the next. But I definitely think we're going to see a result before move 40.
Well, Magnus Carlsen has a minute and 43 seconds left. He gets 30 seconds added per move, and it has only been 33 moves thus far. So he has to reach move 40 and keep winning chances. Otherwise, he might as well just offer a draw. But I have an idea, Danya.
Yeah.
I don't think it works, but if he slow plays it a bit with f3 and g4. So hear me out. Hear me out. Let's go f3. And I think he just played it.
I don't need to go f3. Magnus did it for me.
And the reason he's doing this is, let's say you go b5.
Okay.
And I'm wondering at what point white can play the move g4 and try to open up an avenue. The problem is black will have the move b4, and then that shuts the bishop away from the a5 square, and then knight a5 takes b3 is what he's looking for. So Magnus is actually kind of putting the question to Wesley in a way, but I just feel like b5 is coming, and that's obvious. And how is Magnus going to keep challenging Wesley from there?
To piggyback off of your idea, let me try to remedy the problem by playing sort of counterintuitive move before. Yes, I'm creating a weakness, but on the other hand, you're essentially guaranteeing that these queenside pawns remain immobile. Of course, if black is able to trade the b pawns, then the game ends in a draw immediately. Now, let's say black, stays put with king to d6 and white plays g4. Not trying to put words in your mouth, but I feel like your ideal scenario is gh, and then f4. And after ef4, king f4, I don't see a good defense against king g5. This is still a dead draw, I'm sure. Maybe just king d5 and king c4. But Magnus is always able to find ways to extend the game, and I think he's looking in this kind of direction. b5 is on the board. Is Magnus going to take and play b4? Robert, if he allows b4, then it becomes a 3-result game.
Well, you're playing too well. So I think what he's hoping for is after g4, that Wesley will take on a4. And that's a mistake I think a lot of people in the audience would make is, well, they're pawn captures, it's even material. Why don't I just liquidate and get to an even simpler ending? But the problem is after g4, if black takes on a4, there isn't a target to go after. After b takes a4 back, look at the bishop on c3. It completely dominates that knight on c6. And if the knight moves away from c6, you drop the e5 pawn. If you go king to f6, you walk into a pin, or king d5 works with f4. Both moves will be good. But if you walk the other way, there could be g takes h5 and king f5 and king g5 and going after the h pawn. So this is the outside chance that Magnus is looking for, and he did just make the move g3 instead. Maybe it's a tempo thing that he's going g3 for, but b4 should be Wesley's response. Play b4, and after the bishop retreats, play knight a5. You give up b4 pawn, but you get the b3 pawn.
And after bishop takes b4, knight takes b3, the problem isn't that white imminently loses the a pawn. It's that the bishop is just tied down to the defense of the c5 square. And the knight, of course, is not trapped. It always has the d4 square. It can jump around on the queen side. You can't trap the knight. And if you play a5 here, then the knight could reshuffle itself back to c6, knight d4, bishop c3, knight c6. And as long as black stays anchored to the a5 pawn, there's just no way in a million years that white could create enough chances here to generate true winning chances.
It's close, though, still, because let's say you play g4.
Yeah, or am I being too dismissive?
If black takes with the h-pawn, then we have f takes g4. And maybe this still holds, but getting that outside pass pawn looks dangerous. And if black has to deal with that, that could be a problem. So I think Magnus is just, he knows should be a draw, but he is just trying to keep up this pressure here, a little decision there. And if Wesley missteps, that's when he can play for a win.
And I think this game really epitomizes something Veselin Topalov told me a while back when we were commentating the World Cup. I asked him how specifically, if you had to quantify how Magnus Carlsen has changed the game, and he literally told me that there are actually many, many positions which 15, 20 years ago would have been agreed to draw, 10 or 15 moves ago. And this is exactly a position like that, where, Kramnik and Adams playing this in 2005 would very likely have signed the peace accords back when the queens were still on the board. But Magnus Carlsen keeps going, and he keeps going. And of course, maybe 8 times out of 10, Magnus's opponents are going to hold the fort. But there's always going to be those 2 times. And Magnus has shown that you can squeeze out wins in the most improbable situations. And he doesn't do this out of a sense of showmanship. Oh, look at me, I'm such a fighter. He does this because he actually believes that he can win. And his track record in this regard speaks for itself.
There are so many actual traps that I'm thinking about. I mean, I'm visualizing positions down the line, and that's what Magnus does so well, is just to go for this b4 line. I just want to show a sample variation. So b4 for black, bishop d2. It's important to point out why a5, not knight a5, is a bad move for black, because bishop e3, and then knight is dominated, and that bishop can slide to b6. Putting your pawns on dark squares is definitely not the thing to do. So the knight comes to a5 to win this pawn on b3. You take on b4. A5 is a very important move for white, just to make sure that you keep that pawn a6 stuck in place. The knight goes to d4. And then after knight d4, let's say I put bishop c3. So I'm going after the knight. You have to go back to c6. Right?
I do have knight b3, not trying to play devil's advocate. I'll let you demonstrate your idea.
But really good point, though.
I actually might want to play knight b3 to tie you down to the a5 pawn and to have the possibility of dropping back to c5 to push the king away.
No, that's a really important point. Knight b3, I think, is a great move because I think knight c6 gets you into trouble. So knight b3 is active defense, whereas here g4 happens, and you can't go king f6 because of king d5. You don't really want to play king d6 either because you take on h5 and the king runs in. So Magnus is trying to get exactly this position. And this does look like one where he can legitimately play for a win. If that knight moves, you drop the e5 pawn. So Wesley's task is not over. In my head, I was like, okay, for sure it's a draw. You mentioned how back in the day the players would just shake hands. I would be thinking the same way. But Wesley needs to play that knight b3 move. I think he will find it because he is so precise. But Magnus is asking all the right questions.
He is, but Wesley's taking his time. I really like the way Wesley is managing his clock. He's left himself with 12 minutes for 4 moves. He's taking, 2-3 minutes per move because Wesley, he's played Magnus enough times to know that a single misstep and you can dig yourself into a hole that you'll be getting out of for the next 60 moves. So these next 3-4 moves before the time control are crucial if Wesley wants to make a draw here pain-free. The line we were looking at, Robert, with the knight coming back to c6 rather than b3, of course that position is still a draw. But why would Wesley want to torture himself like that as he plays knight c4, same exact product as knight a5? And Magnus takes b4, Wesley takes b3. And will we see a5 from the world champion?
I think for sure we'll see a5. He has a minute and a half. It is move 37. So he has just a few more moves to play before he gets additional time. A full 50 minutes will be added to his clock. And he is trying to work this endgame. It's what Magnus has done throughout his entire career. When most players would have called it a day, gone to dinner, Magnus says, I am going to keep every resource available to me. I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to try to execute on that. And I am actually really believing that there are legitimate winning chances. Before, I would have said, okay, come on, let's be real. We're saying it, but Wesley's going to defend. Now I'm like, it's tricky. The knight will be outclassed by the bishop, so Wesley will need to find his knight going back to b3, as you pointed out.
And I did experience the wrath of Magnus Carlsen's endgames yesterday. We played a little blitz match, and it doesn't matter if you are a piece up. It doesn't matter if you are nominally better. Anytime you enter an endgame against Magnus Carlsen, you feel like you're losing. It's almost supernatural, and everybody at the elite level has experienced that feeling at least once. And Magnus with 16 seconds, can't forget about his clock, and there he goes. A4, A5, fixing the A pawns in place. And time for Wesley to extricate his knight.
Okay, so the knight can go right back to d4. I don't really see any other viable options. Knight c1 looks a little bit too adventurous for me. Actually, oh my gosh. I was saying knight c1 just drops a pawn because of bishop c3, but the knight goes right back to b3. So it's the variation you were talking about from a different move order.
But I think knight d4 is the most watertight option. Bishop c3. Yeah, and knight b3, exactly. So knight could actually even knight a1, it probably allows black to survive. But you'd only play that if you have a death wish. I mean,
it's a little too fancy for your own good.
Yeah, knight c1 or knight d4 seem to lead to the same result. It's also important to point out knight d4, f4 may seem scary because it undermines the knight. But when the knight drops back to c6, it simultaneously hits the bishop. So the knight's just too active here.
Wesley, great defender, having a very good tournament. He's gained some rating points. He beat Vincent Keimer and Gukesh in back-to-back rounds, and both of those games were fights. I mean, his game against Vincent Keimer went down to an endgame. His game against Gukesh was one where it seemed like Gukesh was in rough form at that stage of the tournament, and was a decent position, fell apart quickly. And if we zoom out, for a moment here, speaking of a position that was decent and fell apart, you look at the game between Pragananda and Maksudlu. It's now into a bishop of opposite color rook endgame. Black is up 2 healthy pawns. The E pawn is ready to start promoting, and that's the second from the left and the bottom. There's just one tactic you need to avoid if you are, you know exactly where I'm going with it. So if we can pull up the game between Prague and Parham, that the one thing that Parham needs to look out for is bishop g8, which threatens rook h7 checkmate. Now, you'll see it's going to happen, so you'll avoid it. You can make the move g5 to create space for your king, and then your f pawn and your e pawn are passers, and black is just going to promote them.
And whichever way white checks, if white plays rook h7, the king dodges laterally. If the rook gives the check on a6, the king dodges the check vertically. And obviously, once these pawns are traded, as you're saying, the pawns are going to promote. We are going to see a result in this game any second. Prague did not play bishop g8. He instead has played the move rook to a6, last resort, trying to tie himself to this g6 pawn, but clinical precision from Parham Maksudlu, swinging the rook back to c3, and he is going to drive it over to g3, defending his last remaining weakness. Frankly, this is the stage of the game, Robert, where your resignation might be the best move.
2-pawn lead for Parham. He can slide that rook to g3 as you're mentioning. Then the e pawn is ready to go. The b pawn is also there. Let's not forget about that. It could be a useful decoy at some moment. And bishop e6 was Pragnan's choice. I wonder what he's threatening, Donna. Is it bishop takes f5?
No, I don't know why he's covering his rook, Robert. Maybe it's time for b4. What do you think of that?
We should show that, though. b4, in all seriousness, allows bishop takes f5. The rook on a6 pins the pawn on g6, and it should be a draw after that, even though it still remains a bit complicated because of black's passers. So do not blunder. Think about what your opponent just did. Why Pragna put the bishop there is to go for a cheapo. And for Parham, another thing to look out for. Let's say you play king g7. And then rook a7 check and king f6. You'll notice that your king doesn't have safe squares. So if the bishop retreats, rook f7 is check and mate. So once again, you have to deal with that threat with a move like g5.
Yeah, but once you play g5 and you set these pawns in motion, as long as you avoid blundering one of your connected passers, you're completely winning. Also, we should point out that move 40 has been made, which means 50 additional minutes have been added to the clock. Do not be fooled by the fact that Parham seemingly has 1 minute. When that minute elapses, he will get an additional 50 minutes awarded to his clock. I personally would not have been able to survive even another minute of this torture, because some of the most painful moments, Robert, I think you'll co-sign me on this, some of the most painful moments happen when you know that the result of the game is not in question and your opponent just has oodles of time and he's thinking and double and triple checking and you're just in agony. So I think Prague, he's so resilient, he's so resourceful, but once Parham just solves this final pitfall, once he sidesteps the final landmine, I think we're going to see resignation here.
That undoubtedly will be the case because you're running out of hope if you're Pragnanda. I think it's smart to play on, and as we see the seconds
It's a
dwindle.
Tekken. Alexa, what is a Tekken?
A Tekken's a game.
Like a mixture of Tetris and...
No, you've never played Tekken before?
Oh, Tekken... like T-E-K-I-N?
No, T-E-K-K-E-N. It was a fighting game. It's like a very famous arcade game. Danya,
do you still not know who you're dealing with after all these years and all that we've been through together?
I was the one who
disappointed.
had a slip of the tongue, and then somehow you're the one who chat is going to go after because you don't know
chat
Tekken.
is, I just laid myself out. I mean, chat is just going to have a field day here. I can just feel, and there we go.
Of course they will, because everyone, used to play Tekken, and everyone had a favorite character that they would fight with. All right, well, while we are going to find you some Tekken
have
information.
To make sacrifices to become a grandmaster, and some of those sacrifices involve gaps in cultural upbringing, which I admittedly do have.
Well, while you get roasted by chat, we will head on to a break. The playing hall, it's clearing out a bit. Yes, Don is showing off his boomer status indeed, but the playing hall is clearing out. Still plenty of games in session. All of these players in the Chess Festival taking it seriously. This is the 11th round of the Tata Steel Masters in Wijk. We'll see if Wesley So can continue to hold off Magnus Carlsen when returned in just a few minutes.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look
looking
at that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess? Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing?
Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
Gonna box me,
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord. January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Big
No way.
moment.
Oh
That
my
is a losing move.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, I mean, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Abdusattorov leads Wijk aan Zee. He is already a legend.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
We're back to the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. You see many competitors in the chess festival, as well as spectators looking at the masters play their games. And while there are many in the playing hall, there are many more watching online. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, along with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We want to thank the over 40,000 people watching across the platforms right now. This is exciting stuff. We're near the finish line in Wijk aan Zee. This is the 11th round out of 13. So after this round concludes, we'll only have 2 left. Our leader is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Danya, he has been mighty impressive.
He has indeed, and today was just a continuation of the young Uzbek talent's incredible run. He has showcased every aspect of chess mastery. This has been a universal performance, from opening preparation, which we saw today, to endgame acumen, which we saw against Magnus on the winning side and against Keimer on the drawing side, to just grit and resilience and a lack of blunders. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has had it all, and all he has to do now is hold strong through the final 2 rounds. But what a final 2 rounds it's going to be. He has perhaps the most difficult trial of his entire tournament as he faces Wesley So in the next round, and a Wesley So whose confidence is likely to be bolstered after a solid draw against the world champion.
And Wesley,
which
and
he hasn't made yet, to be clear.
Yeah, it's going to happen in all likelihood. But that leaves the second half of the standings, because those players, despite not being in contention for first place, they are still fighting. They're still giving it their all. Richard Rapport and Vincent Keimer, they're playing their game. Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh are still slugging it out. And Parham Maksudlu, he's well on his way to victory over Pragnananda, while Jordan van Foreest and Ding Liren drew their game. So as we look at our remaining games, we see one game where the bar is dipped all the way down. That's the one between Parham Maksudlu with the black pieces and Pragnananda with white. But let's go to our game of Vincent Keimer and Richard Rapport, because there is a material imbalance there. So sometimes, even if it is dynamic equality or it is level because there aren't many pieces remaining, it can be trickier than initially meets the eye. I don't necessarily think, Danya, this position is that tricky. I think that black, now with 2 pawns and a rook for the minor pieces, there just aren't enough pawns remaining. If white could put a pawn on A3, we'd be talking about real winning chances. But after the move h4, we see Vincent waiting for Richard return. I wouldn't be surprised if when he returns, there's a draw offer. Just the way he's looking around, doesn't have anything in this position to attack, as I've noted. So what's he going for? The answer might just be a half point.
Well, the armies are just at a standstill. Black, of course, cannot move either of the rooks from their place. I mean, the rook could shuffle between a7 and a8. The other rook could shuffle between c5 and b5. But you certainly do not want to give away your a5 pawn. But the same goes for white. You don't want to move your knight away from c4 because then black's rook slides over to b4. And the moment that black a pawn is set in motion, you start regretting not just taking the draw. So just because Vincent has had a frustrating go of it, as I said in reference to Ding, doesn't mean that you need to lose all of your objectivity and do something foolish. Neither side has any winning chances here. If a draw isn't offered on this move, I think it might be offered on the next. Report is probably going to play just h5, and the situation on the king side is similarly lifeless. Just no pawn breaks, no ideas, just bishop b2 to f1, and black kind of does the same. Where is Report?
He is maybe using the bathroom after reaching move 40. That was white's 41st move. And I think when he comes back, it is likely that a draw is offered. We are at a standstill. Neither side can make any progress. As you pointed out, Donna, and is good, an astute observation, that the black rooks are stuck defending a5, and the b5 rook is defending e5 as well. If you move off the a5 pawn, it will immediately be captured. And, well, the knight can't move because of rook b4. So it just seems to be a position where the best the sides can do is move their kings back and forth. And that means that we'll see the point being split.
And you could see Richard Report leaning over, taking a quick peek at Vincent Keimer's score sheet. I think just making sure that move 40 has indeed been made, which it has. We saw Pragnananda in an unfortunate moment losing on time without realizing that he had not yet made his 40th move. This was against Richard Report. Obviously, the position was already lost, but just the way that the players are sitting as Vincent Keimer gets up, no draw offer yet, but the draw offer could come any second. You could see h5 accompanied with the draw offer, rook a7, another one of those neutral moves. One way or the other, this game, I think, is going to end very, very shortly.
Yeah, and for Richard there, you see him on screen. He's looking at this position, and he's like, well, nothing's happening. You even see the hand right there. Oh, there it is. Draw.
Yeah,
agreed.
draw for.
Both players. Yeah, both players were kind of like, oh, okay, not much life.
Right.
Let's just draw this game. And for Vincent Keimer, a game where he was stable throughout, he did have an advantage. And they're going to go over the game. You saw him point to go to the analysis area. But he had a moment where he could have sacrificed his own rook he ended up taking 2 minor pieces for a rook, but he could have given up 2 minor pieces for a rook of his own, but had those pass pawns. It was not easy. It was very difficult. We're always aided by the eval bar saying there's something there. For Vincent, he could have looked at that position and be like, that's too risky. Let's do that in another event.
Yeah. Another peaceful result for the young German grandmaster under the expert tutelage of Peter Lecko for many years now. Of course, Lecko's style clearly visible in Vincent Keimer's incredible positional understanding. He's so patient. He's so methodical in his approach to the game. Of course, belies his very young age. And I think, Robert, that there's a narrative that's being spun. Of course, we know that the chess world is very reactive. The chess world, chess fans tend to see 1 or 2 games and make sweeping conclusions on their basis. And there's this idea that Vincent Keimer is bad at endgames and that this tournament has revealed a massive hole in his chess understanding. And I would really tone that idea down. Of course, Vincent has had some really frustrating games, but he has not had a single game where I would classify it as an easy win, right? Van Foreest, Abdusattorov, those were endgames where he had to demonstrate exquisite accuracy in order to pull out the point. He's going to come back home. Peter Lecko and him are going to work on endgames, and I think he's going to come back in his next tournament ready to convert some of those 50-50 possessions.
It's just a situation where it's not your tournament. And in another event, he could have scored those victories. But here in Wijk aan Zee, this grueling 13-round event with such a long time control against the best players in the world, There are no free points. That's just not happening here. So for Vincent Keimer, I do think he's played better chess than his score would indicate. The last 3 rounds have been very strong play. He's had the upper hand in every game. He just hasn't scored that full point. But let's go away from this one. A draw was a fair result. We still have 3 games remaining. The one between Magsudlu, and I think that one is nearing its conclusion. The one between Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh has quite a lot of life left to it in an endgame where the sides have a rook, minor piece, and 4 pawns. I can learn to count at some point. And then Magnus and Wesley, they might be going back and forth with a knight and bishop tango.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on the World Champions game, which essentially should end any second. But we've been saying that now for right about 30 minutes. And the chess world says that about every one of Magnus Carlsen's equal endgames. Then he ends up winning them. Unfortunately for Magnus, Wesley just not giving him any chances at all. We'll bring you that result when we have it. But let's go and take a closer look at the All-India matchup between the 2 struggling Indian juniors, Erigaisi and Gukesh. Gukesh has sort of righted his ship in the last couple of games, really aided by a very fortuitous blunder by Parham Magsudlu a couple of rounds ago. Arjun Erigaisi still unable to score his first victory. Will this game be his lucky one? I don't think so, Robert. I really don't see Black losing this endgame, barring some sort of major blunder.
No, at this point, it's all about this b4 pawn. If White is able to bring that knight around and win the pawn, then of course you're in the driver's seat and maybe just have a winning endgame. But Black is in time. 2 things leave Black in perfectly acceptable territory. One is the 3 pawns on the light squares. The move h5 comes to mind. Let me just go after your pawns because I want to make your pawn chain shorter. After I swap on g4, then I can play g6 after. I'm just going to keep trying to take down your pawn chain as best I can. It will require some precision. Of course, that is always the case. But h5 is one idea, and bishop d7 would be my other. Yeah. Go bishop d7 to a4 and try to get that rook out of the face of that passed pawn.
Yeah, bishop d7 is sort of the concrete approach. If we could bring up the analysis board, it may appear to be a blunder due to knight e5, but bishop a4 comes at the perfect moment. Now, I don't think White wants to take the rook, as knights are notoriously bad at stopping passed pawns. I feel like knight takes c4 asks for trouble. But on the other hand, if you play rook b2, Black could actually force the knight versus bishop endgame. The thing is, what really allows White to breathe easy is the fact that the king, it's kind of an optical illusion. It doesn't look like the king is able to stop the pawn, but it is, and it is because of the unique placement of Black's bishop. After king e3, b3, the king slips through to d2, and b2 relinquishes the connection with the bishop. So Black has to spend in tempo, either moving the bishop away, or probably more prudent is now to play the Robert Hess move, h5. And Robert, one way or another, I feel like it doesn't even matter if the rooks remain on the board. We're going to get some sort of liquidation where Black liquidates the king side and maybe White wins a6. This position is just so clarified and so easy to calculate that I really don't see either player going astray here with, well over half an hour on the clock.
It's too simple of an endgame. Not enough pieces are remaining, and it is level. So it's hard to imagine the players going wrong at this point. The one way to go wrong is if we get knight versus bishop ending. A knight can jump from color complex to color complex. We love to mention that because it's true. That is how the pieces move, but it plays a huge role in endgames. But I do think h5, going right for the pawn chain, might be the simplest approach.
Yeah, h5, hit White where it hurts on the pawn on g4. And in the event of h5, knight e5, the rook could swing over to e4, dislodging the knight from its defense of the g4 pawn. Yeah, I really like the move h5, and I think it will lead to a quick liquidation and yet another peaceful result. Will we have a decisive game today? Well, with 99% certainty, we will. But Praggnanandhaa is still somehow hanging on for dear life against Parham Magsudlu. Unfortunately, his resistance is not likely to last much longer, Robert, is it? Or did something cataclysmic happen?
No, I actually think if we go into that game right now, you see Parham He is leaning in, and he might be leaning into his passed pawn on e4. That's the second from the left on the bottom row there. And we bring up the board. e3, the bishop on f6 is under attack. But who cares about that bishop? Might be the claim. And there's something very fancy here. If you go e3.
Okay,
right,
let's bring up an analysis board.
The rook takes the bishop over there on f6. Of course, that bishop is under attack, so let's grab it. And after e2, then white puts the rook on e6. So this is the big question. Do you play rook c1 check and immediately get a queen, and the rook has to sacrifice, and we get an endgame with bishop and 2 pawns against rook and 2 pawns? The good news is the f4 pawn and the h3 pawn are split. So that should give black a winning position. But alternatively, I was going to say, you might not even need to rush with a move. b4 is also tempting because you don't have 1 pass pawn, you have 2. So you bring your king to g1 to stop the e pawn. Then after king g1, the move b3 is played. And how are you going to stop both?
Well, I think you're actually going to get the same outcome because after b2, rook b6, black has nothing better than to play this move rook c1, and white is able to eliminate both pawns. Obviously, this comes at the cost of an exchange. And in comparison, this is a better version for black because white's king is actually further away from the h4 square. I think black's king can now make a mad dash for that square, and white's just not going to be able to keep his pawns alive. Now, maybe Parham, maybe this is what he's calculating. He's just making sure because, Robert, you'll second me on this. Some of these endgames with rook versus bishop and a couple pawns, they are often a lot harder to convert than they appear. The margin of victory is oftentimes much more narrow than it appears. So that is one option. And it's not enough just to calculate e3. You also have to figure out e3, rook e6. Like, does the pawn go through? Parham decides to avoid that and slips his king back to g7. But he has parted ways with the b5 pawn. Is he overcomplicating this, or is this still a straightforward win, Robert? What do you think?
Trying to figure it out because after bishop takes b5, you want to push that pawn to e3, but the rook does get to e6 in time, right? So
okay,
e2 is not happening, which means black should play bishop d4. And I think the key here is the rook doesn't have squares on the e file. The black king is going to slide over to f7, and once that happens, the rook is not going to be able to stay behind that pass pawn.
Yeah, so for instance, white can play the move h4, and after king f7, I suppose that white could play the move rook e6 to d6 and hit the bishop, but let me bring to the table a old Soviet grandmaster move. Rook c2 to f2. I'm too lazy to calculate variations. I just want to take all pawns. Rook f2 takes f4, and the moment the bishop steps away from b5, obviously black plays the move e2, and you could not care less about the g6 pawn. Rook f1 and e1 queen is coming to a theater near you. So I feel that Parham has made a wise decision in avoiding the immediate e2, and this is happening. Bishop takes b5, rook f2. He hasn't even played e3. He just went straight for the jugular.
You called it. The f4 pawn on a dark square cannot be defended. Once that pawn is gone, it's 2 running passers for black. And for Pragnanda, he needs to be a pest. He needs to play rook a7 check, force the king away from the bishop, and bring the rook right back to a6. He needs somehow to get after this g6 pawn, which is on a light square, which means the bishop can really attack it. So let's look at one variation. So rook a7.
Okay.
King h6. Rook a6. So bishop d4. That we have to do something. We don't want to repeat moves. And then is bishop e8 in time? That's the big question.
Oh gosh. Well, not only is it in time, you definitely don't want to lose the g6 pawn if you're Parham. Now, I don't think it's up for debate. Well, maybe it is up for debate that this position is winning. What's the move here? The eval bar dropped precipitously.
Maybe just e3.
Oh, again, I keep forgetting about this move. Yeah, this is the key resource. And even after bishop takes g6, you're still playing e2. There's no discovery. Yeah. No, this is over. If you can't play bishop e8, then you can't defend the pawn. And if you can't defend the pawn, then the 3-on-1 should be very, very straightforward.
Yeah, it's an important line because G6 will be captured, but that does not save the day for Prognostics. That's what Parham was calculating. That's why he's been spending so much time, is he knows he's winning. So let's be accurate. Let's not waste our opportunity. And with a win, Parham will tie Prognanda in the standings, and his tournament will be very respectable. And let's not forget that Parham Maksulu was a last-minute replacement for Jan Krzysztof Duda. So he did not have ample time to prepare. He was not spending weeks and weeks training for this tournament. He was just living his life, having fun, and then suddenly it's like, hey, can you come to Wijk? You need to play against Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and the rest of the field.
This reminds me of those stories of, basketball players or semi-retired athletes who get a call from a team. We need a player. Can you come play for us in 3 days? And then they have a career performance. So Parham just minding his own business, playing some online blitz. All of a sudden he gets a call from, Jeroen Vandenberg, the main organizer of Tata Steel. Parham, we're in a bit of a tight spot. Can you come play Tata Steel in a week? It's not easy to just gather your bags and go. Like you said, all these other players, they're spending weeks and weeks preparing for each and every opponent. They know who they're playing. And this should not be discounted. I very much respect Parham's fighting spirit in this tournament. He shied away from quick draws. And even though this won't necessarily be a performance he frames and tells his grandkids about, he performed very respectably indeed.
A good showing. It really is. And it's commendable. And other people who have been last-minute replacements and have performed well include Maxime Vacher-Lagrave at the Candidates Tournament in 2020 and 2021, where he entered the field after Timur Rajabov withdrew, and he led after the first half with 4.5 out of 7. He beat Jan Nepomsky, who then went on to win the second half and win the event. So Parham Maksulu, he is performing admirably. He is going to win this game. But if we zoom out, Danya, and if we look at the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh, that has happened. The bishop coming out to a4. So we predicted more or less the direction of that game. Instead of playing an h-pawn push on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, he has activated his bishop and his rook. So, Danya, I actually think we might see a repetition soon. That's what I'm predicting.
You think some sort of king e3, but king e3 there is maybe the immediate b3. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking that there would be that. I think we both were thinking king e3, rook c3 check, king back, and so on. But e3 was available. Oh.
Sly little move, king to e1. And now the pawn on b4 actually cannot be defended, but you can give it away in order to carve out a path for the rook to attack that extremely vulnerable pawn on h3. So I think likely we're going to see b3. Correct me if I'm wrong. Knight takes b3, rook h2.
You could
now. White needs to be careful here.
You could also take on b3 if you want to force an immediate draw and play rook a2 afterwards. So like you just trade off the minor pieces, play rook a2, win the a5 pawn. But I'm with you. This looks more challenging for White.
Humor me. How does White force the draw? How does White hammer this? I guess knight d2.
Yeah.
Right. Knight d2. Take it. And okay, yeah, rook b6, or even a barrage of checks probably does the trick. Yeah, I think just checking is probably the simplest path. But don't go knight e4. Do not blunder the fork. But I just think you can give a bunch of checks here.
Yeah, the king cannot escape without giving away a bunch of pawns. So that's one option. The other one I was mentioning is you could take on the knight in the current position, and after the knight is captured, a draw has been agreed after bishop takes b3 because the a5 pawn would have been lost. So you see the players talking, and they are going to analyze the game. These two youngsters from India, hard-fought draw there.
A hard-fought draw indeed, and you can see that crowd in the back whispering amongst themselves. It's just great to see classical chess receiving this level of interest. On my stream yesterday, Robert, I had someone asking whether it was worth making a 6-hour drive to watch a Tata Steel round in progress. And just the fact that, someone would come up with that question already speaks to the level of respect and awe that chess fans hold these players in. So it's just amazing to see. And you could see the players there setting up the pieces. The discussion did not last a long time. They want to make it to dinner. And a hard-fought working man's draw.
Maybe they'll dine together. The point was split. There was peace. And these two teenagers from India, the tournament hasn't been going the way they would have wanted. For Arjun, he's not won a single game, but he has been steady in others. And for Gukesh, he's lost many games, but he also happened to win a couple. So he's been maybe the most combative player in the field, along with Magnus Carlsen. So as we see the results, 5 games down, 5 draws in the books. We have the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So still ongoing. That one is in an endgame. And then Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces against Bahram Maghsoodloo. It's been all Parham for most of this game after they left the opening. And that's not good news for the Indian fans out there. They would have loved to see Prague strike.
Well, Prague is living on a prayer right now. He is still trying to muddy the waters, but unfortunately, what really reduces his chances to almost nil is the addition of 50 minutes on move 40. It's just the fact that Parham has as long as he needs to work out the details. And as we take one more look at the bird's eye view here, you see those 2 games over in the top right. We've got Magnus Carlsen contemplating his next move. The knight has jumped all around the board. It's currently on e2, and it's threatening to worm its way back to f4 and hit that pawn on h3. I think Magnus Carlsen, I've been saying this for a long time, Robert, I think it maybe is time to start winding the game down.
Yeah, and we can go right into that game as Magnus, he has the bishop against the knight. The knight, though, it's jumpy. It's been hopping about the position. So, and we see Magnus on screen there. He is thinking, calculating. He's still working. That's the best thing about Magnus, is games that we're like, this is a draw. Obviously, it's a draw. Come on. This point.
Just take the draw.
Yeah, just take it. Just take it. But Magnus will always play it till the very end. And we see that he brought his bishop back to d2, stopping knight f4. The knight can't hop into g1, but it's not like white is scared to make the move h4. That's a move in many positions you'd play anyway. So for Wesley here, knight g1 is an option, but knight g3 check is also something to consider, because if the white king steps back to d3 after knight g3 check, the black king gets to go up to e5.
Uh-oh.
And e4 check is coming. The knight is not going to be trapped, I don't think.
No, although wait a second. Bishop e1.
Maybe there's h...
h4. I'm struggling to make heads or tails of this. This is so complicated. h4 all of a sudden. I guess h4 works.
Yeah, because bishop takes knight. Pawn takes, of course. And the king is not in the square, so there's a king e3. And then after g5, the white king has to retreat to e2 because the white h4 pawn's frozen in place. And then if the king goes up to d4, though, right? If the king goes first king d4, does white have the move h4? That's the big question. The answer is no, because once you take it, the black pawn is
too
close
fast.
to promoting.
Also, black king actually just reaches, is still in the box. But I had a crazy idea here. In the event of knight g3 check, king d3, king d5, bishop e1, h4, what if white makes a waiting move along the lines of king to e3? I guess black can repeat with knight f1, knight g3, but my point is a broader one. Does Wesley really want to enter these types of complications? This is not really in his style, so I feel like Wesley is probably going to spend some time searching for a draw that contains a broader margin of error. If we can go back to the position after bishop d2, the current game position, are there any alternatives to the check on g3?
Yeah, maybe just move your king. Oh, king d6 is gh5, and the knight g3 check is there. That's actually very clever.
Oh, yeah, that's king d6 just holding on. And if white goes king d3, very sloppy, black goes knight g1, and you start regretting everything, all of your life decisions. You start reconsidering. So king d6 is an option. You know what else is an option? I actually think knight g1 and then knight back to e2 is perfectly sufficient as well. I don't see a single way for white to pose any threats here.
The bishop can't get in contact with the e5 pawn. And so, yeah, I'm with you. And can we just go back to that knight g3 check initial line for a second? I want to admit a mistake in my calculation. That after knight g3, I saw, first of all, king e3 is met by knight f1 check. And I'm pretty sure you could swap off the minor pieces. And if the king goes to d3, after king d5, bishop e1, I was thinking that I'd e4 check, because if you take f takes e4, the knight saves itself by taking the pawn. We're trading off pieces. It's going to be a draw. But king e3 is available. And wait, somehow this still is equal?
My goodness gracious. I guess after king e3, you're surprised the black doesn't lose. Now let's think about this for a second. I'm not turning the engine on, obviously. I actually want to figure this out.
I see it.
Wait, don't say it yet. I think I see it. Just give me a second. There. Oh, knight f1, knight h2.
Exactly. What a
He's still my beating
ridiculous
heart.
line.
Wait a second. Oh, and the pawn's the wrong color.
Yeah.
Wow. This is actually super cool. Knight h2. Now, white can't hasten with king g2 because f3 hangs, so white has to take first. Oh, but it's a moot point because the knight can actually move back to f3. I was thinking that knight takes g4 is the elegant draw.
That's what I was going to do. You know I love it when the bishop and the pawn don't match.
I know.
So just to clarify from this position, all black does is run the king to a8, and that's all you do. Like, you just put your king there, and white can make. Let's just show it. We have time. Let's show it. So
we do.
King g3, king d5, king takes. Put the king in the corner, and we'll make all the moves for white going over towards the a pawn. You're going to win the a pawn. That's the great thing for you. You get to take that a pawn if you want it. And after all is said and done, you still can't kick this king out of the corner. That's the problem with the boundary. Is bishop to g3 check. When the king goes to a8, if you don't leave this configuration, it is stalemate. So normally, if you weren't on the last file, you would be able to play a7, and the king would go to whatever. What's before
What's
a?
before a? Stop it.
I don't got anything.
Roman numeral, whatever, 8.
Yeah, and the king would be able to go there, and the white king would go up to b7, but the king has no legal moves, so it is stalemate, and that would be a draw.
And people often ask me, what is my favorite thing about chess? Well, there isn't just one thing, but one of the things I appreciate about the game that we're watching is that even the most basic configurations, every time I look at them, I really feel the beauty in them. White has a bishop and a pawn. In 99.9% of cases, an extra bishop and a pawn is a surefire win. And yet this is an exception. It's because of the specifics of the king placement and the specifics of chess geometry. The fact that a8 is a light square, white cannot make any progress and cannot smoke the black king out without causing stalemate. It's just cool. I mean, even the most basic theoretical positions in chess are really beautiful if you think about them at an abstract level. Okay, back to the
No, I was going to say, it's one of those endgame positions that you need to know. You need to memorize, you need to lock that in, so that if you have a game where you're worse, and you're like, oh, my knight might get trapped, it's okay to sacrifice your knight for those remaining pawns so you can make the draw. And knight g1 played. Up goes Wesley's knight to the other side of the board. He's attacking those pawns, and Magnus will have no choice but to push his own pawn to h4 here.
And he does. Up goes Magnus's pawn, and down goes Wesley's knight. Back to e2 it goes. And they're going to find some sort of a repetition here. Might be a draw but at this point, there is just nothing left to play for. I mean, black is not worse here. At this point, black's not the one, holding from a position of weakness.
No, Wesley has done everything. He has perfectly played this endgame where there were some tricky moments. He didn't allow himself to get under any duress. And that's how Magnus often wins, is you start looking at your position and you're like, oh, it looks shaky. Am I holding? And you start questioning yourself. And he makes you do that. But Wesley is a man on a mission. He is determined. And he has beaten Magnus Carlsen in that Fischer Random World Championship match. That's a different variant. It's not your standard setup for classical chess, But the point is, he took down Magnus in a match when it was one-on-one, and that will build confidence. So Wesley has left the board. I think we can leave this board as well, because the game between Praggnanandhaa and Parham Maghsoodloo, that one, when we left it, we were thinking that it's just a matter of time before the e-pawn runs, and Praggnanandhaa is at the board. He is calculating, but it does seem like he's mainly looking at a situation where it's when is it time to hit resign.
Exactly. Yeah. It's currently only one extra pawn for black, but obviously that does not tell the whole story because a second pawn on f4 is falling. But even more important than that, as we've previously indicated, bishop e8, it comes close to working, but unfortunately that e-pawn slips through the cracks. It goes all the way to e2. And this construction, bishop on d4, rook on f2, is absolutely deadly because it keeps the king confined on h1. And, the red carpet is essentially unrolled for the e-pawn. And it's just a frustrating stretch of the tournament for Pragg. You can see how hard he tries. He puts everything out on every game. But how old is he? 16?
I think he is 18. I don't know. They're all around the same age. I'll look it up while you.
17.
Okay, we split the difference.
I mean, how many more Tata Steels is he going to play? How many more times is he going to be flying into Amsterdam and taking the train to that picturesque resort seaside town? Many times. He's got such a bright future. He's going to hit 2,700, any second now. And he's definitely gaining rating from this tournament as well. So no reason to be overly dejected if you're Pragg. And, of course, he's got a chance to finish strong in the last 2 rounds.
Not his day today. It's not been a good event in the second half for Praggnanandhaa, but he is such a talented player. He has beaten Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour, so we know that he has what it takes to continue ascending in the chess world. But we'll leave him to this position as it's likely coming to a conclusion soon. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Parham Maghsoodloo can end this game in his favor.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
back in the playing hall in Wijk. Pragnanda has just made his move. His sister, Vaishali, back there in the distance playing in the Challengers tournament. And, well, we predicted that the G6 pawn would drop. Now Pragnanda trying to figure out, is there a way to stop this passed pawn on E3? If the rook comes to E6, slides behind the pawn, it's very simple. E2, rook F1 check, E1 equals queen. Black will go up a full rook. So, Danya, it really feels like there's no way to catch that pawn.
No, and you can't move your bishop because the king makes contact with the rook. You have to move your rook. The only other feasible square is G1. So maybe it's worth trying rook G1. And then after E2, the benefit of putting your rook on the first rank is that rook F1 no longer comes with a check. So perhaps, Robert, rook G1, E2, you could swing the bishop back to B5, and rook F1 in that position doesn't actually work because the bishop defends the F1 square via the X-ray. You actually take on F1, and then you take again once black promotes to the queen. So, Pragg, kind of looking up at his opponent, does rook G1 offer any off chances, or is there a crusher there?
Well, that's such a wonderful line. I think we should show what you were just mentioning. That first, let's start with rook E6, just to show why this doesn't work. We're saying E2, bishop B5 to go after the pawn, and then rook F1 is check. The king moves to the second rank. You promote, and white has to give up the rook. That's just a winning position for black. So that doesn't work. But you made a really instructive point about rook G1, because after E2, and we see him play rook G1. After E2, bishop B5, rook F1 is... Oh, he plays E2.
Oh my God, there's a...
What do you see here?
I think there's an amazing tactic. And I think you have to find this. There's rook H2 check.
Oh! That's sick.
There's rook H2 check.
Oh my gosh, because if king takes bishop G1 is check, so you can't take the pawn, and that means a queen will appear on E1.
Oh my gosh. We're going to see that.
We are. Oh, look at Parham.
He's played bishop E5, rook H2.
And resignation. Parham Magsulu with a tactical shot to win an impressive game. He signed the score sheet with emphasis, and he takes down Pragnanda.
And you know what's crazy, Robert? Rook H2 might have been the only winning move, because if you play bishop to C3 and say, I want to avoid the tricks, you can see the eval bar shooting all the way back up. Why? Because white gives the bishop up for one pawn and then swings the rook up and wins the other pawn. There's no way to defend F5. And as we know, rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. So that's actually what Parham was calculating all the way back when he played move 48, bishop d4. How freaking impressive is that?
That's so ridiculous. Just to go a half step back there, as you were pointing out earlier, rook f1 does not work because the bishop eyes the f1 square through the e2 pawn. So after rook to f1, white is able to capture that rook and win the pawn. And then you see it's just a situation where, all right, even endgame. Bishop's of opposite color, it's going to be a draw. So that is unbelievable that he had to see rook h2 check. In this moment, it's much easier. It's like, yeah, someone's tapping you on the shoulder, doing a puzzle. Okay, you see that. But go back to when he went bishop d4, Danya. He had to see rook h2 check. What do you mean rook h2 check? In this position, that doesn't look like it does anything. But that is the power of Parham Magsulu. He is such a good tactician. We've seen him excel in the online Rapid and Blitz tournaments, and he's proving it in Classical as well. Just one more time. Let's go through those final moves, just because it's so instructive that he gives up his rook on h2 after pushing his pawn all the way to the second rank. It seems like white is just in time to stop the pawn. Rook h2 is wonderful.
Deflection and discovery all rolled up in one. I love moves that can be labeled with more than one tactical category. That's what really adds beauty. A deflection in the sense that you are bringing the king onto a square such that bishop takes g1 is a check. If it wasn't a check, white would have been able to pick up e2. And obviously removing the defender in the sense that this enables the e-pawn to promote to a queen. But we have one more game that is very likely to end shortly as well. What a game by Parham. We congratulate him warmly. But let's switch back to our last remaining game as the world champion continues to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, but Robert, to no avail. And with every pawn that disappears from the board, the likelihood that Magnus finally acquiesces to the draw increases exponentially.
We all know of the Knight's Tour, the mathematical geometric sequence. Here, I feel like we're seeing that in a live game. That knight was just on G1 a little while ago. And
yeah, how is it here already?
It went knight back to E2, down to C1, up to B3. And this has been what is required for the draw. If bishop takes E5, white wins a pawn, only to drop this pawn over there on A5. And it's a simple trade of pawns. And that is not what white wants if you want to win the game. So Magnus can try F4. By pushing F4, if black is to take the pawn F4, then the white king takes back and goes to G5 and wins the H5 pawn. Sadly, this still will be a draw if you think of it from Magnus's perspective, but it's the best you could possibly hope for.
And you know what black could try here? And it's actually not as easy as it appears. All black needs to do is give up the knight for the H4 pawn. So, for example, here, knight C5, king G5 walks into a fork, so white has to waste the tempo, moving the bishop. And, okay, knight B3 is a draw. But if black wants to be fancy, what he can do is give a check and then go hunting for some H4 pawn meat. Takes knight G2. You don't care about anything else. Just grab that pawn. And as we previously demonstrated, this is a very well-known draw. So that's possible. But after F4, you could also throw in an intermediate check on C5 if you wanted to avoid that. So at this point, there are just so many drawing lines. The last thing I'll point out, Robert, is that bishop B4 is an attempt to dominate the knight and prevent it from moving back to C5. But here, the simplest, I think, is to play knight D4. Looks like you're walking into a little undermine trap with F4, but the knight can drop back to F5, counterattacking the H4 pawn. And only black can win after FE knight H4. So again, Magnus has to be prudent here. And I think he's going to find a way to bail out. Yes, there's F4.
And he plays F4, and he's been looking like a poker player. He's playing with the pieces as a poker player does with chips, all cards on the table, but it's clear that there's nothing more. This is a complete information game. Wesley So can calculate this as well as anybody else on the planet. So we see that it is reduced material. It is a draw. And Magnus, he is probably going to be a little bit upset that he couldn't get more from this game. The result is normal. It's Wesley So. He doesn't lose very often. In this tournament, he has won 2 games and drawn the rest. Beating Wesley just doesn't happen in classical chess with any degree of regularity. So Magnus can be okay with that. He can accept it. But what's probably going to bother him is he just didn't have winning chances from the start. Wesley was able to fend off any initiative or any hope of initiative. And I just really feel like he went to the endgame so early that Wesley never struggled.
And frankly, Magnus just hasn't had all that much success on the white side of an Nimzo-Indian. Obviously, his most famous, most notorious game was that Sinkfield Cup affair against Niemann, where he tried the G3 variation. That went into an endgame pretty quick. This went into an endgame pretty quickly. So Magnus just kind of coming up empty in every Nimzo line he has tried so far in the last couple of months. And he's going to have one more game with the white pieces. Maybe he'll switch approaches and just play one E4 against Nodirbek. He got a good position with one C4. So Magnus has been all around the map in this tournament. And he has 2 more games. If he is to have any chance at finishing in the top 2, maybe even winning the tournament, he has to win both of them. And you know what's fascinating, Robert? I love this part of the tournament because we see players taking so much risk. I think we're going to see Magnus Carlsen tomorrow taking incredible amount of risk, especially if the opening against Pragnananda does not go his way. But that is a game he unconditionally expects himself to win.
Can you imagine anything worse in life than losing a game with the white pieces in what was a blowout to Parham Maksudlu and then having to set up the next day and play black against Magnus Carlsen because that's Pragnananda's task?
Ay.
I don't think anybody envies Pragnananda. Well, a lot of people do because they want to play Magnus, but I think from a competitive standpoint, it just sounds like a brutal stretch. And then the last game, Magnus gets black against Arjun Erigaisi. Spoilers. That's what's left for Pragnananda and Arjun. They're not playing for first place, but they can keep Magnus out of first. And so it's going to be up to Magnus to come up with preparation that gives him winning chances. And this game, there just were none. Wesley So deserves a ton of credit. And Wesley himself has the same chance that Magnus does to win the tournament. But the biggest difference is Wesley controls his destiny more. And the reason why is the next round, Wesley So plays against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Oh, man. I have no words. I mean, that game is going to speak for itself. That is going to be a huge game. Nodirbek gets a second black in a row, the most brutal stretch of the tournament for him. Today, holding the draw from a position of strength against Anish Giri, showcasing some phenomenal opening preparation. Can he repeat that success tomorrow? I think Wesley So is going to come armed to the teeth as Magnus, running his hand through his hair, staving off the inevitable. This is a draw 7 ways to Sunday.
And we see the leaderboard underneath the players' cameras there. We see that Magnus and Wesley tied for third entering the day. They will finish tied for third as well. And somebody who's not in the top 7, but will play a major role in determining who wins this tournament is Jordan van Foreest. Jordan, he won this event in 2021. We are 2 years removed from that. But look at his final
look at his pairings.
He gets white against Anish Giri, and then black against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He plays the people in first and second place. And if you are Magnus Carlsen or Wesley So, you may say, hey, Jordan, you need some help preparing? I got some good lines for you. Please take those 2 down.
Absolutely. And I think Jordan's going to have himself a fun time in the last 2 rounds because he's obviously out of contention. He's having himself a pretty decent event. I don't think he's going to go crazy trying to win these 2 games. But Jordan is perfectly aware that he could enter the history books as someone who, as you're saying, directly impacts the final standings. And I think he's going to savor that opportunity. I think he's going to come, with some very uncompromising chess in these last 2 rounds as Wesley recaptures the pawn on e5. You can pre-move knight g6 and knight takes h4. My guess is that Carlsen is going to go king f4, or he offers a draw right here and right now.
What do you think if Wesley actually pre-moved it? Like he grabbed his knight and moved it g6.
That would be funny.
Oh gosh. Well, Magnus, he go ahead, Donna.
No, I was just gonna say that I've done stuff like that, to lighten up the atmosphere. I remember resigning a game to Varakobian, and instead of resigning, I just put a second queen on the board. And Var had that, brief, fight or flight reaction, like what just happened? And then, of course, I smiled and extended my hand. So occasional moments of levity, even in, high-level classical chess, nothing wrong with that, I think.
Yeah, it's fun to just, especially when you're losing a game, it's fun to mix it up a little bit, change the ending. But for Wesley, he's going to be thrilled. Drawing with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, that's a huge achievement, something he's done before and likely will do again. But considering the stakes, Magnus with 3 wins in his previous 4 rounds, and you see Magnus look up at Wesley because they might need either a new score sheet or he's just getting ready to draw.
Nah, not worth it. I would offer a draw right here just so you don't need to write out all of the info on the new score sheet. There we go. Take that baby home. Knight takes h4. Wow. Surprisingly, Wesley knows his theoretical endgames. Can you believe it?
Shocking, right?
Absolutely mind-boggling. And how long are they going to play this position? I'm just curious.
I think Magnus plays this up to stalemate. It's a very Magnus thing to do. He doesn't like offering draws, and especially if he has more material, why not get that king all the way over to the a6 pawn? And wait, what?
Ooh. No, that's a mistake.
No, that's just a lack of depth on the engine. I'm going to pull up the table base, which you can do yourself on chess.com/events. The table base says draw. So the engine just had a brief moment, freaked out for a second, but we were not phased. Nice try. Nice try, Stockfish.
And the old engines, I remember looking with Fritz 4, Fritz 5, they were so myopic in their assessment of these positions that they would give, +9, +12, and you would keep shuffling the pieces around. And obviously, the reason that happened is the old primitive engines they weighted the material too much. They didn't have a formula built in for a situation where a side can't make progress. That concept is very hard to quantify. So, of course, modern engines, they have table bases built in, and they avoid that problem. Bear Kings on the board, and a handshake between these two incredible players, these two competitors, these two fighters, and what a hold for Wesley So. Just didn't give the world champion a chance.
And Wesley takes the bishop on a5, but I think if we look at the rules of chess, the bishop should still remain at a5. I don't think king takes a5 is a move that was played. It doesn't matter because the draw is the result, but I just was thinking about that for a second there. It's like in basketball, when a foul has happened and someone takes a shot after the whistle, and then one of the players jumps up and grabs the ball, to make sure it doesn't go through the hoop. Don't let Magnus think he had an extra piece.
Yeah, God forbid. That's the ultimate alpha move. Magnus ends the game with an extra bishop. Wesley says, no, I'm making one more move. And it's Bear Kings, and it's a draw. And the Kings are in the middle of the board facing each other in an illegal configuration to signal to the official transmission that the game has ended in peace. And so, as the players look at each other, set up the pieces, a peaceful day here in round 11 of Tata Steel. A peaceful day, but not for lack of trying and not for lack of competition.
No, there was definitely fighting chess in many of these games. Vincent Keimer, for example, against Richard Rapport, that was a game where there was material imbalance, but at the end, it was a standstill. The players are shuffling back and forth. Ding Liren against Jordan von Foreest, that wild opening preparation by Jordan, and then it just came to a halt when Ding Liren played accurately. Anish Giri had an active king in a double knight endgame. It just wasn't meant to be for him, so he remains a half point back. And credit to Parham Maksudlu. You won't see him on the top half of the leaderboard, at least not yet, but he wins a game with the black pieces. Unfortunately for Praggnanandhaa and the many Indian fans out there, it was not his day. Danya, he really just got caught with his attention to the king side while Parham scooped up material on the queen side.
Yeah, Prague in the second half of the tournament has been struggling with some of these incredibly complex positions, especially when his king is in danger. But today it was Parham's king who was in danger. He got his king out of danger. And ultimately it was Prague's king who fell victim to a beautiful tactic that capped off a fine technical endgame display by the Iranian grandmaster as he scores the only decisive game of the day. It was all balanced on the other boards. Nodirbek keeps his lead with a solid, well-prepared draw against Anish Giri.
Anish Giri sits a half point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So for him, he will need some help. His matchup against Abdusattorov is a thing of the past. He'll need the likes of Jordan von Foreest and Wesley So to do him some favors. But in the second half of the field, through 11 rounds, we see these players at minus scores. They are below 50%, and Ding Liren would be the most surprising name on the list. Otherwise, it's just a tough field. There are no easy games, no free points. But as we look forward to tomorrow's round 12, Danya, I think the matchup of the day is quite obvious. Look at the top here. Wesley So takes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and if Wesley beats him, he catches him in the standings.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a photo finish. And what makes this game even more spicy is the fact that I'm expecting one e4. And I'm so curious what Nodirbek is going to bring to the table with black, because he did struggle in a game against Arjun Erigaisi. And Wesley So is one of the leading specialists in the Italian and in the Rue Lopez from the white side. So that game is going to be a barn burner, as is, of course, Jordan van Foreest versus Anish Giri. Anish definitely has a chip on his shoulder ever since he lost the tiebreaker in the 2021 Tata Steel and remained the runner-up for the fifth time. He's going to try to right some wrongs in that game, and Magnus Carlsen is going to bring everything to the table in a game that he has to win in order to stay relevant.
And he gets the white pieces against a reeling Praggnanandhaa. So for Magnus Carlsen today, he couldn't get a win, but tomorrow is a good pairing, all things considered. But Wesley So versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Will Wesley be able to do what Anish Giri could not today? And for Abdusattorov, a second day in a row with the black pieces, will he show that stellar preparation that allowed him to hold quite comfortably today against Anish Giri? Those are the questions for tomorrow. But today's action has come to a conclusion. It was another really exciting round. Danya, it was a pleasure to commentate with you. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So for all of you who want more chess, come back, spend your weekend with us, because Tata Steel Chess 2023 concludes this Sunday, 2 days from now. See you then.